The evidence seems to indicate that you're watching Dolly Vision.
Footsteps down the hall, fingerprints of the dead, cold as stone. He's got the scoop, best around town known. Dolly Vision headlines, king of peace. Truth unravels, crackling through the heat. Lost soul shouting, echoes in the night. Rock the truth while live on air light. Topping up, Dolly Vision's dreaming real. True crime scene flash feels so unreal. YouTube madness like share, subscribe. Chat's on fire, burning the world's fire. Where's the baby missing shadows crawl? People whisper footsteps down the hall. Fingerprints of the dead, cold as stone. He's got the scoop, best around town known. Dolly Vision headlines, king of peace. Truth unravels, crackling through the heat. Lost soul shouting, echoes in the night. Rock the truth while live on air light.
YouTube, welcome to court this morning. Welcome to court. I see all of you are on time. Okay, so I'm not going to lock any of you up. Okay, today is day 2 of the Leilani Simon trial. Are we going to find out how baby Quinton died today? Yesterday was a big nothing burger. Okay, a lot of police officers came up there and told their first interactions with Leilani. They showed that she was just a big damn liar, right? So that's why they call her Leilani. We knew that 2 years ago, okay? We knew that 2 years ago. What we're trying to see today is some stuff that we don't know. And, you know, yesterday when they went over the opening statements, they didn't even say how the baby died. If they were going to show a murder weapon, anything like that. They just proved that she went and got drugs and that she was out and threw the baby away and lied about it. But nowhere in it yesterday did they even discuss how this baby died, okay? Without knowing how this baby died, are they going to be able to get a murder conviction? I don't know. It seems a little crazy. Now, if you're watching, make sure you leave your DNA on that like button, okay? Just in case I had to lock you up today for not doing it. Then you can be like, well, look, Dolly, I left my DNA. Don't put me in jail, Judge Dolly. Okay. Also, if you're brand new, make sure you sub up, ring the bell for notifications. Court starts in 5 minutes. Okay. So we're 5 minutes away from seeing Leilani back in court. Day two. And look, if you're super cool out there, share this video on your Facebook or your YouTube feed. Okay. In your community tabs. So, are we going to get the answers that we're looking for today? And a lot of people have been asking, is Leilani Simon going to take the stand? So far, it looks like her defense, I hate to say it, looks like they're going to try to point the finger at Danny. So they've been asked a lot of questions about Danny to the police officers. Did you talk to Danny? What did Danny say? You know, and we've seen a message that kind of pointed the finger. One of the text messages that came out kind of pointed the finger at Danny. Now, I hope she takes the stand. Absolutely. I hope she takes the stand too. But we'll see. I don't know how many days this is going to go. You know, it's not a real high profile case. I guess a little bit. It's on court TV, but usually the last murder case I went to like this was the Corey Bigsby case. And it literally took, I don't know, 1 week after they picked the jury. And so I'm thinking somewhere around that length of time is how long this court will go. Yes, court is on a 30-minute delay. So it started at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, but they don't televise it to 9:30 Eastern Standard Time. I don't know why the delay, but they didn't want to run it live. Just a little delay, which ain't bad. It don't really matter. It makes it go a little longer into the day, but it's all the same. We still get all the information, and we're watching it in real time, as real as anybody else on the internet. Just, you know, people there know what's going on 30 minutes before we do. So if you want to save 30 minutes, you can drive to Georgia and sit in the court date, and you're 30 minutes in the future. Okay. You're 30 minutes in the future. But right now we're good with, you know, it gives me a little more time to get up in the morning, right? Because Dolly's just waking his lazy ass up. I don't know about you guys. We had a long day yesterday, and I didn't get, you know, I was up yesterday, the night before last, pretty late. So it felt good to get a little rest this morning. I actually got a little bit of sleep. So we are 2 minutes out from the court case. And today we're hoping some major witnesses show up, you know, Danny, Billy Joe, the babysitter's daughter, you know, some forensic people that say they found some evidence, or maybe somebody that can explain how this baby died. Right now, we haven't gotten any of that. So let me go ahead and share this screen because it's getting ready to start. That way we don't miss anything. All right, add that to the stage. And we are 1 minute, 13 seconds out according to Court TV's countdown, baby. Who's ready? If you're ready, make sure you hit that like button. I know it's early in the morning. Everybody just waking up. Pink Kelly, thank you so much for your super sticker, keeping Dolly alive this morning. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, my judge outfit should be here Wednesday evening. So Thursday, you get Judge Dolly. Okay, Judge Dolly. Time to pick the kids up from school in the UK. Good morning, Dolly. Good morning to all of you guys. I know you're blessed this morning because everybody woke up. You know, that's how I feel these days. I feel pretty blessed. I'm like, okay, I'm here. Let's do this. I'm ready to rock and roll. Waiting on Court TV now. Okay, so their countdown on Court TV is over. We're just waiting for Court TV to kick on with it. Leilani is the dumpster diving queen. And let me tell you guys, them dumpsters that she dumped little baby Q in was absolutely filthy, nasty. She went to the dirtiest location she could find and threw that baby away. Now, are we going to hear how she killed this baby? What do you guys think? What do you think she did? Do you believe the state that she beat this baby to death with an object? That's pretty much what they're saying. Well, that's what they said before court, right? So basically in court, they haven't said anything. And they did, you know, trigger warning, show a little piece of Quinton Simon's skull that they found. Now, you know, that when they found that, they didn't have to wonder if that was human. You could tell that was a human skull, right? And it was just the top part right above the eyes. So little Quinton Simon, you know, trigger warning is pretty much in little pieces. And that's what they have to determine what caused his death. So hopefully we'll find out a little more today what killed Quinton. You know, we just been basically hearing from the police that showed up on the scene. So they're basically going to call up every cop that was there. So far, that's what it looks like. You know, they called up one lady that she basically didn't do anything, and they still called her up to the stand. Poor little beautiful baby, number 223, 32. Okay, well, there's almost 700 of you in the room. So make sure you like the video. It helps us out in the algorithm, right? So other new people see the video, come into the room. And I can't do it without you. I can't do it without you. Good morning. Good morning. Are we going to see Danny today? And we haven't seen Billy Joe in the courtroom, but what people are saying is that, the witnesses can't see what the other people say, so they're not allowed in the courtroom until after they testify. So we haven't really seen Billy Joe or the babysitter or any of these people in the courtroom. The courtroom seems pretty empty the first day. It didn't seem like very many people in the courtroom at all. Justice for Quinton. Hope he tells all. 275 from Tennessee. DNA 330. Thank you, guys. I hope your day's going good so far, PJ. Good morning, Hellcat. Good to see you. Moonlight Magic. Crystal. Misty. Capital. Sage. Good to see you guys. Sorry about that. I'm still waking up, getting my blood flowing. Let me refresh this. I don't know what's going on. All right. Still hasn't kicked in yet. Waiting on Court TV. I need to send PJ a gnome you made. Hey, Crystal Ford. Good to see you this morning. So I'm ready. I'm ready for day 2. I think I got a little more energy once I wake up than I had yesterday. I was tired. Time yesterday court was over. I actually took a nap yesterday afternoon. I don't usually take naps. I had to take me an old man nap. They wore me out with a whole bunch of nothing. Okay. I was like, man, that was a long court for, not a whole lot of nothing yesterday. Hey, good morning, honey bunny. PJ says she has her notepad ready. Okay. Well, I'm ready to rock and roll. I'm ready for it to start. Court TV has 93 likes on their video. Y'all got to get me hired in Court TV. How many we got? What is the delay this morning? What is the delay? I could have slept in. What is my thoughts on the Menendez brothers? Well, of course, I believe they did it. Should they be out of prison? No, good morning, Dolly and PJ. I miss all my turtles. Hey, SKH, Natty. Good to see you this morning. Hope you're doing well. Listen, day's just starting, so tell yourself the day is going to go great, and that is the way it's going to go, okay? Just remember, you decide if your day is good or bad, and today Dolly's decided he's going to have a good day, okay? And all you guys are going to have a good day with me, all right? Just remember that. So if anybody comes up trying to mess up your day, just throat punch them, okay? I give you permission. I give you permission to throat punch anybody that tries to F up your day. Kimbo has been a member for 4 months. Good Lord, that's a long time. Okay. Thanks for covering, Dolly. This is a tough one. Yes, I mean, I'm sure it's going to get a little more emotional as we get into the trial. Right now, we're just trying to get through all these police, which I'm hoping they did. And we start to bring in some of the better people today that have more information on the case. We don't need to hear from every cop that drove down Buckhalter Road. And that's kind of where it's sitting. You know what I'm saying? They're bringing in all these cops. And the defense, they don't ask any questions. Okay? Leilani's lawyers, they're like, was you there? They're like, yeah, okay, that's it, Your Honor. You know what I'm saying? So even in their opening statements, they didn't say anything but Leilani didn't kill the baby. Okay, that's pretty much all they put out there. Thanks for sleeping in, for not sleeping in. All right, Jeannie. Yeah, I set my alarm clock. Plus, PJ woke me up early. But then, of course, I went back to sleep, set my alarm clock. I was like, because I'm going to be here for this, right? I'm going to be here for the Leilani trial. I mean, they say it's a 30-minute delay. Right now, we're 36 minutes delayed. So come on, Court TV, tighten up. They did have this stream set up for 10:30, okay, just like yesterday, but then it changed to like we're getting ready to start. So I was like, okay. So mine was set for I think 9:45ish, which wasn't even yet. So I was like, okay, well, they're going to start theirs. I might as well start mine so I can give y'all the intro, talk a little bit before we jump right into court. But now it seems to be a little delayed. Morning, Dolly from Mississippi. Good morning to you. Doobie. All right, let me catch up with the chat. I'm a little behind. Helena, love the positivity this morning. Thank you. Have a wonderful you have wonderful mods and community. Thank you. You know what makes it wonderful? People just like you. All right. People just like you make it wonderful. Luna Moon, 16 months. Damn, Luna. It's been that long. Some of you guys have been with me for, this whole 3 years that I've been doing this true crime stuff. And thank you so much for putting up with my face. Means the world to me. Means the world to me. Good morning, Angela. Good morning, Barbara. Chatty Jen. Hey, Jetlag. What's going on, man? Hey, Lisa. Staffers. Good to see you guys. Buckle up. Buckle up. I need my jury here with me today, right? We're on break right this second, but I need my jury with me. Is Leilani guilty? Okay. Let me ask you this. Could you convict Leilani on murder from what you seen yesterday? Okay. If you could, press 1. If you couldn't, in the chat, press 2. Now, me, they didn't go into me. I would have to say 2. I couldn't convict her of murder of this baby just on what I seen yesterday. I couldn't do it. Now, if I was to convict her for being a liar, yes, right? I could convict her for being a liar, but as far as being a murderer right now, no. All right, because they haven't even explained one reason why this baby died. Boy, mom, thank you, Dolly, for all that you do. Also, I hope you can go to sentencing so Leilani can stare right at you when justice is served for Quinton. Yeah, I mean, I may fly down there. It all depends. It all depends on how I'm feeling and when it's going to be. Okay. How long this is going to go. Thank you, Ashley, for being a member for 9 months. James, something. I don't have my glasses. What is that? Safari James. Thank you for being a member for 10 months. And it says justice for baby Quinton. All right. I had a phone call coming in. I don't know who that is. All right. Let's see. Recent. Who was it that called? Oh. You missed a call. Oh, PJ, what are you calling for? All right, let's 49ers girl. For the Dolly train, choo choo. Thank you guys for all the super chats this morning. Okay. Let me see if I miss anything else. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Hit that like. Dolly, poor vision. Go find your glasses. I can find my reader's glasses, but I'm too far from the TV to use them because then it'll just make everything blurry. In my regular glasses, they must be in my camper somewhere or in one of my bags that I packed up. Thank you, SKH. Gifted $5 membership. So if you got a membership, make sure you give her a big virtual hug and thank her. Yeah, I think my glasses are somewhere in my RV because I cannot find them anywhere. I can find my reader glasses, but like I said, I'm too far from the screen. They just make everything blurry from this far away. So very kind of you. I'm going to try to blow this up a little bit. Maybe that will help me see what you guys are saying. Hold on. Let me see if it works on this. Usually it's control and plus. I'll blow the screen up a little bit. There we go. There we go. Did you come back last night, Dolly? No, I got tired and I ended up, me and PJ went out and got some pizza and then I got kind of tired. So I kind of just went to sleep. I ate, went to sleep. Why did you ask why I called and didn't look at my message? I didn't know you left a message. Hold on, I'll look. There is a slight delay for sensitive info being shown. Okay. So I don't know what that is, the slight delay, but okay. That's what PJ says. So there's a slight delay because they're showing sensitive info. What are they not going to show the world? I want to see it all. You know what I'm saying? If they're showing something sensitive, I want to see it. You know, they showed the skull. What could be more sensitive than that? Okay. If they're going to show an arm bone and a leg bone and be like, oh, this is sensitive information. Right. They literally showed the little boy's skull yesterday. So like the child's remains. Well, they showed remains yesterday, right? And they didn't delay it. Well, it was delayed, but they showed it. Okay. Oh, all right. Let me refresh. Court TV's not live yet. Let me jump over here and do this just so we know what's going on. Hold on. All right. Let's do this.
Media, read any media, done any research?
Can y'all
in
hear
this
that?
matter? Okay, and there's a resounding no ma'am from everyone. So with that, we're going to go directly back into the evidence. The state may call its next witness.
Okay. Court TV should be starting up then. Hold on.
Face the clerk and raise your right hand for me, please. The evidence you submit to the court and the jury in the trial position should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes, sir. Step this way.
All right. There's another police officer taking the stand. I wonder why Court TV hasn't started up yet. Law and crime usually strikes.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, sir. You ready to begin?
Yes, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Corporal Philip Schenker with Chatham County Crime Scene Unit.
And how do you spell your version of Philip?
Philip.
And could you spell your last name, please?
All right. Let me share this.
KER.
You were a police officer with the Chatham County Police, you said?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been with the Chatham County Police Department?
Coming up on 7 years.
And what positions have you held during your time with Chatham County?
Patrol officer and crime scene unit.
Crime scene unit, you said?
Yes, sir.
Are there any other terms for that unit that people use?
Forensic.
How long have you been with the crime scene unit or forensics unit?
A little over 2 years.
And what is the role, broadly speaking, of the crime scene unit or the forensics unit?
Pretty much we collect and preserve evidence and the crime scene.
Okay. Now, on the morning of October 5th, 2022, did you respond to 535 Buckhalter?
You
as
can't
part of
hear?
a larger police response to this missing child call?
Yes, sir.
About what time did you arrive?
I'd say approximately around 11-ish. Not 100% sure.
And were detectives present already at the time that you got there?
I believe so.
Now, who from the crime scene unit or the forensics unit went out to the residence that day?
Myself, my sergeant, Sergeant Coleman, Corporal Shiro, and Officer Dickens.
What was the initial purpose of you all going out there?
Our initial purpose was to put the drone up to assist with searching the missing child.
And did that happen?
Yes.
Now, eventually, in your time there that day, did you document photographically the residence?
The volume's up loud as it goes. It's just low.
Can you tell us about how that unfolded? When you took pictures and what the pictures were taken of? We're going to go through some of them, but broadly speaking.
Initially, when I got there, I was advised that there may be blood on a pillow inside the house, so I went inside, took pictures of the pack and play in the room, and then I backed out, and then we put up the drone for a little bit, and then later on that night, I took overall photos of the outside of the residence and the inside of the residence.
So there was initially a period shortly after your arrival where you took a few pictures of the pack and play,
Yes, sir.
and then you backed out
Yes, sir.
and took many more photographs later.
Yes, sir.
And was that after a search warrant had been obtained for the residence?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How many pictures did you take total, if you remember?
A lot.
Would it refresh your memory to look
Yeah,
at
let me
the
look at
report?
this real quick. On that day, I took 475 photos.
In the course of taking those photographs and
There's no
walking around
closed
the residence,
caption.
did you have an opportunity to examine the front door?
Yes.
Did there appear to be any signs of forced entry or anything like that?
There did not.
Did you see anywhere in the house any obvious signs of a struggle?
I did not.
Do you see in front of you an exhibit marked as State's Exhibit 10?
I'm sorry, what did you?
State's Exhibit 10?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Could you leaf through that and tell us what that is? You don't have to necessarily look at every picture.
This is the photo from the first day.
Is
Then
that all
later
of
on
it?
that
Just
night,
the
They just turned it up some, I can tell.
outside of the residence and the inside of the residence.
So there was initially a period shortly after your arrival where you took a few pictures of the pack and play,
Yes, sir.
and then you backed out
Yes, sir.
and took many more photographs later.
114.
And was that after?
Right, now,
a
those
search warrant had
images
been
fairly
obtained for the
inaccurately
residence?
Yes.
Depict the residence. How many pictures did you take total, if you remember?
A lot.
Court TV
refresh
has
your memory
captions.
Yeah, let me look at this real quick. On that day, I took 475 photos.
In the course of taking those photographs and walking around the residence, did you have an opportunity to examine the front door?
Yes.
Did there appear to be any signs of forced entry or anything like that?
There did not.
Did you see anywhere in the house any obvious signs of a struggle?
I did not.
Do you see in front of you an exhibit marked as State's Exhibit 10?
I'm sorry, what did you?
State's Exhibit 10?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Could you leaf through that and tell us what that is? You don't have to necessarily look at every picture.
This is the photo from the first day.
Is that all of them or just a selection?
Just a selection.
What is going off the number here? What is the total number of images? You looked at the last page.
114.
All right, now, do those images fairly and accurately depict the residents and the surrounding area as you photographed it that time?
I'm watching Court TV. See the logo at the
Do
top?
they appear to have been altered or modified in any way?
They do
I
not
prefer to
appear-
watch on Court TV.
Your Honor, I would move State's Exhibit 10 into evidence.
Their sound is better.
Having reviewed it, Judge, no objection.
And I would ask to publish this exhibit to the jury. Thank you.
So share this on your Facebook. Hit the like if you're just coming in. Good morning, my beautiful people. Thank you, Ducky. That's a good way to keep Dolly alive.
All right.
Good morning, Terry.
Now, this is photograph number 1 of State's Exhibit 10. Can you tell us what this is?
This is a photo log. It gives our case number, the location.
Let's
signal,
see if we can get to 1,000 likes.
what we're responding to, who went to it, the date of it, and then the time approximately we arrived. We put this at the beginning of all of our photos, so you kind of get a summary of what you're about to look at.
Okay, I'll turn
Now,
down.
moving on to image 2. What is this?
Is that better?
This is the front of the residence. I'm
Right
standing
there.
on the altar, looking towards the front of the residence.
Now, can you see the front door in this image?
Yes, sir.
And where is it?
It's all the way to the left, right behind.
I
the
shouldn't
green
be
chair.
as loud now.
Okay. Is that what that is? There a green chair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that like a little small patio area outside the front door?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Can y'all hear me okay?
Moving on to the next image. Well, let me ask you this. Are there any other doors on the front?
There are no other doors on the front.
Were there any doors on the sides of the house?
No, sir.
Okay. There are other doors on the back,
Yeah,
correct?
there's 2 in the back.
Okay. So 3 total exterior doors on this house.
Yes, sir.
Moving to image 3, where are we now? Where have we moved?
So I moved further down Buckalter just to get a different angle of the front of the house and the side.
Oh, we're almost at 1,000 likes, guys. Come on, let's get
And
there.
4,
We can
where
do
are
it.
we here?
4, I am at the end of the property line, further, I believe it's west, of their yard, looking towards pretty much the front and the back of the house.
Okay. Now, is that there, the driveway for 535 Buckhalter that we see there?
Yes, sir.
We're really close to 1,000 likes.
And where are we now?
Now I'm standing at the edge of their driveway, looking into the backyard.
And there's a truck here, right?
Yes, sir. I believe that belonged to the son,
The son, you said?
or brother.
Now, in image 6, where have we moved here relative to that last image where we were standing behind the truck?
I'm in front of the truck at the gate entering into the backyard.
And what do we see off to the right there?
There's a detached carport with the RV, a white truck, and an SUV.
Yeah, I was in the
You
driveway.
refer to the white SUV more or less in the middle of the frame.
Yes, sir.
Now, this next image, how have we moved or changed our position relative to the last image?
I'm still really
So
loud.
just panned
I don't know
right
how.
And started taking photos of the fence line.
Okay, so you've made a 90-degree turn to the right, and this is just a front corner of the yard.
Yes, sir.
The next image,
I'm starting to pan left. You can see the carport on your left-hand side from the previous pictures.
and in image 9, still panning left.
Yeah, still panning left.
Image 10
Continuing to pan left.
and image 11.
Image 11, continue to pan left. Just got some more vehicles and the trash cans and starting to get the side of the house.
Can you see my
Thank you,
cursor
Helena.
on the screen? My
You
pointer?
guys are awesome.
What is this here?
Those are 3 trash cans.
And what is that structure that they appear to be sitting on?
It's just a wooden structure that they built, I believe, to keep the trash cans in.
All right, when you began taking pictures, were those trash cans closed?
Yes, sir.
Moving on to image 12, where are we here? What movement have we made?
I did
through?
see a lot. I've seen a
So
lot,
I
heard
made
a
my way
lot.
around. I'm at the back edge of their property looking. Now I'm looking towards the, I guess, back of the house, towards the street.
Okay, so you just
Christy
went to the back of the
Ford.
property line, and you're looking back the way you just come from.
Yes, sir.
Thank you guys. Mad love to
Image
each and every one of
14.
you.
I have moved to the right a little bit more.
We're talking about kind of a side step along the back fence.
Yeah, just a little distance.
Okay, and we can still see that white SUV on the left-hand side of the frame,
Yes, sir.
and 2 other vehicles in the center there.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What is this structure on the right-hand side?
That is a detached barn or garage.
A detached garage?
Sure.
Okay, so far in terms of structures, we've talked about the house itself, right?
Mhm.
There was the detached kind of carport with the RV in it.
Yes, sir.
And now we're looking at a detached garage in the back as well.
Yes, sir.
In image 14, where have we moved relative to the last image?
Further right, this is just kind of the side of the garage, and there's also a carport attached to that garage.
Is this the back side of the garage, the furthest side away from the house itself?
Yes, I'm still on the property line.
And what are we seeing there on the side of the garage?
2 trailers, a car,
Good morning.
and some tools and ladders in the background.
Okay, so is there like a carport that extends off the back side of the garage?
Yes, sir.
And is that what that car is under?
Yes, sir.
Now, where are we here relative to the last photo?
Thank you,
The
pretty.
back property line, and then I guess you'd say the
Good morning. You're welcome.
standing property line looking towards the street. The garage is on my left, and the house is a little bit further on my left.
So is it fair to say that relative to the last image, you've just sidestepped further to your right, to where your right shoulder is basically along the fence that bounds the
Yes, sir.
property?
Thank you, Ducky.
Now,
Thank you,
what is
Jenny.
that, in front of us beyond the detached garage? What are we looking at there?
There's a pull up here, and those are a couple like fire pits.
A pool, did you say?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and a couple fire pits. And is that area where we're going to go next?
Yes, sir.
All right, what movement have we made here?
I just traveled down the fence line.
Thank you,
garage is
Helena.
now on my left,
Thank you.
poles on my right. If you look at the bottom, you can see the fire pit.
Oh, I see. Is that what's at the
Yes,
bottom of the frame?
So I'm standing right next to the fire pits, looking towards the detachable carport.
Okay, and then is that the RV we see off in the distance?
Yes, sir.
So essentially, you just kind of made a loop around the detached garage.
Yes, sir.
Moving on to number 17.
That
What are we
pool
getting
is
at?
green
Right.
as
Yes,
shit.
sir.
Okay, what is that area that we see on the other side of the pool from where we are right now on the
that's
back
a-
side of the house? Can you just describe that area there?
It's like a covered patio area.
Okay, and what's in it?
There's like a little seating area, and if you go towards I guess you would call that a carport, attached carport. There's a little children's.
They would swim in that too.
Children's
Green
play
like
area.
that.
Yes, sir.
Moving to 18, we just panned all the way to the right here.
Yes, sir.
In 19, what are we looking at here? That seating area
Yes, sir.
beyond the pool.
Beyond the pool. And the barn is behind me at this point. Or not the barn, sorry, the garage.
Now, in image 20, where are you standing? Where have you moved now as you take this picture?
So I am in the underneath the patio in the little seating area, like right in the middle of the seating area, facing you. I'd be facing the carport if that's a good point of reference.
All right, so you've gone across, like on the other side of the pool from where you were in the last image, and you're standing in that seating area.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and this is the house on the right here.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned earlier that there's one exterior door on the front, none on the sides, and two on the back.
Yes, sir.
Are those two on the back visible in this image?
Yes.
Can you tell us where they are?
Thank you,
The
Suzanne.
white door on the right-hand side, that's the dining room door. And if you look a little bit further past it, there's a little dark area. That's the living room door.
Can you kind of step down and just point to where the living room door is in this picture? Please? All right, so it's right beyond that play gate, I suppose,
Yes, sir.
on the right side of it? Okay.
Yes, sir.
And that opens into the living room.
Yes, sir.
Number 21, where are we here? What are we looking at?
I just moved forward. There's the dining room door would be to my right, and I'm looking into the play area.
Okay, so that dark bit we can see on the far right side of the frame, is that the part of the frame of the dining room door there?
No, that would be.
Or I mean the living room door?
Yes, sir.
Okay. 22,
Just inside of the play area, you got a couch, a little trampoline, slides, play or kid toys.
and 23.
This is from the back of the play area, looking towards the patio.
Okay, now, this area right here in the far side of the frame, is this up here the seating area that you were initially in?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is this dark structure in towards the top left?
It's like maybe a little bar.
Okay. Now, where are we here?
Here, I have just moved over to the right a little bit. I'm kind of standing in front of that trampoline, pointing towards the doors.
The outside the house looked
And
nice.
can we see the living room door and the dining room door in this picture?
Yes, sir.
All right, living room door being the dark one towards the top center,
Yes, sir.
and the dining room door being the white ones off to the right.
Yes, sir.
Now, does that pretty much cover the exterior of the house?
Yes, sir.
No, it's not unplugged. because it's-
It brings back memories, that's for sure. So she got different clothes today. They must have brought her a wardrobe to wear.
If there were a better place to plug it in and right at somebody's feet, we would do it.
Is it on that side?
When I drop my water, I do apologize.
Apology needed.
Okay, so here we are at the front door, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and
She's definitely eating good.
and that was 25 and 26. We've just moved a little bit closer.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, before we're about to go into the house, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, let me ask you this. You walk through that house.
Yes, sir.
How would you describe the layout in a word?
Clustered.
A cluster?
I feel like that's the
Okay,
best
don't.
way to describe it.
Was it confusing?
It's very confusing.
Okay. Do you see in front of you an exhibit marked as States Exhibit 9?
Yes.
I believe she will, Billy Joe.
This is, I guess, the internet layout of the home.
Okay. Now, you've been in the house and you've had the chance to walk through it. Other than where the front door is denoted as being on there, does that fairly and accurately depict the general layout of the first floor of this residence?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would move this into evidence as State's Exhibit 9.
Real quick, Judge. Objection, Judge.
Beautiful skin, but her soul is gone.
Okay.
Do you have to say it looks like there's a door leading from the kitchen to the room. That door's not there.
Okay, well, let's do it this way. Can you step down? Well, I'll tell you what, you sit there, I'll come up. We're just gonna work through these rooms, starting at the front door and going more or less clockwise, okay? The front door, first of all, is labeled as being right here. Is that accurate?
No, that's a window.
All right. Is the front door kind of in the top right-hand corner here?
Yes, sir.
All right. When you walk in, what is this first room on the far right?
Looks like a living room, bedroom area.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that there's a spot on here where it looks like there's a door from that room into the kitchen, but it is not in fact a door. Can you come down and describe what you're talking about?
This area right here, that is a lawn.
Okay. And so is it the case that when you were in that room that day, you cannot pass through there into the kitchen?
Yes.
Okay. And why is that? Just so I understand.
I guess they walled it off,
Okay.
or it appeared to be walled off.
All right. Do you have something to write with in front of you there? And I didn't ask you to bring one, so if you don't, that's okay.
Thank you.
Today, Crystal, it's what happened to the baby.
Can you just draw an X at the spot that you were just talking about as appearing to be a door, but not actually being a door?
Let's trade in. Use this one instead. That's better.
Thank
you. And just for the record, I handed the detective a pen and I handed him a Sharpie because I think that would be better.
Thank you, Ron.
She loves commissary
How
day.
do you get from this room into the main body of the house?
From the front door, you have to walk through the whole room.
Come on down.
From the front door, you gotta walk through the whole room, go through a door here that leads to a bathroom, and then you'll enter the dining room. From here, you have to go through this door to go through the kitchen, and then this door to go into a hallway, and then come down here. You can go up the stairs right here, or go through another door to the main, or it's the master living room, and then another door to go to the master bedroom.
Can you do this with that Sharpie that you have in front of you? Can you and go slow and make sure that you do it right? I want this to be in the record. Can you draw the path that one would have to take through the house to go from the front door, not on the screen,
I'm not
but on yeah, show us again on the screen and then draw it on the paper, please. To go from the front door to the living room door.
Front door, you walk through. You have to go through this door, go through a bathroom, another door to go through the kitchen, another door to go through, dining room, another door to go through the kitchen, through a hallway, either upstairs to 2 bedrooms, or through another door to go to the master living room, and then another door to go to the master bedroom.
What about the living room door?
Living room doors right here, and then the dining room door is right here.
All right. So let's just take a moment. Can you, on the paper exhibit, can you draw a path from the only path, as you described it, from the front door to the living room door?
She ate her fillings.
Upstairs, but the living room door.
Okay. Elizabeth, you're too funny. Got jokes this morning. Good morning, Autumn.
Okay.
All right.
I don't know why it matters, Sam.
So you said that front door, top right, bedroom, bathroom, dining room, kitchen, hallway, living room, master bedroom, right?
Sure.
Okay. I want to ask you a couple things, and I'm doing this because the pictures are a little confusing, fair to say.
Yes, sir.
Can you come down and describe to us what parts of the kitchen we're seeing in this image? Where are the sinks?
So coming from the dining room, you will have your stove and your oven right here on your right. Your sinks are here, refrigerator's right here, and you have a little pantry here. There's a pass-through window leading into the hallway right here above the sink.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Well,
All right, with that, we can get back into the images, okay? All right. 27, where are we standing as this picture is taken, and what are we looking at?
so I am at the doorway looking into the room all the way down the far left wall.
And what's in the foreground closest to us?
There's a couch, and then, or I guess that was a kid bed too.
Say again?
A child's bed.
The child's bed is where?
The couch.
Okay. And what's just beyond the couch?
There is a baby swing. Beyond that is a desk, and then there's a bed in the far back corner.
And what is that to the right of?
I hope so, Ducky. A bloody
28,
pillow, something.
Where have we moved relative to the last image?
I've just panned right a little bit. So you'll see the dresser, the full dresser. There's a closet door, and then another kid bed on the right hand side.
29?
Pan
Yeah,
right a little bit
probably.
more. You'll see the kid bed, a dresser, a projector screen, and that's where the that door would have been on the previous picture.
The door that you mentioned as having been walled off and not operational, that's behind the projector screen.
Yes, sir.
And then 30. Where are we here?
There's Quinton's
That is
playpen.
the pack and play that I mentioned earlier.
31.
The pillow inside the pack and play.
Is that blood right there?
And 32.
Again, the pillow inside the pack and play.
Is that
Zoom
blood?
in on this picture a little bit. Do you see that substance there?
Yes, sir.
Did you get a good look at it while you were out there?
I did, sir.
And what, if anything, did it appear to you to be?
I believed it to be vomit.
Okay. Did it appear to be blood?
It didn't.
Okay.
It's a lot redder in that picture than it actually was.
You're saying it's appearing redder on the screen than
Yes, sir.
it actually was.
Okay, so it's throw up,
Did not appear to be blood to you.
No.
not blood, he said.
Did you do any testing at any point to determine whether it was blood?
I did not.
33, another picture of the same.
Another picture. The blanket is out because we searched the pack and play after
Okay.
the picture.
Now, let me actually go back. Okay, so in 34, where is that pink blanket?
It is, or on 34, it's on the, I guess you call it the rail at the side.
Now, I want to go back to, pardon me, to 31. I'm on 31. Where's the pink blanket in this picture?
It's inside the pack and play on the pad.
All right, so we've got some pictures where the pink blanket is in the pack and play and some where it's on the rail.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us when it was moved and why?
It was moved due to, or I guess it was moved when we were looking for, see if there's any blood on the inside the pack and play.
Okay, so
And then we just moved it to look at the blanket itself and to look at the mat.
okay, thank you. Did you have gloves on when you did that?
Yes, sir.
Thank you,
Moving on
Nina.
to 35, just another view of the pack and play after the blanket has been moved.
Yes, sir.
36, same.
Same.
All right, 37, where are we here?
My back is towards the pack and play, and I'm looking towards the bed in the far left corner.
So you're essentially standing at the pack and play here.
Yes, sir.
38,
38, I just pan left, same spot.
39,
Okay, PJ.
39, pan left. You can see the front door in the left side, the couch, and then there's a safe and a projector on the window back there.
40,
40, at the desk, looking towards the front door. You can see the street in the background.
Yeah, blood would have been brown.
41,
I have pan left, front doors on the right, pack and play, and the projector screen. Continue moving to the left.
43,
Oh, sorry. Pan to the left even more. Kid's bed and the closet door.
44,
Thank you, PJ.
Just continue panning.
and 45. What are we looking at now?
45. That's the entrance into the rest of the house. That's the bathroom right there. You can see the.
Let me know when it gets here.
All right, and then what is this through that?
Thank you guys for all the
It's
likes.
a little storage cabinet.
Make sure you share it on your Facebook.
Yes, sir.
46,
Pan to the left a little bit more. You can see the bed now and the dresser.
and 47.
Just a view of the bed.
All right, 48, where are we?
48, I am by the bed and the dresser looking into the bathroom.
49,
Starting to take photographs into the bathroom. This is the little storage cabinet from the previous photos.
Thank you,
Sit down
Tina
to the left
G.
as you walk in.
Yes, sir.
You guys are awesome. 20 months.
50,
Starting to pan right. That's the door leading into the dining room. And you can start seeing the shower bathtub on your right.
we can see those dining room drawers that you were talking about earlier through the door we're looking
Yes,
through. 51,
Just continue panning to the right. Now you can see the shower bath.
52,
That's the shower. I'm starting to make my way around the bathroom.
53,
Continue panning right. You got a sink and a mirror.
I know that baby was precious.
And
Thank you, Jeannie.
54. This is above the toilet. The toilet's at the bottom. And then you got a little storage shelf.
I'd like to zoom in on this storage shelf here. See that little bottle with the blue, red, and yellow label? What is that?
Ambisol.
Do you know what Ambisol is?
It's a oral pain relief.
Okay. Something like a liquid you rub on your gums or teeth to relieve dental pain?
Yes, sir.
So she had some the whole time. Remember, she said she went to get the oral gel. She had some right on the shelf.
55, where are we here?
55, we're at in the bathroom looking into the dining room. The dining room door from the previous photos is on the left. And then you have a little dog cage and then dining room table on your right.
56,
Just panning through the dining room. You can start to see the kitchen entrance door or entrance on your right hand side.
57,
57, the dining room doors are right behind me looking into the kitchen through the dining room.
58,
Continue panning right. That's a little storage closet and you have a deep freezer.
still in the dining room here.
Still in the dining room.
And
Thank you, Penny.
59, where have we moved and what are we looking at?
So I have moved around. The kitchen entrance is to my left. I'm in that corner and I'm looking towards the bathroom door. And you can see the dining room.
It's her
door
mother's
on
house.
the very right of the picture.
Right, so that dark wood door in the middle that we're looking at is the door that you came through to get into the dining room?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then the white door on the right is the door to the outside. that
Yes, sir.
They call the dining room door.
Her and her husband's house.
60?
Now I'm on the other side of the dining room or the kitchen door. The closet is going to be on my left. And then you can see the edge of the bathroom door that I came through. And now you can
Hey, Big Bird.
see the dining room door leading outside.
61, you just pan to the right a little more.
Yes, sir.
62, same.
Same.
63, same.
Same.
And 64, where are we now?
64, we are in the
Me too.
doorway,
Me too.
looking into the kitchen from the dining room.
And can we see the sinks in this picture?
Yes, sir.
You
Sorry.
mentioned there's, something that you called a pass-through window over the sinks. Is that at least partially visible in this picture?
Yes, sir. If you look at
I
the,
got headphones on, so I may be a little loud.
right behind that is just the pass through. There's an open window right before you get to those pill bottles.
Kind of an unusual feature. of the
I
house.
know. I never seen the inside of the house. First time.
65, where are we here?
Back, I'm still at the doorway. I just kind of pan left. You can start to see the oven and the stove.
It's a lot nicer on the outside than it is on the inside.
And that stove is on sort of a peninsula that juts out into the kitchen.
Yes, sir.
66, where are we now?
So now I'm on the, you can see the doorway entering the kitchen from the dining room.
That's on the right there. That's the door you came through.
Yeah, and then
All right, I
the
turned my
oven
head.
and
I
the
turned
stove
down.
are
Y'all
now-
tell me when I'm right.
Okay. So you stepped into the kitchen and turned around, basically.
Yes, sir.
67.
Continue or panning left from the same position. You can stove and then a little storage closet.
Is my volume better?
And 68.
I turned
where are
down
we
a
here?
lot.
68. The stove. Kind of from that picture earlier, I went around the stove, and I'm on the other side of the refrigerator, looking towards the sink, and then you can see the little pass-through window from there.
What's that in the bottom right corner? Or I'm sorry, bottom left corner of the image?
That's the trash can.
And was that trash can full?
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
69,
Just pan to the left a little bit, same spot.
70.
I remember this all too well.
Pan left.
And what's that on the left side that we're seeing there?
That's the pantry.
And 71.
And the
Okay.
full pantry.
72.
Continue pan left for the pantry.
Thank you,
All
Connie.
right, 73. What are we looking at here? Where are we going?
So I am closer to the pantry now, and this is the doorway into that little L-shaped hallway.
74.
Just looking through the little doorway into the L-shaped hallway. The white door on the right is another little storage closet pantry thing.
And that's out in the hallway.
Yes,
All right.
I hope you
75,
don't
where
go
do we
through
move?
400 of them.
I am in the hallway now. The opening to go into the kitchen will be on my right, and this is the little storage closet that I.
Thank you, Venomous Vortex.
That door.
You guys
In
are
case
awesome.
anybody's dizzy or confused at this point, I'm pulling up this diagram. Can you just come down and point to us where you are at this point in time and which direction you're looking?
So right now, I will be right here, looking this way.
Okay.
This is gonna be where the closet is.
So the hallway in the top center of State's Exhibit 9.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Huntress.
76.
Pretty much have done a 180, and now I'm looking down the hallway.
Okay.
475
77.
photos.
I've walked through the previous opening, looked left. The
Okay,
doorway in front of
PJ.
you is the doorway leading into the living room. On the left-hand side is the opening to go from the kitchen. And then on the right, very right-hand side, you can start seeing the stairwell.
For a
back
good
upstairs.
bit over 30 days.
Looking down the hallway that's on the other side of that pass-through window over the sink.
Yes.
78.
Move closer to the living room opening. The opening or the kitchen opening will be on my left, and that stairwell will be on my right.
79.
A little bit further, starting to get into the living room.
I hope not. 475
Can you describe
photos.
that piece of furniture that we're looking at there?
It's a one of those. It's a couch, like an L-shaped couch.
Okay. 80.
Into the living room, starting to pan to the right, getting the full living room. You got a big entertainment system and the L-shaped couches on the left. So
Now 81. Where have you moved here?
this I am behind the couch. I guess you don't have the other picture up. Kind of
Okay, of
between
$6
the
grand.
front door and the laundry room area.
Okay. 82. Where are you here?
I'm on the other side of the couch looking towards the front door. That big TV entertainment thing would be behind me.
And what is the living room door
I'm sorry,
partially visible? in
living
this
room
image?
door. Yeah, at the very right, you'll see the living room door.
Okay. Is it the blue thing or is it beyond that?
Beyond that, it's the
Making your
the
eyes
white door
twitch.
with the colors on it.
A lot of photos, guys. A lot of photos. 475. They should have just did a video walkthrough.
83.
83. I've
No
pan
problem,
left on
Mama
the
Fee.
View of the front door, and now you can see the little laundry area.
84.
Continue to pan left.
Thank you, Diane.
Zooming in here in the middle, is this the hallway that you came through to get in
Yes, sir.
to the room in the first place?
Yes, sir.
And what have we done here?
So I have panned left all the way, and then this is the doorway to go into the master bedroom.
Now, did you go in the master bedroom
I did.
and did you take pictures in there?
Did.
Is there a bathroom in there as well?
There, sir.
Did you take pictures of all of that?
Yes, sir.
Where are we here? In 86?
This is going back into the hallway that I entered the living room from.
Thank you, Patty.
And what are we looking at in the top middle of the frame?
Top middle is the that pass through for the kitchen.
87, where are we here?
I've panned left and starting to get pictures of the staircase.
88,
The staircase to go upstairs.
89. When you get at the top of the stairs here at the landing,
To your left is a bedroom. Straight ahead of you is a bathroom, and then to your right is another bedroom.
90.
This is entering the bedroom on the left-hand side.
Okay, the left as you're looking up the stairs.
Yes, sir.
This is where they had the spotlights in the windows.
91.
This is the view into the bedroom from the doorway. You have a closet door on your right. The bed was kind of at an angle.
Yes, we did.
92.
He said it was throw up.
This is from a view from that closet door I mentioned previously, looking towards the other closet.
93.
Just continually panning left.
94.
Pan left even more. You can see a little L-shaped couch, little seating area right there.
And 95.
This is from the other side of the room, and that's the door I entered to come into the room.
Okay, so you just walked in the room to the far side of it, turned around. 96, where are we here?
This is the view from the bedroom I'm in across the hall into the next bedroom.
97.
This is from the doorway, looking right. You can see a, oh, I can't remember. what
Yeah,
it
they
is.
should have tested that throw up for sure.
There's a little closet door, and you can see it.
It looked like it had blood in it, but it was bright red.
So you just stepped into the doorway for the other bedroom upstairs.
Yes, sir.
Turn to the right.
Now,
98.
now I panned a little bit left. You can see the bed. You can see another mattress on the floor.
They had a lot of people there, didn't they?
99, pan left a little bit. You can see a crib and a closet in this
100.
one. I've stepped into the room. I'm on the right wall looking towards the closet, panning to the left.
So what is all this stuff over here?
A bunch of clothes and toys, I believe.
Did this room appear to you to be being used, or did it appear to be something more like a spare room or a storage room?
It didn't appear to be used at this point in time.
Thank you, Sweet Jones. You rock, girl.
101 is, are we looking here at the door that you came in?
Yes, sir.
And is, on the left side, is this that
So like,
dark wood piece of furniture that we saw earlier?
yes, sir.
And 102, where are we here?
My back is towards the bunk bed, looking at the wall across. You can see the door I entered on the right hand side.
All right. 107, where are we here?
That is the detached garage outside.
Now, the carport with the RV under it, or the garage with the door on it?
This is the garage with the door.
Are we still looking at the garage here in 108?
Yes, sir.
109, another picture of the garage?
Yes, sir.
And what is that right there in, on the door of the garage in 109?
That's a stuffed Mickey Mouse toy, a little racing suit.
Thank you. 110, were these the trash cans that we saw very early on outside in that rack?
Yes, sir.
Did you guys take them out of the rack, open them up, and see what was in them?
Yes, sir.
Just trash?
There were some other items in there. We had a pillow, a red rag, and some documentations, and a welcome home mat.
111?
Yeah, they had real beds, but he was
111,
sleeping in a
this is the
playpen.
Dodge Journey that was parked outside the garage. Or,
Could you just read the tag into the record?
That's Leilani's.
TEN 9300
Georgia?
Georgia tag.
112, what are we looking at here? What is that?
These were items taken out of the trash can in the kitchen.
So y'all look in the garbage, see what was in there?
Yes, sir.
Normal household garbage?
For the most part.
113,
These are receipts that they located in the garage or the trash can.
Cheddar's Restaurant,
Yes, sir.
and then in 114, some other trash. All right. So, after
I heard they split up for a while, Billy Joe and her husband.
involved in processing and photographing some other evidence,
Yes, sir.
did you photograph the
Blood is not that bright red.
Where did that take place?
FBI Savannah.
And how did the vehicle get from 535 Buckhalter to the FBI Savannah office?
It was towed.
Do they have a secure lot there that they can hold vehicles in?
Yes, sir.
And when did you search the journey?
That would be on the 6th.
6th of October?
Yes, sir.
And you took photographs of it when you did that?
Yes, sir.
Do you see in front of you a document marked as State's Exhibit 11?
Yes, sir.
Can you look through this and tell us whether that is a selection of the photographs that you took of the journey?
Yes, sir.
is it that? The document in front of you, is that the selection photograph?
Yes, sir.
Is it, do those photographs fairly and accurately depict the vehicles that appear to you on the sticks?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would offer this in as State's Exhibit 11.
Objection.
State's Exhibit 11.
You know, when you're crying and you get all, you'll throw up. You'll start choking and throw up,
All right,
especially a small child.
first image in State's Exhibit 11 is on the screen. Can you tell us what this is?
Again, this is the photo log that we put at the beginning of all of our photos. The case number, the location where I was at, 2003 Chatham Center Drive. Signal was still missing child. I was still the investigator. The date was 10/6/22 and the time was approximately 16:14.
4:14 p.m. for
Yes, sir.
those of us on 12-hour time.
Yeah, sorry.
All right, slide 2, what are we looking at?
This is the view of the front of the journey.
Slide 3,
The driver's side front,
4,
driver's side,
5,
the rear,
6,
passenger side rear,
7,
passenger side. And just kind of pan to the right and got the rest of the passenger side.
8,
Passenger side front.
9,
This is the driver's side door open.
I'm trying not to scream. I even took one headphone off.
Nope, sorry. 10. That's
yeah,
the
go
driver's
on the
side.
screen with me if you can see it.
That's the driver's side door.
11,
Driver's seat and the floor area. That's some trash on the floor. Yeah.
Fireball.
2 alcohol bottles and like a little wooden skewer.
what's this alcohol bottle here?
Fireball.
And then this other one here is something called
Curveball.
curveball. Do you know what that is?
Malt liquor.
Not 100% sure. I think it was whiskey. Something like that.
13.
That's still the driver's side.
Hard to
steering
watch,
wheel,
guys. Hard to
gear
watch.
shifter.
Brings back so many memories.
That's the driver's side rear door.
All right, and I just got to be clear for the record, we're on 14. That's the rear driver's side here.
Yes, sir. This
15.
is looking into the back seat from the driver's side.
16.
This is the rear of the vehicle with the hatch open.
Now,
Well, with one of the headphones off, I can tell how loud I am.
whitish substance. Is that something that you all put in there?
No, we did not.
Okay, PJ.
Was it already in there when you opened the car up?
Yes, sir.
And had you in fact seen it at the scene the day before on the 5th?
The trunk?
I mean, had you seen through the window that there's some stuff in there?
Yes, sir.
So this was in there during the police response.
Yes, sir.
It's already there. It's not something that got in there between the 911 call, or at least between police arrival and your photographing the car.
They had it.
Do you know what it was?
Not 100% sure. We did do a little, we took a sample of it and we did do a little self-test there. Kind of appeared to be like kid cereal.
What do you
baby
mean?
cereal.
You said you did what
Like
test?
we took a sample of it, put it in some hot water and stirred it up. Kind of had a grainy oaty smell.
A grainy OT smell?
Yeah, or weedy smell.
And did it dissolve in the water?
It did.
Did it appear to you to likely be some kind of children's cereal?
It did. This is the passenger side rear door. And looking into the vehicle from the passenger side.
What's that there in the floorboard?
That is a natural light beer can.
Had the natty.
19,
Front passenger door.
20,
That's the front passenger floorboard.
21. That's it for Stacy's exhibit 11.
Yes, sir.
One moment. Is it also part of the duties of the forensics unit to collect video footage?
Yes, sir.
You sometimes get some ring doorbells on people's houses,
Yes, sir.
or businesses.
Yes, sir.
Did you participate in an effort to obtain relevant video footage in this case?
Yes, sir.
And was that centered on the Chevron Azalea Mobile Home Park area near the intersection of Ogeechee Road and Buckholter?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you go to the Chevron that's right next to Azalea Mobile Home Plaza?
Yes, sir.
And did you obtain video footage from there?
Yes, sir.
And when was it that you did that?
On the 7th.
7th of October,
Yes, sir.
2022.
Yes, sir.
So 2 days after the 911 call, you were out there at the Chevron getting video footage?
Yes, sir.
And for what time period did you obtain video footage from the Chevron?
Can I look at my report real quick?
All right, guys, I got to crush my food. I'll be right back with you.
We got from approximately 1:18 to 1:30ish.
Is that all you collected is 1 minute of video footage?
Looks like it's more than 1 minute.
Okay. Well, what I'm asking is, what general time frame? I'm not asking what the notable or relevant portion was. I'm asking you, what is the general time frame that you were getting video footage for?
Approximately maybe like 2 to 5 minutes.
Okay. Now, did you see during that time period, what was you said, 1:15 to 1:18 or something like that?
1:18 to like 1:30ish.
1:18 to 1:30ish?
Yeah.
Did you see on that footage what appeared to be the Dodge Journey that you photographed?
Yes, sir.
And did you see whether that vehicle did or did not stop at the Chevron?
Yes, sir. It did not.
And did it stop at the Chevron during
No,
that
sir.
time period? Okay. Could you nevertheless see the vehicle in the Chevron footage?
Yes, sir.
And what did it do?
It would travel north on Ogeechee, turn into the Azalea parking lot road, and drove past the Chevron into Azalea.
Okay, so you can see it in the footage, but it's not stopping at Chevron, it's driving by the Chevron and turning into Azalea Mobile Home Plaza.
Yes, sir.
Did you also collect surveillance footage, security footage from Azalea Mobile Home Plaza?
I did.
From a number of different cameras, correct?
Yes, I believe there was 3.
And did that footage appear to show the Dodge Journey that you photographed entering and driving around in Azalea Mobile Home Plaza during the period of, say, I don't know, 1:15 in the morning to 1:20 something in the morning?
Yes, sir.
On October 5th, 2022.
Yes, sir.
When did you go out and get that Azalea footage?
The same day.
All right, October 7th.
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned that Sergeant Coleman is your sergeant with the crime scene unit, forensics unit.
Yes, sir.
Was he present with you on the 7th when you got that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was he supervising the operations as the sergeant for the unit?
Yes, sir.
And did he see and participate in, you see the footage that y'all were looking at and participate in its collection?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Sometime after the 7th, when you'd gotten this footage from Azalea showing the defendant's car, did you realize that the timestamps for Azalea's cameras appear to be off?
Yes, sir.
Like incorrect?
Yes, sir.
And did you do anything to memorialize what the timestamp discrepancy actually was?
We returned back to the scene and use our phones to we put our phones up to the live view and took pictures of it so we could get a real time compared to their time.
And is the idea there that the time, the time on your phone is accurate?
Yes, sir.
And so you can compare the time showing on your phone to the time showing on the camera and figure out how far ahead or behind it is?
Yes, sir.
Right. And what was the time stamp discrepancy with the Azalea footage? How far ahead or behind the actual time was it?
I believe it was right around 80 minutes.
Behind or ahead?
Behind,
Okay.
if I remember correctly.
On the 7th, when you went out to Azalea to collect the footage initially, did you take some photographs while you were out there?
Yes.
And when did you go back and do this deal with the phones to document the timestamp discrepancy?
On the
Would it refresh your memory to look at the photo card from that?
yes.
Do you see in front of you a document labeled States Exhibit 55?
Yes.
Feel free to look through that and tell me whether it refreshes your memory as to when you went out and memorialized the timestamp discrepancy.
The 9th.
9th of October, 2022.
Yes.
Looking at States Exhibit 55, does it clearly, fairly and accurately depict Azalea as photographed by you on the 7th and as photographed by you on the 9th as well?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move this in States Exhibit 55.
Objection.
And may I publish, Your Honor? All right.
This seems like this is going to go on for a
States
while.
Exhibit 55 is up on the screen, specifically the first image in that exhibit. Is this your photo card from the 7th?
Yes, sir.
And this is the day you initially collected the footage?
Yes, sir.
Now, slide 2, what is this here? What are we looking at?
These are the community dumpsters in Azalea Mobile Home Park.
All right. And what is that we see on the far right side of the frame?
There's a white Jeep
All right.
belonging to one of the staff members of Azalea.
Okay. And that is sitting right next to the standard dumpsters, right?
Yes, sir.
Moving to slide 3, where are we? First of all, where are we?
So we are, this building on my right is the Azalea main office, right as you enter the park. If you look in the distance, you can see the white Jeep from the previous photo.
I've zoomed in here. Is that the white car that we just saw in the last picture?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And off to the left of it, is this one of the dumpsters?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in this picture, zooming back out, did you take this picture?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you standing right underneath the camera?
Yes.
All right. And that camera, is it affixed to
Kind
the
of
side of the management?
It's yeah, I believe it's on a little patio covering.
Say again?
I believe it's on a patio covering.
Okay. And again, were you standing more or less right under it?
Yeah, my camera was right under it.
And was the goal of this photo kind of figure out what direction is this camera looking and what is the field of view going to show in terms of the car sitting at the dumpsters?
Yeah.
Okay. So we see, at least as you're standing there, you can see this car sitting at the dumpsters. But it is a ways off.
Yes, sir.
And what is this in the foreground here, this area that's bounded by this fence?
It's like a little maintenance area where they store, I guess, their machinery. It's in the property, the office property.
Moving on to slide 4, what are we looking at here?
This is the photo log for the 9th, when we return to get the comparison photos from the phone and the timestamp on the videos.
Now, how many cameras did you all collect footage from Azalea for, I don't know, the early morning hours of the 5th and the late night hours of the 4th? Do you remember how many cameras total?
I believe there was 3 cameras at Azalea.
Okay. And did each one of those 3 capture, at least seem to capture the Dodge journey that you photographed?
Yes, sir.
I want to just talk to you about these next few pictures. Slide 5. Where are you as you take this picture?
So this one, I'm inside the office, holding a cell phone here, and then had another officer hold their cell phone on the camera view from outside, and then you have the timestamp right above that.
Okay. What is this monitor here that you're looking at?
That's their computer monitor for inside the office.
And is that monitor showing you the current video feed from that camera that you were just standing under in the previous picture?
Yeah, it's the live view.
Okay. What is the time showing on your phone?
12:20.
Okay. And that's 20 minutes after noon, is that right?
Yes, sir.
On the 9th.
Yes, sir.
And it's the same for the officer standing outside holding a phone up to the camera?
Yes, sir.
Was your iPhone time working that day?
Yes, sir.
Has it ever not been working? That's a no?
No, sir. Sorry.
Okay. Now, this camera is showing, when we zoom in here, it looks like it's showing 10:59.
Yes, sir.
All right. And so is that where you're getting that these cameras were about 81 minutes behind, 80 to 81 minutes behind?
Yes, sir.
And that's because the difference between 10:59 and 12:20 is about 80 to 81 minutes, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, this next image, slide 6, is this you looking at the monitor for a different camera pointing a different direction?
Yeah, same monitor, just different camera.
Oh, same monitor, different camera.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And does this camera that we're concerned with here in image 6, does this point out towards Ogeechee Road?
Yes, sir. That's Ogeechee Road, right past those U-Hauls.
Okay. And that's, you're indicating to like the top right corner of the picture?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can we see any part of the chevron in this image?
Yeah. If you look at my vehicle, the
Well,
chevron's right.
Which one's your vehicle?
The police truck
All right.
on the left side,
All right. And then where's the chevron in relation to that?
just past it.
Okay. Are those U-Hauls in the chevron parking lot?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did this camera have the exact same timestamp discrepancy
Yes, sir.
as the last one?
Yes, sir.
80 to 81 minutes?
Yes, sir.
Slide 7. Same monitor, different camera?
Yes, sir.
And does this one just point the other direction as the camera we were just talking about?
Yes, sir.
All right. And did that camera have the same timestamp discrepancy as the other two?
Yes, sir.
Whole system has the same time, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Therefore, the time discrepancy is going to be the same on all 3.
Yes, sir.
One moment, please, Your Honor. Let me just ask you this, did the cameras themselves appear to be working when you were out there collecting the footage?
They did.
Did you have any issue collecting the footage?
No, sir.
As we were looking at this image, image 6, we see a police truck out there at U-Hauls in the Chevron parking lot.
Yes, sir.
At that time, was there in fact a police truck out there and U-Hauls in the Chevron parking lot?
Yes, sir. That's a live view of what was going on right there.
Okay, so were these cameras accurately capturing what was actually happening in the real world?
Yes, sir.
And does the timestamp discrepancy have anything to do with the accuracy?
Crystal, I didn't even have my mic on, so go on with that. Okay, my
No
mic was
further
off.
questions, Your Honor.
I had it on mute.
Thank you.
You can't hear nothing. It's been muted for like the last 10 minutes.
Mr. Hilliard, before you start, I don't want to take a full break, but if you need to if you feel the need to stand up and just kind of stretch it out, you can feel free to do that. I know you've been sitting for a long time. Oh, just stand up and shake it out a little bit. I'll show you what I do. I recognize you're sitting for a long time.
All right, everyone, shake it out. Yeah, I had my mic off. They're talking about they can hear me eating. Well, you must have some magic ears because my mic wasn't even on. Shake it out. Ah,
All right.
exercise this morning. Ooh.
All right.
All right, I'm good, Judge.
Mr. Hilliard.
Officer Schenker, I'm going to start where you left off because it makes more sense to work back that way because that's where you were at. With regard to these, like State's Exhibit number 55 that we just discussed the 80-minute time discrepancy. Okay. Did you ever do any?
Just a moment. Mr. Schenker's.
Give me 1 second. I think it's me.
Okay.
Is that better? Thank you. Sorry about that, Mr. Schenker. Okay, so let's just start with the Azalea cams first. Okay, so on October 7th and October 9th, you noticed some sort of time discrepancy, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you documented it, and that's what we just dealt with, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever inquiry or find out when the discrepancy began?
No, sir.
You were just sent out there to collect the footage then?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you made no further inquiry other than just to note it?
I personally did not. I don't know if my sergeant. Or
My mic was muted.
And again, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth.
When I
Just
stop
asking you what you
talking, I
did.
mute the
Okay.
mic.
So you noted the discrepancy, but you didn't get to the bottom of it or find out when it started, correct? All right. So let's back up a little bit and go to State's Exhibit 11, which was the one you did prior to that one. So on October 6th, you got the Dodge Journey, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you photographed the Dodge Journey,
Yes,
correct?
sir.
Did you do anything else other than that or just take photographs?
Photographed it. We did alternate light on the vehicle to see if there was any like fabrics or anything from the scene. We did do a couple swabs of the substance in the back, and we did blue star the vehicle.
Well, and that's why I'm asking is just based upon the testimony I heard, it seemed like it was just a bunch of pictures you were taking, but there was a lot more.
Breakfast this morning was scrambled
So
eggs,
How many people were
cheese
out there
grits,
that day on October 6th?
wheat toast, and a
I
fruit
guess
cup.
examining the vehicle.
Myself and Corporal Shriver.
Okay, so two of you.
Yes, sir.
And so you went through the vehicle and you noted the alcohol containers, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you seize those?
Did I see those?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So they were taken into evidence, correct?
No,
They weren't taken into evidence?
No.
Just photographed them.
just photograph.
All right. Just curious, why not?
Didn't feel that they were pertinent to the case.
So you don't think it's pertinent to the case? You don't log it into evidence?
Well, if it's not evidence.
And who determines whether or not something's evidence?
Guess that would be me.
So you determined it wasn't evidence, so you didn't log it, you didn't test it, you didn't swab it, you didn't keep it, correct? All right. Let's go on to the next picture. You had a picture of a natural light can in the back, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was back in the passenger seat. And did you seize that and take that into evidence?
No, sir.
And again, I guess for the same reason, you didn't consider it to be evidence.
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you, whenever someone drinks from a can or touches a can or does something like that, is it possible to have some sort of DNA contact or transference between it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you think that that might be relevant to testing to see who may have been or not been in the truck at that point in time?
It could be, but if they both had, or whoever had access to that vehicle, their DNA and prints would be all over the vehicle.
Okay. All right. But again, you didn't think it was evidence, didn't seize it, didn't test it, didn't do anything further with it, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, the substance in the back of the vehicle, which was kind of weird, okay, admittedly. You did take that.
I like grits with butter, cheese.
And let me
They're
ask
great.
you this. You said it was some sort of kid cereal,
I believe, I'm not 100% sure.
but it wasn't any biological material.
No.
Okay. It wasn't any sort of cleaning solvent or anything like that,
No,
was
sir.
it? Okay. But it was, from what you could tell, and I don't have any reason to think, you're wrong, it was some sort of kid cereal or breakfast cereal of some sort that was in the back.
Yes, sir.
Now, when you were taking pictures of the inside of the van, I'm going to assume you looked throughout the entire thing.
Yes, sir.
Did you ever find any feces or blood or anything like that in it?
We did find a spot that reacted on the driver's side seat, but that was it.
And what was that?
Appeared to be blood. We just blue started it, and it fluoresced. And it was just a little spot on the front driver's seat.
Okay, did you seize that or send it for further testing?
No, sir.
You didn't?
No, sir.
And again, just curious, why not?
Didn't believe at the time it was pertinent.
Why didn't they test any of this stuff?
Now,
They didn't test none of it. They seen
with
things that
regards
looked like
to
blood, but didn't
the
test
rest of
it.
the vehicle, did you find anything else of any substance in there? Of any relevance?
There was a spot in the back that we took swabs of and logged in. And there was a couple fibers from the back seat or the back of the vehicle that we collected and logged in.
And what did you do with them once you swabbed them and collected them and logged them in?
That was all I did with them.
Okay. And just out of curiosity, if you look at number 15 from State's Exhibit 11, did
Right?
you-
They didn't
what was
test
this
hardly anything,
orange
did they?
thing in this
They
white
found all
thing in the
kinds of
back?
things they didn't test.
Those are traffic vests, kind of like safety vests. And then the white paper was from the dentist, I believe it was.
Okay.
Paperwork.
And what's the little orange thing on the ground right there?
I believe that was another safety vest.
All right, and that was the extent of everything that you found or found relevant from the car, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's back up and go to State's Exhibit number 10. And actually, it might be easier to look at State's Exhibit number 9. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's do that because it's a better overview and the other ones are just a lot of pictures to thumb through. So you took a bunch of pictures of the house and the surrounding area, correct?
Yes, sir.
So looking at State's Exhibit 9, and again, don't want to put words in your mouth, but from what my recollection was, there was a pool in the back, and there was a set of dining room doors and a set of living room doors that led out to the pool area, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it looked like, and again, not trying to put words in your mouth, just going from my recollection, that the living room doors opened into a play area,
Yes, sir.
and the dining room doors open directly onto the patio area. Is that a fair and accurate assessment of what the pictures you took?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, when you got there, well, I guess it was on October 5th, correct?
Being dumb.
When you got there on October 5th, you were sent around to take all the pictures that you took in State's Exhibit 10, correct?
Yeah.
All right. And Mr. Dean asked you
I know,
to
Ducky.
discuss and go through what it took to go from the front door to, I guess, the living room.
You
door.
can't just say it's blood. You got to prove it's blood.
But based upon that, it's a much shorter trip to go from the front door to the dining room door, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's not nearly as circuitous, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I can't tell from the picture, so I'm
Don't let
gonna have
this
to
dude
ask
be
you.
on the
The
case.
dining room door opens right out onto the patio, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The living
They don't
room
even
door
test
opens
the
into
blood.
play area, correct?
It's the same patio. It's just got a little gate.
Right. And it
But
seems
yes.
to me, again, not putting words in your mouth, but the play area seemed kind of cordoned off. And the dining room doors didn't. It kind of opened straight into the pool area.
Yes, sir.
Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, sir.
So it's much easier to get out to the
Bad
dining
police
room door
work.
into the
Bad
patio
police work
than
right
the living
here.
room door, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you were there that day, were those doors open, closed? What were they?
All the doors were closed when I got there.
Were they unlocked?
I believe so, yes.
So you didn't have any problem opening and closing, or the dining room doors, were they relatively easy to open and get through?
Yes, sir.
And the living room doors, same thing. Were they relatively easy to open and get through?
Yes,
They
sir.
didn't test nothing.
Did you have any difficulty getting through them?
No, sir.
And again, was there anything that indicated that the doors may have been kicked, smashed?
If she
broken,
walks,
any
I'm
way,
going to be
shape, or
so
form?
mad.
No, sir.
I'm going to start breaking
So
shit.
operable.
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Dean asked about the route, I guess, through the downstairs. It's kind of a fairly odd layout in the downstairs area. I think that's safe to say, correct?
Yes, sir.
But
This clown
was the
has-
kitchen in use?
Yes, sir.
And it was usable, correct? Was the living room in use and usable?
Yes, sir.
The dining room in use and usable?
Yes, sir.
And the front area that we're talking about, where you first enter into the front door area, that front door area enters, what's the street that?
Why would they not test the blood?
Buckhalter.
So that's Buckhalter Road.
Yes, sir.
And the dining room and the living room, they open towards the pool, but I assume that's more around back to where the driveway and the garage and all of that was.
Yes, sir.
Again,
If she
misstating
walks,
it
I'm
or
going looking for this
just
cop.
trying to understand.
Okay, I'm going to
But
go
that
look
seems to
for him.
me
Be like, you did a terrible job.
and the area had a gate on it, if I'm not mistaken. I remember you taking a picture of a truck.
Yep.
So there was a gate, and the gate goes around to the back.
I would
Right.
go raise hell.
Yep.
So wouldn't that indicate that the main entrance and egress to the house is through the back, not the front?
Sure.
Well, I mean, you know the layout better than I do. So,
I don't know what entrance they used, but yes.
okay. So now, when you were taking all of these pictures and you took a number of them, you
They
took
better have
475, right?
Something like that.
Somewhere there about a lot.
Yep.
Okay. I'm not saying these are
Didn't
all
test
them, but you
anything
took a
either.
lot.
Thank you, Christy
Um,
Ford. Thank you, Ducky.
When you came across the pictures,
You guys
you
rock.
said it was vomit that was in the pack and play, correct?
I believe it was.
You believe it was.
But you didn't test it.
Seize it?
Yes.
Did you send it off for testing?
I did not detect it.
So you basically did your job, seized it, handed it off to the detectives, correct?
Yes.
But the one thing is you're sure it wasn't blood, correct?
I'm not sure.
You said it
It
won't.
didn't look like it, did it?
It did not look like blood.
And not a trick question. You answered this question for Mr. Dean quite readily, so I'm not trying to trip you up. Okay. So it was.
I wasn't
believed to be
afraid. I was going to go
blood.
talk to him about his bad
You don't
police
know how
work.
old
I
it was
wouldn't
or how
hurt
long it
anybody. I love people.
Now, did you notice anything else of any significance in that front room? I noticed at least there was at least two other cribs or I guess beds in there. Did you notice any urine, feces, vomit, diapers, things like that in the area as well?
I don't recall.
If you had noticed anything like that, would you have taken pictures of it and recorded it?
Yes.
Did you take any pictures of it and record it?
I don't think so.
All right, so
I'm feeling Casey
And-
Anthony vibes already.
So this was pretty much the extent of what you did in the case, correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you review the
475
went and
pictures,
seized
475 guesses.
from Azalea?
That's
And
what
that's-
about what it
so
seemed.
that was you that went out and picked it up, seized it, and then I guess you forwarded it to the detectives, correct?
I'm not going to jail again.
Computer at work.
Go protest this office. Fire this cop. Terrible job.
And does that conclude your involvement in the case?
Pretty much yes.
So there's nothing else you did of any evidentiary or investigatory importance?
Donut cop.
Pretty
Donut
much
cop.
everything that we discussed and talked about here today.
Laziness.
Thank you, Officer Fink. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Just a moment. Turn to the state. Is there any redirect?
You were asked about blood in the car, and you mentioned something about this spot on the driver's seat fluorescing.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what you mean? Or blue star or something like that?
The blue star is the chemical we use to look for, it reacts to the hemoglobin in blood. And it will fluoresce blue. So we sprayed the whole vehicle with it. It's a liquid. And the only part that fluoresced was on the front driver's side seat.
But you didn't
Take a
test
step by
it.
step. You spray the whole vehicle with this chemical, right?
Yes, sir.
And what
It
do you
will
do?
also
You next
react to
turn off the
rust.
lights?
Yeah, it's
True.
gotta be completely dark.
Okay.
Or
then
as
I
dark as
learned
possible.
that in Adam
again, step by
Montgomery.
step, once you've turned off the lights, what do you do?
Then we spray the vehicle. We would spray each seat, the floorboard, and then see if there's a reaction. If there's no reaction, then we'll move on to another area, and then another area. And if we get a reaction, then we'll photograph it.
Okay. And then what does it mean for something to fluoresce or react on when you spray it with the blue star chemical?
It lights up blue.
Okay. Lights
No
up.
donuts for this
Okay.
guy.
Yes, sir.
It kind of glows a little bit.
Yes, sir.
First of all, this spot on the driver's seat that had this reaction, was it, before you turned the lights off and sprayed that chemical on it, did it appear to the naked eye to look like blood or not?
I don't believe so.
Okay, just like a little spot?
Yeah.
And where in the driver's seat was it?
It would be pretty much right where you would sit.
Right where you would sit?
Yeah.
Like dead center in the driver's seat?
Yeah, pretty
Okay.
much.
And how big was it?
It was just a small, line.
Blood is not the only thing that react to blue star. They did the same thing in Adam Montgomery's
A
car.
little bigger than a pinpoint, but not a lot.
Okay. And does the blue star reaction necessarily mean it's blood?
No, it's just a presumptive test.
It could be
Now,
rust.
did you
Rust
take
will react
pictures
to
of
it
that
too.
spot before you had turned the lights off and sprayed it with the blue star?
Yeah.
And did you take pictures of that spot with the lights off, glowing blue with the blue star chemical on
I
it?
did.
And did you make those images available to detectives?
I did.
And is it detectives who ultimately make the decision about what particular things in the case need follow up?
Yes.
Thank you.
Just one more. And just not to belabor the point, but that was one of those things that.
I agree,
followed,
Spunky.
Correct.
I didn't believe it did.
Follow question I got. Thank you, Jeff.
All right. Is there any reason not to excuse this witness?
There you go.
All right, you are excused, sir. Thank you.
It's a little bit different than luminol. A little bit different. He was a big old dummy. Okay. If she walks, we're blaming this cop right here. Okay. He didn't test no blood.
It's a good time
Didn't
for a
test
short
the
comfort
vomit.
break unless you want to. Okay. I'm getting head shakes. Yes. So again, we're going to take a short comfort break. You're going to remain here in the jury deliberation room. Don't discuss the case. Don't do any research in this short time. Don't expose yourself to any media or social media. All right. Let's take 15 minutes. We'll be back at 11.
All right. Time to open the phone lines up. What do y'all think about this big dummy right here? Okay. all kinds of blood, vomit, everything. He didn't test any of it. He didn't test any of it. This is almost blows my mind. If this lady walks, it's going to have to do with shitty police work. Good Lord.
Hello. How do you like that guy being a moron?
I couldn't believe it. I mean, he's seen stuff that he thought was blood, but didn't test it. You know, to throw up, he didn't test it. He didn't test anything. If you're going to commit a crime, do it in Georgia. They don't test for blood.
Well, apparently Georgia and Kentucky's got that down because we've had three women here. I mean, within a rock throwing distance from my house that have witnessed. And here in
Let's take a
Kentucky, the
recess
same
till
way.
11. But before we go,
And these people are walking.
Yeah.
Mr. Dean, is this where you're going to call Detective?
I'm so dumbfounded by that. I mean, that's got to be the dumbest. Oh, God, I don't even have words. It's got to be the dumbest person I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it.
He'll
Hold
determine
on
how
one
you wish
second.
to proceed with that one way or the other.
Let me turn that down for a second. They have,
No, you're good.
they're about to go to break, but they were just saying a little bit more stuff. Yeah, I can't quite believe what just transpired there. Like if you found blood, it seems like that would be the first thing you sent to the lab.
And then he gets up and smiles over at her attorneys, and I'm just like, somebody punch him in the face as he's walking out.
Well,
Please, somebody get up and hit him.
Okay,
Oh.
so far we don't have any evidence that she killed a baby. We're on day 2, 0 evidence that she killed this baby. And is there any blood? We don't know right now. It appears there's no blood. They haven't pictured a murder weapon. They haven't showed a murder weapon. Then how did she bludgeon this baby to death? It seems like there'd be blood everywhere if she beat the baby to death with something.
Listen, I just pray the rest of the cops there have some common sense.
Yeah, I hope they did their job, and it appears they didn't.
Like that guy got up that morning, I'm sure, and said it's too damn early for this and just walked through.
Yeah.
'Cause that's what that feels like.
Yeah, he didn't want to do the paperwork. He didn't want to bag and tag everything. You know, that's what it seems like to me, too, that he was like, oh, yeah, it appeared to be blood. Did you test it? Nope. You know, he just said nope. He was too busy taking pictures to do anything else. He's like,
Was he, I wonder, was his part brought in after we knew that he was dead, or was this when it was still a missing child investigation, too?
I think in the beginning, most of the pictures were when it was a missing child investigation.
I mean, I still, as a human,
But that
look, there's blood, there's a kid missing.
When they were doing the car testing, they knew something was up by that point, and they still didn't, you know, test everything. I mean, it seems like if you seen blood in the car, you would have swabbed it, put those samples aside, and then sprayed it with luminol so you don't destroy the evidence, or the Blue Star, because Blue Star and luminol is a little bit different. Blue Star will pick up things that luminol won't sometimes, but it will react, just like Big Bird said, to mold, react to rust and different items. So that's why it's so important to test it, because you don't know what it's reacting to, because it will glow to other things other than blood. So,
and you know, my fear is, and I've watched both cases, and this is what this reminds me of right now from the jump, is this is going to be another Casey Anthony.
Well, we ain't heard her defense of how this baby died yet. You know, they haven't even got into it. It's like they're scared to discuss it.
Well, I'm sure she's going to say, I don't know. At this point, hell, she better say, I don't know.
I don't know how the baby died either. Because
I'm just as puzzled as you all are.
Yeah,
I mean, really.
Yeah, and then to say, hey, I got scared, I freaked out, I disposed of the body, and she's looking at 10 to 15 years in prison, not the rest of her life.
My God.
She's definitely going to prison. She ain't going to walk, that's for sure, because she's guilty of the disposing of the body, lying to the police. That's going to get her some years, but the big thing here is the murder case itself. So,
I'm just hoping that boyfriend's got enough sense to say, I'm not taking a rap for you.
Yeah, I think they may point the fingers at each other, and that is even more doubt. So, hey, look, I appreciate you calling in.
No worries, thanks.
All right, peace. Yeah, it's almost mind blowing that they haven't tested anything. That cop walked through there. He's seen things that look like they could have been evidence, and he just kind of blew right past it, like, oh, no big deal. And if they did give it to the detectives don't sound like they tested any of it. It sounds like the cops are really unprepared today. Dolly.
Hey, Dolly, it's Big Bird.
Hey, Big Bird.
Oh my goodness. Were you feeling like you needed to yell at the screen? Because I was yelling.
Yes, what terrible police work is that, right?
Like,
wow. Yeah, it looked like blood. Did you test it? No.
he should probably change his field of work to DCYF, child services.
I know, right?
Right in.
Like a social worker paying no attention to nothing, just wanting to take pictures. He might need to be a photographer.
Maybe. We have some beautiful leaves here in New England. He can come peep here. I'm sure he would stick out like a sore thumb.
Yeah, a ginger photographer. But he you know, like, wow. I'm thinking if you commit crimes, do it in Tennessee and Georgia.
Yeah. And I mean, did you see when they showed, I don't even want to say her name because I just don't have very much respect for her, but Quinton's mom, when he was done speaking, to testify, she didn't look as, I don't know. She just,
even she knew he was dumb. Leilani,
yeah, I was trying.
Leilani Simon ain't that dumb.
Well, that was one bad right there. He had 1 point for us. This is bad, Dolly. This is really bad. I hope they have some good witnesses coming up.
Why do you think?
And I hope they don't pour a jury.
Big Bird, why do you think they haven't said anything about how the baby died? You was there with me.
Because they don't know.
For Adam Montgomery, they talked all about how he beat that baby to death. That was the whole point of the trial. Was he stopped at this red light, beat the baby. He stopped at this red light, beat the baby. He was beating the baby, covered the baby. It was all about how Harmony Montgomery died. This whole we're 2 days in, and they haven't even mentioned one word of how this baby died.
I think my opinion is they're going to use that video that they showed on the first day, her, unaliving, wanting to unalive herself video, and in the malice that she had for human life, because she was disregarding Quinton in that video. She barely mentioned him.
Yeah.
And, her mind state, they're going to use that as her mind state because it wasn't long before that. They're going to use the fact that she was on drugs and, she was not well.
But is that enough?
Arguing with Danny.
Do you think that's enough?
I don't think so. I don't think it's going to be enough. I think, honestly, what they're setting this up for is a mistrial and or a not guilty verdict, at least on the M charges.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. There's no way she's escaping the disposing of the body or the lying to the police. But this all hinges on the murder case. The other shit ain't even that important.
I'm thinking the only thing that I think is going to would be a hole in one is if there's really like some type of text message or Billy Joe or Danny really flipped on her.
Yeah.
And they have some type of written or oral conversation that happened, either text message, a note, or a comment, or who knows how out of her mind she was when she was going on drinking and partying.
The prosecution showed a text message that pointed the finger at Danny, right? Why would you show that message? Why would you even show that? It don't help your case if she's blaming Danny, right? And they still showed it. And in the video, my thing about this is the video itself made you feel bad for Leilani. Like, whose side is the prosecution on, right? Like, all y'all did was make me feel bad for the girl and then didn't tell me how the baby died.
Well, and the other thing I was thinking too, I think PJ had mentioned it, is the postpartum.
Yeah.
Postpartum, because the baby girl, Sky, was real little when this all happened. So is that what they're going to use with all this mental health talk, drug talk? That's how I feel. I'm speechless about it.
Yeah, you got to buckle up with this one because this could end up anywhere. You know what I'm saying? I don't know which direction this is going in right now, but it's a weird one.
And I think this is going to drag out and it's going to get really boring, like some of the witnesses at Adam's trial.
Yeah.
And at Karen Reed's. I mean, we've seen a lot of trials recently where there's not enough evidence and they think the prosecution thinks it's a hole-in-one, and they're not going to get that hole-in-one with witnesses and evidence like
You
this.
can't board a jury into a coma where they're not paying attention. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Yep.
And that happens a lot in some of these court cases. People start losing. They start forgetting about what's been said because you got these boring, long. Usually it's the expert witnesses that go into talking about things you don't quite understand. Then it starts to get a little boring.
Probably about a week and a half ago, I had a class at school because I'm back in school to get my law degree. And one of the classes, we had a expert witness come in and talk to us about the strategies of planning in a witness list and how you present them. And they literally talked about how you present, you know, someone intriguing, then someone that is not so much, and then, you know, a really important witness, and that you never want to have these expert witnesses testify and drag it out for more than an hour and a half.
Yeah.
You never, ever, ever want to. So I'm really confused as to why they're doing things the way they are. And I think that unless they have some big ball they're going to throw into the game, then we're done. And like, Quinton may not get justice. Neither will his siblings, because they obviously were in the room, you know what I mean? Or close by. And it's really sad. And some laws need to change. And I say this is every single case, some laws need to change. And it's baffling, Dolly. I really
it's another case like Harmony where CPS failed Quinton too, you know, giving them to Billy Joe. So look, hey, I appreciate you calling in, Big Bird. You be good.
You too. Have a good day.
All right, peace.
Nice talking to you. Bye.
I got to meet Big Bird in New Hampshire when we were sitting in on the Adam Montgomery case. And that is one of the things, it's true. You don't want to board a jury into a coma to where they're not paying attention. Dolly.
Into a coma.
Hello.
Hey, Dolly. It's Amy from San Antonio.
Hey, Amy.
I have one silly question first, but then I'll follow up. So my question is this the prosecution or the defense?
I think it's both the defense. It seems like everybody's on Leilani's side but us. You know
I'm asking, is this the prosecutor that's questioning right now?
Well, it was. Then you heard the defense asked him some questions about. So it was both of them, but mostly the prosecution.
I see Top Mom number 2 happening, and it's happening in Georgia. It just went a state up, you know. I'm not feeling good about this. You know, it's looking like the defense, you know, when you talked about the one sock being in that pool.
Yeah.
So that makes me think, you know, the prosecution talking about, yeah, she was on drugs and this and that was going on. It was chaotic. Okay, think about maybe baby Quinton toddled out to that pool. He trying to get away from them arguing over drugs and their relationship. He gets out to that pool alone, drowns. She freaks out. Now, the whole thing with that pillow and what could be on it. Now, my sister, I told you before, is a mortician. She doesn't think it's blood, but I mentioned that fireball. What if Leilani had given little Quinton some of that drink to calm him down during the night to go to sleep, and he had drowned, but then vomited up?
You know, one thing, when a baby starts to cry, right? When you're crying so hard that you start to choke, and you see that, I've seen babies do that, be crying with it, and then they start to gag and throw up. So from excessive crying, sometimes kids will vomit.
Yes, and she could have had spanked him, gave him something to drink, laid him down, and because of the excessive, crying, he could have vomited all that up. Now, that is so stupid. I was drinking my first cup of coffee, coming in late, and I heard that cop say, yeah, we didn't test it. And I'm like thinking, wait, who is this on the stand? And I realized
you only get one chance. You only get one chance if they find her not guilty. And here's the thing: when they thought that was blood in that car, it should have been tested, right? Even
Yeah.
before they sprayed luminol on it or the blue star,
Thank you.
they should have
They should have scraped
swabbed.
up,
Exactly.
got scraped up a sample, then sprayed. Because I bet you what they're going to try to come back with later is, oh, well, the sample could have been taken, but it was destroyed because of that chemical, but it still reacted. So they're still going to try to throw out that reasonable doubt.
Yeah,
But so is the defense.
They're trying to say there's blood without proving there's blood.
Okay, and what is all that crap in the back? Is that white powdery? They said it was from cereal, they thought.
I guess. I mean, I don't know. I don't know exactly what it is. I'm not an expert on white powders.
Okay.
But
Well,
I know it ain't Colombian Bam Bam because it would have been up late.
Right. Oh, no, she wasn't going to let none of that be around.
Yeah. She wouldn't have wasted. She wouldn't have wasted that, right? She would have wasted.
No, none of that would have been wasted. But forensically, the white powdery substance could have been some type of a cereal. What if they did find some of that with him? You know, we just don't know what could come out, what's going to come out. Let's hope something does.
It could have been detergent to try to cover up to clean the vehicle. It could have been.
And didn't she was trying to say that the smell came from some food she threw away.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know,
Well, let's just hope and pray that we get justice for little Quinton Simon. That's all we can hope for.
So far, I'm seeing bad police work. Just bad police.
Oh, man. That dude, when he was standing up and fastening his little coat around his fat potato self, he needed to go put in his 2 weeks. Because if he got any kind of pension coming, dude, just go collect it.
Yeah.
You have no business even being on the police force.
Big Bird said it best. He needs to go work for Child Protective Services. They're good at doing nothing.
Yeah, he already qualifies. Yeah. All right, he got a new career headed. All right, well, thank you, guys. Hey, bye, PJ.
All right, Dolly.
Hi, Dolly. This is Hope from New York.
Hey, Hope.
Hi. I was floating around two other theories that maybe he got like a shaken baby syndrome or a concussion because she beat him so much that he could have passed away and they panicked, or with all the substance around the house, the baby could have
got into
something.
it. Yeah, got into some of her drugs, took some
that killed him, and so there might not be any evidence of blood. And
but what do you think about them seeing something they believe is blood and not testing?
That is so upsetting. When he said that, the judge must have wanted to put her hand over her head and shake it. Like, really? You didn't test?
Like, you just might as well came up there for the defense. That's how the cop you were. Like, are you trying to put this lady in jail or are you trying to let her go? Because it sounds like you're trying to let her go.
I'm surprised that
she beat her to death, but there's no blood in the car. There's no blood in the playpen. There's no murder weapon. How the hell do you prove she did anything?
I know. And if you were saying about that text from the boyfriend or whoever he was.
Yeah.
I mean, I hope they bring that up because maybe they do have the wrong person.
Well, I mean, I PJ told me yesterday I may have planted that in her head because I was the one talking to her about Danny beating on the kid. I was like, when you whip your kid, does he always watch the kid? So I was asking her questions when I was down there talking to her. And she told me that Danny did beat on the kid. She told me that in person, so.
Although no one's seen him do that, right? They've only seen her do that.
Yeah, the little girl is going to take the stand. I think it's going to be real damaging to Leilani, the babysitter's daughter, because she hung out with Leilani. She was at the house a lot. Even when the babysitter watched Quinton, he would be at her house. She didn't watch him at Leilani's house. But that little girl, her daughter, would hang out and go swimming in that green ass pool, and she would always be out there playing. So the little girl knows all kinds of things.
Well, she'll be the star witness, and hopefully
That's what I think. Like, all the information that I was getting, and I'm talking about the scoop, was coming a lot from this little girl. Like, this little girl knew everything that was going down because she would hang out at the house with them. And she would see them fight. She would see how, Leilani acted. She seen her slap Leilani in the street. I mean, Leilani slapped Quinton. So, I mean, that don't mean, you know, any proof that she killed him, but it does show that she was abusing that baby.
And like I said, he could have died from a concussion because babies cry and don't stop crying if they have a concussion.
Yeah, well,
So
we're going to find out. It's not looking good right now. You know?
Yeah, so if they lose the case, it'll be because of the cop. If they win the case, it'll be because of the star witness.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I appreciate you calling in, Hope.
Okay.
I hope she gets found guilty.
I do too. All right. Take care.
All
Bye.
right. Peace. Yeah, the little girl knows a lot of information, but it still don't prove she, you know, even with her saying she whipped on Quinton, you can abuse somebody and be not kill them. Okay. I know that sounds crazy. You can be abusive as hell and not kill the person. And then you still have to prove she did it, right? They have no blood. So far, you've seen what they had. They have no blood. Whatever blood they did have, they didn't test. They didn't test the vomit. Or if they did test it, they don't have the results right now, and court's already started. So what good is it to test it after court, after they find her not guilty? We're going to test the vomit? Yo, you can't charge her again. It's double jeopardy, right? So you get one shot to prosecute this lady. And I just think so far what I'm hearing is, I hate to say it, some horse shit. It's nothing really against her. Like, we know she did it, right? I think everybody in here knows she did it, but you still got to prove she did it. So, I mean, if we're thinking this right now, shaking our head at this cop, like, why didn't you test it? Why didn't you test it? Why didn't you test it? The jury is thinking the same thing we're thinking. Well, how do we know, you know, if she beat this kid to death, there'd be blood, right? Why ain't there no blood in the car? If there was blood in the car, they just dropped the ball on that. There's no blood in the playpen. There's no blood in the car. There's, you know, they thought they saw blood, but that was throw up. Usually, like, blood oxidizes, it turns brown or a blackish color, a really dark brown. Blood don't stay bright red for very long. Okay, it'll start to get like a brown tint to it. But you know, in that throw up could have been some blood. The throw up looked bright red, like he may have been eating something red. I don't know. Let me open the phone lines back up. We got a few more minutes before they get back into court. They took a 15-minute recess, and that 15 minutes is almost up. Dolly. Yeah, Doug.
Doug from Tennessee.
What's up, Doug?
Hey, man, I got them people figured out.
Do you? What is it?
Yep. Their relation is Fife. Barney Fife of Andy Griffith.
Barney?
Everyone in the damn car.
Not the brightest. I mean, even I know to test the stuff.
Yeah, but they're kin to Barney Fife.
I can't believe they seen something that looked like blood and didn't test it.
They ain't doing nothing. They just, like you said, they're there for a paycheck.
Good Lord. Good.
They're there for
okay.
They're there for a paycheck.
Doug, we are back. So call back on our next break.
All right. Later, Dolly.
All right. Peace.
Leilani Simon. We took a break and we're about to resume now for testimony, continued testimony. Is the state ready?
Turn her mic up.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready?
The defense is ready, Judge.
All right, please bring out the jurors.
How many of them are sleeping with BJ? All of them, apparently. They ran the Dolly train. Okay, they ran the Dolly train. Good Lord. You had to go take your blood pressure medicine. So did I. Choo choo. I wonder how many times Billy Joe's heard choo choo. I don't know. She was one of those Georgia prostitutes. I mean, she was.
So,
I ain't even making that up.
as the jurors are being seated, thank you very much. I welcome you back from our break. And just to confirm, no one's discussed the case or seen any news, stories, or media. All right. So we are going to begin now, and we'll turn to the state to call its next witness.
Marion Lemons.
The evidence you shall give the court and jury on the trial of this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes, ma'am.
Here we go.
All right. Good morning, Detective. When you're ready, Mr. Dean.
Good morning. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your first and last name?
Yes, I'm Marion Lemons. It's Marian, Lemons, Lemmons.
And where are you from?
Richmond Hill.
And did you go to high school in Richmond Hill?
Did.
Are you a detective with the Chatham County Police Department?
Not currently.
Okay, but do you work for the Chatham County Police Department?
Yes.
Okay. When did you join the Chatham County Police Department?
Late 2018.
And can you describe your education leading up to joining the police department?
Yes. In May of 2018, I graduated from University of Georgia with a bachelor's in criminal justice.
And when did you go to the police academy?
Late 2018.
Okay. Had you already been hired on by the Chatham County Police Department at that point?
Yes.
And they sent you to the academy?
Yes.
And when did you finish the academy?
December of 2018.
And from that point, what did you begin doing for the Chatham County Police Department?
I did about a year and a half on patrol.
And after patrol, did you move into any specialized unit?
Yes, I went to the detectives unit.
And what do you all call the detectives unit formerly at Chatham County Police Department?
The Criminal Investigations Division, or CID.
I want to ask you just a couple questions about the organization of CID at this point. Okay.
Chatham County Police, a bunch of backwoods.
Who comprises the detectives unit or CID?
So in that division, there are several detectives who are general crimes detectives. We investigate everything. There's 2 sergeants who oversee us. There was a lieutenant at that time, and then a captain.
And how does CID become involved in any given case?
Typically, we are kind of like the follow-up unit. When a patrol officer goes out to a scene, they collect the initial information, and if it needs additional follow-up, it'll be sent over to the detectives unit. Or, like in this case, if something immediate and urgent is happening, a detective will respond out.
Now, as of October 2022, how long had you been with CID again?
About 2 years.
Okay. And
You become a detective in Georgia in a week. Okay. If you can spell your name, you make the detective division.
In the way of homicide investigations.
I have taken, I believe it was in 2021, I took the homicide investigations course with GIPSTIC, which is the Georgia Public Safety Training Center. It's kind of like the mother agency.
Did she say dipshit? I took training with dipshit or dipstick.
Can you describe that? How long was it?
It was 5 days, and it was at the center in Forsyth County.
She got dipshit training.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
It was in city, Forsyth City.
Okay. As of October 2022, had you taken any other pertinent courses at GIPSTIC?
Gypstick. More like
I also
dipstick.
took Child First, which is a course kind of showing the best practices for interviewing children. And I've also taken interviews and interrogations, probably some other minor ones up to that point.
Can you describe
Dipshit training.
best practices for interviewing children through the Child First training that you mentioned?
Yeah, so interviewing children and adults is different. You want to be kind of broad with your questioning. Children are hyperactive too, so you want to make sure you can keep them on, track.
Now, this child first, child interview training, how did you?
Not looking good.
Volunteer, or were you voluntold, as they sometimes say?
Volunteer.
And why was that?
So, like I said, our unit's general crimes, but we do kind of specialize. At that time, I had an interest in working child crimes. So any training I could get on the subject, I wanted to go to.
And as of 2020, October of 2020,
I took plenty of
did you have
dipshit
any,
training.
collateral duties involving crimes against children?
In 2020?
As of October 2022, were you involved in the investigation of crimes against children?
Yes, I was.
Can you tell us about that?
Yep. So at that point, I was a part of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation's Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force, which mainly focuses on child exploitation. I also did a large number of child abuse and child molestation cases.
In your normal capacity as a detective with the Chatham County Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So as of October 2022, you had investigated child abuse cases?
Yes.
And had you investigated child deaths?
I had.
And had you investigated homicides?
I have.
And had you investigated any child abductions?
No.
And why is that?
They very rarely happen, if ever.
What?
Now,
that shit happens all the time.
Positions. What are you doing currently?
I'm currently at the counter narcotics team.
Okay. What is the counter narcotics team?
It is a joint task force in Chatham. It's a collection of different law enforcement officers from different agencies in the area.
They look for meth head.
And how
Billy
long
Joe's
have you
the
been
informant.
The counter narcotics team.
About 10 months.
You guys call that CNT?
We do.
Is that why when I asked you at the outset, are you a detective with the Chatham County Police Department, you said no?
Yes.
Okay, so you're tasked out to CNT.
Yes.
But you still get paid
Yes.
by Chatham County Police?
Yes.
Okay. Are you a task force officer with any other task forces other than the counter narcotics team?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that, please?
Yes. Beginning last year, I was a task force officer with the Federal Bureau of Investigation's Child Crime Unit.
And are you still on that task force?
I am.
And how did you get involved in that?
So I had expressed my interest in working those kind of crimes, and I had worked jointly with the local FBI office on several cases, and I was asked to come over.
Now, with that background, I want to ask you about October 5th, okay? And I first want to ask
He went from dipshit training to the FBI. Good Lord.
Did you respond to 535 Buckhalter
I did.
on October 5th, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. I think we heard one witness say that you may have been the first detective for CID present on the scene. Is that accurate?
No.
Okay. Who was there from CID before you?
Detective Wilkins and Detective Noble.
Okay. About what time of day did you arrive? Best of your recollection.
I believe it was after 12.
So when you got there, I'd like to ask you some questions to just kind of set the scene.
Yep.
Who was there and what was going on?
So by the time I got there, both Detective Wilkins and Noble were there. Our forensics team had the drone up and they were beginning kind of a grid search with patrol officers. And we had several outside agencies coming to assist in the grid search.
Outside agencies, who are we talking about?
Yeah, we had a bloodhound, I believe, from Beaufort or maybe Liberty County out there that was trying to track. We had mounted patrol from Savannah was out there. Our Marine Patrol unit was out there, and I believe the sheriff's office as well.
Mounted patrol, meaning horse
Horses,
patrol?
yes.
Okay. All hands on deck.
Yes.
Did you yourself ever enter the residence during your period of time on scene?
Yes.
And how did that come about?
I asked Sergeant Stewart to kind of give me a layout where everyone was staying, what the house looked like, since he was already familiar with it.
And did you go in? Where did you go in, and what did you look at?
I went through the front door into the main living area for the family and looked at where Quinton's playpen was.
And what did you make of the playpen when you looked at it? Any observations that you remember?
It was covered in stains, specifically, a large one on the pillow.
Okay. And what did that stain to you appear to be?
Vomit.
And did it smell like vomit to you?
Yes, immediately when I walked through the front door, I smelled vomit.
They're vomit
Well, I'd
experts,
like to
but not blood experts.
pull up a picture for you.
Give me a second.
So I mean, there's some on the lip right here that I can see, and then on the actual bedding, there were several stains.
Okay, so all this stuff around the edge there, did that appear to you to just be kind of general grime and dirtiness?
Yes.
Did it appear to you to be blood?
No, I was thinking more like Cheeto fingers and the kid touching the side.
Okay, as someone who was actually in the room and looked at it, that's what it looked like to you?
Yes.
Now, this is image 32 from State's Exhibit 10. And Officer Schenker, I think, said it appears redder on the screen than it appeared in the residence. Do you agree with that?
I do.
Yeah, I mean, I published a paper version for the jury just by kind of getting a little black and white here.
Yes.
Actually, pass that around.
I agree. It needed to be tested.
Just to be clear, did this substance appear to you to be blood?
No.
You said it looked like vomit.
Smelled like vomit. Yeah.
How do you know you didn't test it? Or you're a vomit expert? Did you take that in dipshit class? PJ, she looks like Elizabeth Keene with blonde hair.
Now, I would like to play for you
I'm waiting for Raymond Reddington to run out.
of what's been introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit 2 and identified as Sergeant Bobby Stewart's body-worn camera footage. Was your observation of the pack and play captured on his body-worn camera?
It was.
And
Blacklist.
did you
Elizabeth Keene. That's who she looks like.
make any statements while looking at it, at the pack and play, about what it smelled like?
Yes, I immediately said it smelled like vomit.
Smelled like vomit? I'm trying to get just right to the right spot here.
Is that the exhibit? Is that the exhibit?
Yes.
Okay, you can hand that back to the state's tape.
It's not mine anymore, John. It belongs to the court.
They all went to dipshit training is what they went to. Now we understand what's wrong. Leilani gonna walk on these murder charges. Watch. This shit sucks. It sucks.
All right. This is State's Exhibit 2, correct?
I'm not sure on the number, but I do remember seeing it.
Okay. In any case, what's the timestamp at the top right corner?
It is 12/31/20.
All right, what are we going to hear you say in this bit that we're going to play?
That it smells like vomit.
I can't stand the smell, so I'm staying out here. They got them on the back porch. They're not in the house.
No gloves.
It smells like vomit.
All right, I've stopped the playback at 12/31/50 on the timestamp in the top right corner of State's Exhibit 2. Did you see anything that looked like blood in the residence in that?
No.
No blood. Okay. No blood, but they want us to believe this baby's been beat to death. Oh my God. Oh my God. She's walking. She's walking. Well, she'll do 15. There was a shortage of gloves, guys. They couldn't afford. They couldn't afford a pair of blue gloves.
What time are we at here?
This is 12:43/12.
And is that you on the far right?
It is.
Not one pair of gloves. They couldn't even share a pair.
Captain Wright, who's in the green shirt with the investigations unit, Captain Fandrich, Lieutenant Thompson, and Lieutenant Foster.
And what is going on at this time?
I'm informing them of our game plan, which was to move Daniel Youngkin, Paul Simon, and Leilani Simon to our main precinct for interviews.
And did that happen shortly after this exchange?
It did.
Okay. How was that arranged logistically?
Some of the patrol officers on scene drove the adults over.
And did they all agree to go in?
They did.
Now, where did you all go? I know you've mentioned it by some kind of shorthand.
Yep.
The precinct. Can you describe in a little more detail where this place is and what it is?
It's the Chatham County Police Headquarters on Chatham Parkway at 295 Police.
God.
And why did you all want to go there?
So we had people showing up on scene, just more patrol officers, more search parties, and then some of the family members were also showing up, and we wanted to take the people that were living at the residence at the time that this occurred and get thorough interviews with each one of them.
Now, before we leave the scene, I want to ask you about what happened to the pillow and pillowcase and the pack and play that we were just looking at. I believe Officer Schenker testified that that was taken into evidence.
Yes.
And was the entire pack and play taken as well?
Yes.
Now, was that pillow and pillowcase and pack and play put into the property room or evidence room at the Chatham County Police Department?
It was.
And did you eventually sign it out?
I did.
And did you give it to FBI agent Savannah Solomon?
Yes.
And was that so that she could send it to the FBI lab for potential forensic analysis?
Yes, it had to be shipped to Quantico, Virginia.
And you were the one that signed it out and gave it to her?
I believe it was me, yes.
Now, how many interview rooms did you all have operational at the Chatham County Police?
Poor Quinton Simon.
At this time.
This is not looking
So
good.
there's only one room that's set up for audio and visual recording.
And how is that room set up for audio and visual recording?
So there's a metal desk. I think it was metal at that time. There's a desk in the middle and then several cameras that are pointing towards one specific wall with whoever that you're interviewing sits against.
Now, is the entirety of the precinct that you're describing open to the public? Like if somebody off the street walks in and wants to walk around, can they access every part of the precinct?
No, they can't.
Can you describe what you mean?
Yeah, so that precinct shares a building with the tag office. And once you get to the police side of it, there's locked doors with the police insignia on front. You can't get past those unless you have a key card. And then specifically where our interview room is, there's an additional set of locked doors you have to get through.
Now, past those locked doors into the police side, where the interview room is, are there sensitive areas in there?
Yes.
Can you describe what those are?
Well, we have a patrol officer offices for all of the command staff is there as well. Forensics is in there. We have our secured property room and records and dispatch.
So when a normal citizen is back there, is it routine for them to be chaperoned or monitored by a police officer at all times?
Yes.
Now, when you arrived, was the defendant already there?
To the precinct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Was there anything that you did between leaving the scene and getting to the precinct?
Yes.
Okay. And is that why she was already there when you got there?
Yes.
Okay. What was it that you did between leaving the scene, 535 Buckhalter, and going to the precinct?
So I was told that there was a older child, I believe he was around 3 years old, Zane, and I wanted to speak with him as well as some family members.
And where was he?
Zane had been brought over to the babysitter, Michelle's residence by that time.
And where is that in relation to this house, 535 Buckhalter?
It's across the street about a block away.
Okay. Did you walk there or drive?
I think I just walked.
Okay. Did you make contact with Zane there?
I did.
And his last name is?
Wharton.
Did you attempt to talk to him?
I did.
Interview him?
Yes.
Can you tell us how that went?
It was on.
First of all, what were you trying to ask him?
Just if he knew where Quinton was. I think I asked if he knew where Quinton likes to hide. I don't know if anything happened last night.
And was that interview productive?
No.
Can you describe what you mean?
Zane was showing me how fast he could run at that time. So his focus was not on me. And it was hard to get him to acknowledge me, not only to answer my questions, but to just acknowledge my existence.
Okay. So is it fair to say that the interview or attempted interview with Zane was kind of a bust?
It was.
And again, how old was he at the time?
At 3.
Okay. But you tried.
I did.
She's questions 3-year-olds
Specific training too.
with dipshit training.
And it just did not work.
It did not.
Not good, people. Not good.
At the scene, we saw an image of the public information officer in Sergeant Stewart's body worn camera slides. What's her name?
Betsy Nolan.
Why was she there?
So anytime there's a critical incident, Miss Nolan will usually do some sort of press release or she'll respond to any media requests for us.
And did media show up to the scene that day at some point?
They did.
Okay. And they had to be kind of held off to the ends of the street to keep the scene secure.
Yeah, at that point, we would have had a grid search in that entire area. So we needed the media to go somewhere specific instead of responding to the scene itself.
Okay. Is it normal for the public information officer to
Wow.
Yes.
Because they want to know what's going on.
Yes.
And she's the one that's responsible for giving a statement from the police.
I understand. They ain't got no
and relaying
evidence.
any information about
None.
what the media needs to put out.
Zero.
In this case, it was a missing child. So she needed them to put out, has anyone seen this child?
Anything unusual or nefarious about Betsy Nolan, the PIO, having been after?
No.
All right. So when you get to the precinct for these interviews, Daniel, Paul, and Leilani are already there, right?
Yes.
Okay. And where were they, the three of them?
When I got there, Daniel was in our main interview room. Leilani was in a spare room that we also used as a lactation or nursing room. And then Paul was in a conference room.
Why were they all in separate rooms?
Because we needed to get their statement individually without any other influence.
And were they transported there separately in the first place?
I'm not entirely sure.
Not good, people.
Who interviewed who?
Yeah. So at that point, we had Agent Snyder's team had joined us. So we had a FBI agent and a detective paired off. So Agent Brad Snyder and I interviewed Leilani. Agent Savannah Solomon, and Detective Noble interviewed Daniel Youngkin. And then Paul Simon was interviewed by Special Agent Burns and Detective Wilkins.
I want to ask you kind of a technical question about the indictment here. There are a number of false statement charges in the indictment.
Yes.
Have you reviewed it?
I have.
And it is an element of the false statements offense in Georgia that the matter that the person was being questioned about was within the jurisdiction of the Chatham County Police Department to investigate, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is it within the jurisdiction of the Chatham County Police Department to investigate the disappearance of a child who lives in Chatham County?
Yes.
Thank you. So you have these local and federal teams, and you said you were paired up with Special Agent Snyder.
Yes.
And what was
Yes.
the thing that y'all did?
So Agent Snyder and I had not spoken to Leilani at that point. We wanted to hear it from her, what had happened in the last 24 hours.
And did you conduct an interview with her at that point, sometime shortly after your arrival?
We did.
I hope not.
And where was that interview conducted?
In the lactation/spare room.
And who all was there?
Myself, Leilani, and Agent Snyder.
And was that interview recorded?
It was.
How was it recorded?
I recorded it on my cell phone.
How was your cell phone?
FBI agent. Sumner
I
County
did a
Police.
video recording and kind of just set it down on the table, and the camera angle is facing up at the ceiling tiles.
Now, what was the goal of this initial interview? What were y'all looking for?
To hear it from her, what had happened in the last 24 hours.
Okay. And did you ask her for an account of her day on October 4th and her night on October 4th in the early morning hours of October 4th?
Yes.
And did she give that to you?
She did.
I don't know, Jennifer, with this bad police work.
You to kind of summarize a lot. But what was that account?
So she described getting her wisdom teeth pulled, returning home with Daniel, eventually getting the kids, getting them, together that night. She talked about laying down to sleep that night. Her tooth started hurting, so she left to get Orajel.
And what time was she saying that Orajel trip was at?
Around 1.
Yeah, where was she saying that she had gone to get that Orajel?
To the Chevron gas station.
And where is the Chevron gas station that she was referring to?
I believe it's 4800 Okeechee Road.
Is it the one that we were looking at in the pictures with Officer Schenker?
Yes.
The one right next to the Azalea Mobile Home Plaza?
Yes.
And who was she saying that she had gotten Orajel from?
Her former coworker, Misty.
Now you've seen the statement that the recorded statement that Lieutenant Foster got from her on scene.
Yes.
Was there a story to you about this Orajel trip that you're talking about her providing in the lactation room initially? Was it substantially the same as what she had told them on scene?
Yes.
Now, in this this first interview in the lactation room, did she mention anything about a trip to her drug?
She's a cop and an FBI agent.
In the night?
No.
Was she asked about her brother Paul's whereabouts through the night?
Yes.
And as best you can remember, what did she say?
I believe she described him returning home that night from work and maybe stopping in to say hello and then going upstairs to his room for the remainder of the night.
Was she asked about Danny's, her boyfriend Danny's whereabouts and activity through the night?
Right.
Say from, 11 p.m. on or something like that?
Yes.
And what did she say about that, as best you remember?
That he was in bed. I believe she said they were watching a movie.
Okay. Well, all night or what point in time?
Before they went to sleep.
Okay.
Around 12:30.
And was she putting him in bed asleep after that point?
Yes.
Was she asked about when Quinton went to bed and where?
Yes.
And what did she say about that?
That around 10:30 she'd put him in his pack and play for the night, He took about 40 minutes kind of doing a babbling, crying until he finally fell asleep.
Was she asked about any drug use
She
that
was.
she might have engaged in that night?
Yes.
And what does she have to say about that?
I believe at that point she said that she had smoked weed.
I try to talk a little softer.
Do you see in front
Thank
of
you, Beverly.
First of all, a disc marked as States Exhibit 12.
Yes.
What is that?
It is the 911 call from the communication center.
Is this something that you eventually obtained and incorporated into your case file?
Yes.
And does that include a certificate of authenticity from the 911 communication center?
It does.
Your Honor, I would move this in as States Exhibit 12.
Okay, it is admitted.
All right, so this is the disc containing the audio of the 911 call that kicked this whole investigation off, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to publish a portion of this recording at this time.
All right, please proceed.
And then I'm going to play.
No gloves, and they didn't test anything.
45 seconds in.
9:38:37 seconds, October 5, 2022.
Where's your emergency? Yeah, I need to come 535 Buck Halter Road. We believe it's coming from kidnapping. 535 Buck Halter? Yeah. You said someone been kidnapped? Yeah, we. Your 1-year-old son?
All right, so I've stopped the playback at 45 seconds in. That file's a few minutes longer, correct?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that the remainder of that is mostly Daniel Youngkin talking?
Yes.
And is that the male voice that we heard on there as well?
It is.
And there's also some.
Not yet.
Of the defendant providing biographical information about her son.
Yes.
And which son did she say it was?
Quinton Simon.
At some point during the investigation, did you learn Quinton Simon's birthday?
I did.
And what was it?
1/8/21.
1/8/21. So that would that put him at 20 months old on October 4th, 5th of 2022?
Yes.
So that's the initial statement that gets the police involved to begin with from the defendant, correct?
Yes.
And what time was that call made? Did you catch it?
I believe it was 9 and 9:40.
You want me to play it again?
Yes.
I bet she practiced it a lot. She's a good actress.
37 seconds, October 5, 2000.
What time was that call?
9:38 a.m.
All right. So let's go back to the lactation room.
Lactation room. Dipship training.
Yes.
Is that the only interview you conducted of the defendant on that day?
No.
All right. Do you see in front of you an envelope containing a thumb drive, the envelope being marked as States Exhibit 13?
Yes.
All
the October 5th interviews of Leilani Simon.
Do those recordings, they're video recordings, correct?
Yes.
From the lactation room on your phone, right?
Yes.
And then later from the interview room?
Yes.
Do those recordings fairly and accurately depict those interviews?
They do.
Now, have those ones been altered or modified in any way?
They've been redacted to comply with the court's orders.
Okay, so some portions have been taken out.
Yes.
All right. At this point, I would like to publish what is on that. Well, let me offer.
It's where mothers go to breastfeed.
States Exhibit 13.
No objections, subject to the redactions, Judge. So.
Exhibit 13 is admitted subject to the redactions.
All right. I'd like to now publish what is on this thumb drive is lactation room first video. Would that be okay, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yeah, we caught a spirit.
And actually, as I opened it up, I realized
That was the last sighting of Quinton, was that video, ghost video.
The next video is close to 30 minutes long. We can play that now, or we can hold it until after lunch. Okay, the general consensus is head yeses, and we can move on. So let's go ahead and hear that video. See that video.
Respond to something.
That's why he's here. Detective Lemons, I haven't met you yet. I wasn't at the scene earlier, but I just wanted to come here and talk to him and get some more information too, okay? Will you spell your name for us?
It's Leilani. L-A-N-I.
L-A-N-I.
Just one more time, I'm sorry.
Leilani.
And what's your last name?
Simon.
Two M's or just one? What's your date of birth?
11/30/99.
So right now, again, we're sorry for everything you're having. We can't imagine the emotion that you're feeling right now. But as difficult as it is, just once you kind of think back the last 24 hours, and just kind of give me, what you've been through in the past 24 hours. So we're talking 24 hours would be this time yesterday. So from about 1 o'clock yesterday, tell me your
dentist getting my wisdom tooth pulled.
Okay.
And about this time today.
Did you have your son with you?
No, I have another babysitter to go over work, and I left because of the amount of pain that I had. So I just went there and I had them keep the kids.
Where are you working right now?
Eclipse IA in Port Whitworth.
Eclipse, what type of work is that?
Warehouse. Loading. And all that stuff. Or whatever. So I called the babysitter and I stayed home a little bit longer. All the kids, she had all three of them. So it was one week. Surgery. I wanted to go home and nap. So
Did they give you any sort of hydrocodone or anything for the
ibuprofen.
Ibuprofen.
It's 800 milligram. I went to spend $15 on 800 milligram ibuprofen. That's all I went. So I went home. I took a nap. We came out to the we officially got about 2, a little bit after 2. I had about an hour and a half nap before we got up and got things going to go pick up the kids. And I made spaghetti before I picked them up. And it's still in the fridge at the house. We went and picked them up and gave them all a bath. You had food. I sent Danny out to the red box to get a movie for the kids and all of them to watch tonight. So that's there too. And I put them down to bed and Quinn he's a talker. He doesn't cry when he's tired. He just talks, babbles. So he lays there and talks to himself, and it takes him about 40 minutes to fall asleep. He's like, blah, 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 blah. We're however long it is. You know, he probably fell asleep. Probably was 2:30. When he finished, baths, dinner, cleaning up, all that stuff was done. Probably about 9:30, a little bit of TV time, and then, bed. Bed. Oh, my mouth was really bothering me about almost 1 in the morning. I called Circle K to see if they had orange out. No. So I got in contact with another one of my friends named Misty that I used to work with.
All lies.
So that's true. She had any orange out. I met her up there at the Chevron. They ended up calling her and got back home. Y'all, it's on 12 minutes. I got it before my life 360. I can show y'all right around everything that's on the left bills I got back. Got home, put it in my mouth, checked on all the kids again, they were all good.
What time was that?
It was 1:25. I looked at my app when they asked me to. Then I got home. And I was on 12 minutes. Literally what it showed. And I go there, put it there. I checked the kids. Everybody's good. Sky. She fell asleep on the couch. Quinton out like this in his playpen and Zane with the towel.
Did she say she checked the cams?
It's all over the bed. I wake up about 9. Almost 9. And I was supposed to go to work, but because of this, I was just going to stay home today. Which is why the kids had the babysitters. Really so. The front door was partially open, but I was like, not wide open. The door's never open unless somebody is out. No way, normally, ever. So I get up and I go shut it. Not even thinking nothing about it. I just got out of bed. The door's open. Let me shut the door. And I turn around and check on the kids. Sky's there. Zane's there. Quinton's not there. So I searched the house, under the bed, behind the couches, in the closets, in the cabinets, outside, everywhere. The pool, everything. Couldn't find them. I called Jeremy. Did you take him to the babysitters just to give me an easier day or something? Did you forget to tell me, or did you tell me and I not remember? He's like, no, he was there. He was sleeping in the playpen room up this morning. He's like, well, he's not there. So
That's a lie.
So I called Michelle, which is the babysitter, to try to help me look a little bit farther out. So I got 2 kids out of the house, and it was my brother was asleep, and I had 2 kids, and it was just me searching and screaming, and we couldn't find anything at all. We couldn't even find this cup he had. Put it in the bed.
You can find his
cup. His cup. And then he had a little golden Mickey Mouse. Some terrible toy. He went to bed with. I wasn't in the bed either.
Does Quinton take any medication at all? Does he have to?
No, he only had one medical issue, which would hopefully fix itself by the time he reached age of 10. And it's that one of the arteries, one of the main arteries to his heart, doesn't pump like it's supposed to. And that's the only issue he had at all. This boy was walking before he was even 7 months old. It's a smart little boy.
Has he ever describe me his bed? Is it like a crib or something?
A playpen.
A playpen.
We did playpen for him.
Has he ever gotten out of the playpen before on his own? So he doesn't.
He cannot get up on his own. The boy can't even get his foot up there if he tried.
Can't step on something. There was nothing in the crib.
Nothing in the crib but a pillow and a blanket. And that's the only thing he had. The only time that he's ever managed to get out of it was with my oldest son's help. He'd come and grab the side of the playpen and look quick and put him out. And put him into the bottom for my oldest. And he'd go and grab that playpen and snatch it down and get his brother on out. But the playpen's always knocked over when that happens. Everything's out of it. The part that you lay in the whatever out of it. Everything's out of it. Nothing was flipped over. Nothing was messed, nothing. Oh.
And you have full custody of Quinton?
No, my mother does.
Okay.
I found myself in a very hard situation where my boyfriend at the time left me and I got done with a job and my car broke down. He said I had transportation. So I voluntarily signed over in temporary custody to my mother until I could get up on my feet. I've just now recently got to where at the end of this month we're supposed to be going to put money down in the house. It's a 3-bedroom, 2-bath for all of us. So after that happened, we were going to begin the process of giving me back custody and legal rights.
And your mom lives with you?
That is her house that we were at. And I was like, since she has temporary custody, I wanted to make sure we would all.
They're playing an interview of Leilani.
Kids over, they were supposed to be legally unbooked, because like I could have had to move up to North Carolina, even though it was a little 2-bedroom apartment. I could have done that after, but I mean, I was homeless for 2 months before I even got that. So, okay, y'all.
I know.
It's so little, it's so sweet. It's so sweet.
We can't imagine what you're going through, and I wish I had some tissue. Do you have any tissue right here? Is that any tissue?
No, I got serious that I don't need any clothes. And I broke it.
What is that?
I broke it. The air closure I broke it.
Just, we're going to, you can rest assured, that everybody working this is going to do everything feasibly possible to help find your son. Okay?
My father and I haven't been on good terms since before I even found out I was pregnant. We stopped talking, and 3 weeks later I found out I was pregnant. So,
What is his name?
The father's name is Henry Moss.
Okay.
He goes by Bubba.
Okay.
And,
when was the last time you saw him?
I haven't seen him in over a year.
Does he know where you live?
He does. Because I try not to be like every mother out there. So when I moved back down here and I knew that it was substantially closer to where he stayed at, I was just like, well, this is where I'm at. If you want to see your son, let me know. Here's an address. Or if all he was trying to do was use Quinton as an excuse to get in my pants. So I stopped denying him to visit his son.
When did you do that?
4 months, 4 or 5 months ago.
4 or 5 months.
Started denying him. Started ignoring him. Just blocked him on everything. The Facebook that I had tried to pull up now was the new one that he recently sent me a friend request with, so I could see if I tried to get in contact with him, but I'm blocked on that. So I have no contacts, I have no numbers.
Are those still on your phone?
Huh?
Are those messages still on your phone, maybe?
I don't know if it's still on that phone. I have multiple different phones. I have like 3 Facebooks.
Yeah. Do you have your phones here?
There.
Okay. Do you mind if we get the password to your phone so you can
Right, Sweet Jones?
Is it a drawing or is it just numbers?
Oh, it's 1864.
1864?
1864.
I don't know about listeners, because that phone, like I said, it's a phone that I used for my mother after my mom was broke. I already have to make new accounts. So I'm not too sure if it's on that account.
Gotcha.
Or if it's on the other account. But I know when I try to search them up today to try to show the officers or whatever, because one of the last messages I remember getting it from him said, "You do not deserve to have Quinton. I'm going to get a paternity test and I'm going to take my child." Yeah.
Henry said that.
Yes.
Bubba
Bubba
said that.
said that. Bubba Moss.
When did he say that?
Yes.
When?
3 weeks ago. And then today was the first time that my babysitter, when I heard her talk.
I paused it at 11 minutes and 54 seconds in. I just want to ask you some questions about what the defendant just said there. Can you just sort of recap for us what she was saying about these supposed Facebook messages from Quinton's father, Henry Bubba Moss Jr.?
Yeah, she was describing Henry Moss's Facebook account that they had been communicating, and that he had been saying that he was going to take Quinton after he gets a paternity test.
And she was saying those messages had been sent when in relation to this interview?
I believe those specific ones she said a few weeks prior.
Okay. Now, did you look in her phone?
I wonder if that's why she did it.
Were you able to see any messages along those lines in her Facebook?
No.
Was she able to pull them up and show them to you?
No.
Did you at some point obtain a search warrant for her Facebook records or a portion thereof?
Yes,
And did you send that to Facebook?
I did.
And did they send you some information in response?
They did.
Some of her Facebook records?
Yes.
Were you able to find those messages that she's describing in the Facebook records that you got back?
No.
And I'll resume playback at 11 minutes, 54 seconds where I left off, Your Honor.
Okay.
Called Sarah, but she's seen cars sitting in front of my house quite a few bit recently. And I looked at her and was like, why didn't you tell me about that? I told your mother, but she didn't tell me I was the one here.
Yeah.
I could have been more cautious if I felt like somebody was watching the house.
Now, every question that we ask, I promise you, you're going to think that, we're intruding on your privacy, but I can assure you, every question that we ask has a purpose to try to figure out, every feasible possible angle there is to this.
Yeah, she's a detective.
So with that, we're not looking to get you in trouble for past drug use, for past drug abuse, but it's important.
Listen, hey, whatever medicine they chopped up in my mouth yesterday.
So do you have, do you owe any debts to anybody? Do you have anybody that you?
I don't owe money to nobody. No, I do not borrow. I do not front. I don't do anything like that. I don't owe anybody any money at all.
How much marijuana? How frequently would you say you use marijuana?
Once a night.
Once a night.
Twice right before I go to bed. When kids are asleep, everything's handled, dishes, food, kitchen. Time for my husband to go to sleep. I have severe anxiety.
And where do you get the marijuana from? Do you purchase it yourself, or do you get it through?
I purchased it myself. There's been times that I've gone to the dispensaries and I've done CBD actual, and that's what I've been doing a lot lately. I think the last time I bought actually off the street was probably 3 weeks ago, and it was nothing but eggs. I've been trying to use the dispensaries around the house.
So nobody has any sort of motives to do any harm to you, to get back at you because you owe them money. And going back to your time in North Carolina, there's nobody that would want to cause harm to you or to your family that you can think of. Any person that you got sideways with when you were running with the wrong crowd? Is there nobody like that at all?
No. I know Daniel's the one from North Carolina.
She was on coke and perks.
Daniel's the one from North Carolina. I know that I have
and weed
multiple times. I have been in contact with his exes before because of it. I remember I might even pull up messages where his ex was pretty much saying that send him on back home. Send him on back home. I miss my best friend. It's a long paragraph. Like I can't really tell you, but and I told Cheryl, I was like, he's a good man. He's a good husband. He's a good father. You don't miss out, is what I told her. So any type of altercations between me and somebody else out there would have been over him and probably took another woman. But at that time, I had never had my kids touch me. I never had my kids touch me. Nobody even knew them. I didn't even know what they looked like. So, I'm confused.
And who all lives in the house that's your mother's? Who lives there? I understand the kids, but adults.
Paul.
Who's Paul?
That's my little brother.
That's your brother. So who's the gentleman that was sitting here with you? Okay.
And then Daniel and me.
And Daniel is
my youngster. And then my stepdad and my mom.
What is that?
3 dogs. And the kids.
Tell me about Paul. What does Paul do?
I just got a job with me at the warehouse. He's honestly studying to take his ASVAB to go to the military. I haven't had much communication with my brother over the past year. He went down different roads, I went down different roads. Me and my father were all on and off. So I distanced myself from the family, which is kind of where North Carolina came involved. He just finished his GED. He works 2 to 10 shifts.
So he goes in at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, comes home at 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah, so he's leaving, normally it's 1:20 when he leaves. And by the time he gets home, it's about 2:30.
Is he driving himself there?
Yeah, he drives a white Silverado at the house. Which is my stepdad's truck. My brother just got permission to use it. I'm supposed to be taking him to go pick up his truck from Midway sometimes in the week.
Is that car at the house now?
Yes. Okay. The Silverado's at the house, and my Dodge is at the house.
And Paul was at the house when Quinton was missing?
Yeah, because I got up and I started yelling and screaming for anybody, and everybody, please just come help me. I couldn't find him.
Where was he?
My brother was upstairs in his room. And I just went there and started yelling, please come help me, I can't find Quinton. I think one of the very first things I said to him was just, please tell me for some weird reason you got him upstairs.
Paul is their little brother.
You gotta make another child.
Is Quinton a kid that, I know you mentioned he talks himself to sleep. Does he cry? Does he cry himself to sleep ever?
He's like I can't even explain it. He just lays there. Babbling. He just goes on and on and on. Like, most of the time it's not even words. And it is this Mama E.T. play.
What kind of relationship does Paul have with Quinton?
They're playful. When Paul gets home, if I need help, he is very helpful with the kids. If I need him to watch the kids while I'm cooking, if I need him, anything like that, cleaning wise, or he'll just go in there and lay on the floor and play with them with the kids, and with the dog and the kids and the toys. That's normally it though. Maybe hang out and play an hour more a day. Because normally I kind of try to keep all my kids inside the house, but I was on it, so I'm running through the house trying to clean up everything all day long.
Any reason at all for Paul to leave the house after he got home? What time he gets off work at 10, so what time do you normally get home?
At 10:30, and then he gives his friend a ride home and goes like 11.
So what time did you get home last night?
10:40.
10:40. Do you know whether he left the house after 10:40?
He didn't go nowhere.
So from 10:40 until you went to work,
he was upstairs in his room.
And no indication that he left. You didn't hear the door open. Nothing.
No door opening. The truck didn't even look like it was moved in the slightest way at all.
So from your perspective, 100% Paul was at the house from 10:40 until you woke him up this morning?
Yes. Okay. Yes.
Okay. What was Paul's initial reaction when you went up and said, hey, Quinton's missing?
He jumped up and he kind of looked like freaking out. He was like, what are you talking about? What do you mean Quinton's missing? I was like, he's missing. I can't find him. Come help me. And I started running back down the stairs. And opening closets, because I know there's closets and everything. Under the sinks, everything. And Paul was out there running and chasing and looking. And finally looked at him and I was like, come on.
So the first phone call that went out, was that a phone call that Paul made or a call that you made?
The first phone call that went out was the one that I made to Danny. When I got up and I shut the door and I went and checked on the kids and I noticed that he wasn't there. That was the very first phone call that went out about Quinton being gone. The second one would have been to Michelle.
Why not call the police
She
first?
said that she didn't see anybody coming to the house and nobody picked them up, didn't see nothing like that. And then she came over and tried to help look as well. And she was like, you want to check the closets again? I was like, we're going to call the cops. We're going to call the cops. Called the cops. The cops were called by 9:30.
And you made that call?
Yes. I'm going to call it.
Danny made that call.
He attempted, I think he was trying to, but something was going on with his phone. Which is why I was wondering if they could call.
And let's talk about Danny. So how long have you and Danny been dating? Or have you been engaged?
We've been together for almost 2 years, engaged for the past year.
So Danny and Bubba, they're aware of each other?
They have never met or spoke to each other at all. Never. I don't even think. I know Danny knows what Bubba looks like. Bubba don't know what Danny looks like. That I know of. That I'm aware of. So there has been no altercations between Danny or the other fathers to my kids. There's no altercations between them at all. I try to be the middle person about everything.
So what's Danny's routine? Any given day, what's his daily routine? What does he do?
His daily routine, if we gotta work, he's up normally about 5. He gets ready to start taking the kids to babysitters about 5:30. Because normally I'm going to sleep another 2 minutes. Because I said normally I get dressed. Then we go to work. We get off.
No ride to work together.
Yes, we work the same shift, 6 to 2. 6 a.m. I got my license was full yesterday, and I wasn't going to work. So about that, when he gets off, we can't leave the warehouse at all once we get there. So there's no going out for summer for lunch or nothing like that. So when he gets off, we normally stop by in the convenience store, gas station, or something to drink, snacks, sometimes snacks for the kids or dinner. And then we go straight from there to pick up the kids. We pick up the kids and we go home. Daddy normally cooks dinner while I'm getting the kids adjusted from getting home. So when I take them inside.
Last night, did he cook the spaghetti last night? Or
No, I cooked spaghetti last night because no seasoning.
No seasoning.
No seasoning.
So when Danny got home from work.
Was that throw up spaghetti? Maybe that's why it was so red.
No, we left work together yesterday for my wisdom tooth. Because I knew I wasn't going to be able to drive. They were going to inject me or whatever. So we were home early yesterday. We didn't pick up the kids until 4:30. Because I wanted that. Because getting before we were here.
What did y'all do when you got from the time you got home until 4:30? Or just hanging out, the two of you at the house?
We did like clean up the laundry, setting the meat up for us. We got cutting up the sausages and mushrooms or whatever.
And y'all were there at the house together.
Yeah, we were there together the whole time. I think he went up to the store once for a beer. That's it.
What time would that have been?
Probably 3:45, right before we had our kids.
And then, did he leave the house at any other time between, once you went to get the kids, you came home, you ate the spaghetti, did Danny leave between that time and 5:45 this morning? Never at all. He just leaves at the house the entire time. How do you know that?
Because he was on bed.
He was beside you.
He was on bed.
Y'all sleep in the same
Yeah,
bed?
we sleep in the same bed. We only have one side of the house. So we got the kitchen that we can only really use to cook in. Obviously, we clean up. We got our bathroom. Then there's the doorway to our bedroom. And that bedroom is just like pretty much like one big old studio bedroom. They had one side of the room is like the kids' sleep/living room. And then the other side is our bed. Whatever, that's the only side of the house we ain't got. I can say for a fact that he was there when it was laying in bed pissing me off, not helping me do anything this morning.
Now, who physically picked Quinton up and put him?
Why did she cry and laugh like that?
I did. I put him in there after we ate, bathed, bath, everything, laid down, had the tablet set up for him and everything. He was laying there. Like, she don't have a tablet. And when I took that away, he was like, for about 40 minutes.
And what time did you take that one away?
9:50.
9:50.
9:52.
Was he asleep at that point, or he was still battling at that
He was
point?
babbling at that point. He didn't fall asleep till about 10:30,
Yeah.
10:40. But no, he was still, when I took it away, that's when it was, I can't even make no noises again.
Yeah. So during that time, when you hear him babbling, you don't go in there and check on him, you just hear him.
Yeah, we hear him babbling the whole time, or whatever. The way that it is set up, honestly, checking on him like he's like this on the bed and see. So I'm just hearing him babble. It's when it gets quiet that I check. That's when I'm worried. So when it got quiet, that's when we really went and checked. I'm 12 something before I left to go get some orange milk. Alright, so I checked again. He's asleep.
Where is Danny?
Thank you. I think we need to take a brief pause. I'm going to ask the jurors to step into the jury room.
Okay, a brief pause. It's about lunchtime, right? They taking lunch. And of course, when they pause, we open up our phone lines. Who's she talking to? Her lawyer? Ugh.
Thank you. Everybody have a seat. Tim, who was this number? So it came to my attention, I noticed it, and Mr. Bryant, the clerk, noticed as well that one of the jurors was sleeping. And
Damn,
kept an eye
sleeping.
on him, but it seemed to continue. So I thought it was better for us to stop and address it now. You know, I can remind them all of the need to stay awake and to help each other stay awake. But it seems it's pretty early in the day and it seems to be a problem already. So I want to turn to counsel and ask you how you would like to proceed with this. Mr. Hilliard?
The jury's going to sleep.
In the past, sorry. In the past, when you have long, dull, dry stuff to get through, just chopping it up, whether they want to take a break or not, tends to do that because they have to get up, go do that, come back. So it's the routine breaks are not just, it's to kind of keep them moving and keep them engaged. That's the first thing. The second thing, though, I didn't think about this, but it did come up, and I think we're probably getting to the time delay right now where it may matter, is I don't think it was intentional, but the child's names were mentioned on the record. And I just would like to know if there's any way we could possibly edit that out from going out over the air. I know normally routine is something that we redact along the way, so it wouldn't go out, but the names were testified to and dates of birth and things like that. I don't know if there's any way to possibly do it. So.
Mr. Dean. Let's first talk about the sleeping juror, and then we'll talk about that. So you want to just remind them to stay awake at this point, and we give it a go, because I also understand too, we're mid-morning. It's a lot to have to listen to.
There's only 3 minutes left in this video. I think we could just press forward and take a lunch break and I don't know, tell them to get coffee if they're coffee drinkers.
Okay. Now, as to the redaction request.
I have no intention of doing that. I mean, these children, their identities and their presence in the house is part of the evidence of the case. I mentioned it in an opening statement. The involvement of other surviving children is one of the reasons that I objected to the presence of cameras in the courtroom to begin with. I understand that based on aspects of Georgia law that impose a strong presumption for open access, that the court made the court's ruling on that. But I don't see any way around it. I'm not going to do an entire trial where I'm referring to these children as ZW and SY. It's just unmanageable.
I'm not asking them to do that. What I'm asking is that their personal identifying information like dates of birth and full names just not be aired. He can do whatever he wants. The request really has more to do with what goes out over the television, Judge. It doesn't have anything to do with Mr. Dean or his presentation of the evidence. I understand he can do what he needs to do in here, but that information going out is what my concern is about the children.
So I understand that. So are you asking, for instance, that Detective Lemons not use the entire dates of birth of the children?
Not using dates.
What does it matter? You already said it.
And if the media could just maybe bleep the full names out. I'm not asking them to censor themselves. I understand they have to do what they have to do, but it doesn't have to be aired. That's my only real concern, Judge.
Okay. So I'm hearing dates of births, personal identifying information.
I mean, everybody knows who the kids are now. We know Sky. We know the kids.
Quinton was given for Quinton, and I understand that. I don't recall hearing that for any of the other children.
I think Zane's full name was given, if I'm not mistaken. Like I said, I'm not trying to hinder the state in any way, shape, or form. It really has more to do with Zane and Scott at this point. So I'm just asking if maybe
Why can't you just say Zane and Sky?
modify it or in some way, shape, or form, change what happens before they send it out. I know we're on a 30-minute delay. They have a few minutes where they can do that and at least edit that. That's all I'm asking. It's just to protect the children's identities. And other than that, like I said, I understand the state has to do what it has to do.
First, I do understand that you're not trying to affect how the state presents its case. I get that. And you bring up the point that we do have a 30-minute delay with the media. So I would ask the media to not publish full dates of birth of the children. You can use the birth year. And not to publish first and last names of the other two children.
And that seems reasonable. It doesn't hinder the state and it does protect the children. That's really my only concern.
Okay, very good. We'll proceed in that way. We'll proceed in that way. And so let's, Mr. Dean.
I'm sorry, far be it from me to intervene on behalf of the TV here. But I did say their full names in opening statement. That's been released. I think their full names are part of the public record even before we got in here this week. So I don't know, imposing an order on them to redact like the last name every time somebody says it, I think is maybe a little burdensome. And I think it's kind of water under the bridge at this point.
You know, I do think it's burdensome. I do think it's water under the bridge. I think that we're going to proceed as we have been. So I am not going to impose that restriction on the media. It's a 30-minute delay. I'm not going to impose that restriction on the media. That information, some of that information is already in the record at this point. We're going to proceed. Mr. Hilliard, I do understand your concern for the identities of the younger children or the other children.
The jury keeps falling asleep.
Not published, but we're going to proceed as we have been.
I've made the record, I understand.
Thank you, sir. All right. Please bring the jurors out.
They're going to finish up this, then go to lunch. I mean, it was boring me to sleep too, so I don't blame the juror. I'm over here like, come on, let's just dragging it out. Get to how the baby died. Get to a good witness.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please have a seat in the jury box and in the rest of the courtroom as well. The good news as we begin this video is that there's only about 3 minutes or so left. Okay. I'm just going to ask you all, it's really hard and I get it. It's quiet and sometimes things are droning on. Do your best to stay awake and to pay attention to what's here. I know it's difficult, but let's give it a try. And so with that, Mr.
She's a nice judge.
Just to make the record clear, I stopped the playback at 25 minutes and 12 seconds into the file, and I'll resume it now.
I know, Tina. I was falling asleep too.
Been in bed watching something. I can't remember the name. Cops go to heaven or something about cops in heaven.
Wake me up when this is over.
This Danny, is he a drug user at all?
No. If he anything, if anybody wants to say he does anything, he drinks. And that's only like a 6-5 day. On a good day.
Has Danny ever been violent with the kids at all? No.
Never ever violent towards me. The most violent I've ever seen him was hitting a horn and traffic.
So Danny gets up at 5 o'clock in the morning, this morning specifically. Gets up at 5. Do you hear him leave the house?
No, I didn't hear him leave at all, which is why I told him, I was like, well, if you did drop him off and you did tell, like, I don't remember if you took him somewhere. I didn't even know how he got out of bed this morning. So, that.
Do you normally sleep that heavy? No. You don't?
No, I think it had a lot to do with was tired, pain, everything. So I was like, I was out when I was finally out.
And Quinton, he didn't get any medications last night. He wasn't sick. No Robitussin, no cough syrup. Nothing like that. He didn't have anything.
No, they all the kids have been a little stuffy. I figured it's just a change in weather. So I'm giving medicine unless you're not in a fever or like sound like you're about to die.
Do they,
It's their sound. It's not my sound. We're all the way up.
Does he ever go in there by himself?
Maybe he can't get up there if he wanted to. Even with the little stools and chairs, his little, the dude's short and bow-legged. Okay, his legs are like this, and he stands up, his head's maybe a little bit above my knee.
When did you call? What time this morning did you call Danny?
I remember looking at the phone while I was yelling at everything. I couldn't find Quinton. It was like 9:17 at that point.
Was that before or after 911? Did you call Danny?
That was before, and then when I looked around again and still couldn't find him, I called again. We called 911 after that. 911 was called by 9:30. I realized Quinton was missing by 9. That's a 30-minute delay of me trying to find him and see if I could locate him, and then calling Danny to see if he knew anything. And he did, and that's when I called the cops. And Michelle, she came over right away. It was like, I'm freaking out. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to act right now, man.
And is Danny, what is his normal routine? If you get up, if he leaves, well, this is a little odd because you didn't go to work with him this morning.
Yeah.
I'll stop the playback there at 28:04.
Okay. Thank you. So I think this is as good a time as any to take a break. Ladies and gentlemen, I am going to release you now for a lunch break. We're going to break. The time now is
12:30.
Almost 12:30. Let's aim to be back ready to go at 12:20. That'll give them an opportunity to eat. Maybe
She said 12:20. You're only going to go back in time. It's 12:30. You got to be.
What did I say?
Okay. Yeah, that's what I said.
Really bad math. So thank you for that.
You're late.
And,
You're late getting
I'm
back
gonna drop
already.
that. So again, do not discuss the case. Do not do any research. Do not look at any media. And with that, continue to follow the instructions, and I will see you back at Ms. Dilly at 1:20. We'll see you back at 1:20. Thank you.
Jurors exiting.
She's a happy judge. I give her that. She's a happy lady. But she makes good money, lives in a mansion. What does she got to be unhappy about? Okay, let's mute this. All right, the phone lines are open. What do you think about the jury going to sleep? Right? I mean, you got to admit some parts are a little boring. Some parts are a little drug out. We're not getting to anything good that people want to hear about. We're not hearing about, how the baby died. None of this stuff. So let me go ahead and open up the phone lines real fast. And, they don't really have any evidence. We're 2 days in. They haven't mentioned one time the baby has died. Dolly. Doug
from Tennessee.
What's going on, Doug? Did this bore you to sleep?
You woke me up a couple of times when you hollered.
Oh, okay. That's why I scream like I do.
Yeah, you woke me up a couple of times.
Yeah, I mean,
I think the judge would sleep too because her timing's off.
Yeah, she was asleep for a good hour. She was asleep an hour. She said, "Be back at 12." She said it's 12:30 now. Y'all be back at 12:20. right?
Yeah.
You're late. You're already late getting back. See,
I'm going home already. I come back 12:20 tomorrow.
at this point, they might as well just let this girl go. You know what I'm saying? Damn. How do you botch a murder trial this bad?
Now, how do you go into a murder scene like that woman did? No hairnet, no gloves, and then she goes and interviews a 3-year-old child.
Yes.
And she's not a psychologist.
And they didn't test none of the throw up, none of the blood they found, nothing.
No, I mean, she's not a psychologist. That child should have been took to a psychologist.
I hate to laugh. And then they went through dipshit training. I hate to laugh because I really want justice for baby Quinton. And at this rate, I mean, she may go to prison for disposing of the body and lying, but she's not going to get the rest of her life in prison. Not if they keep this shit up.
Now, when you said that dipstick shit, you know what that made me think of? the Dukes of Hazzard. We'll call him she dipstick.
And she said, well, yeah, they call it whatever they call it. Me, it's dipshit training. It's like, you know, these are young detectives. Usually you got to be on the police force 10, 20 years to be a detective. It's like you can go to Georgia and next week you'll be a detective.
Well, she had all them guys out there. She was telling them what to do.
She probably banging more people than Billy Joe to get that FBI spot. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, she's awful young to be an FBI agent and be as dumb as that is. I think there's a lot of hair between them ears.
Yeah, I mean, you got to learn, but, you know, give her time to be a police officer and learn the ropes before you bring her right onto the FBI task force. Now she's in drug enforcement. Now, she may be better off in drug enforcement. I don't know. Arresting meth heads.
That way she can keep the product.
But all these police must have went to the same dipshit school.
it is weird, man. Like, I mean, the dude sat there and said, no, we didn't test it. No, didn't test that neither. Nah, I didn't see no need of it. Well, who the hell are you? You're an investigator. If somebody higher than you should be telling them to check this shit.
Yeah, but I bet you Leilani's feeling a lot more confident now that she's heard what they've had to say, right? Like, oh my God.
Yeah.
Like, how did you even have enough to bring her up on charges? Y'all haven't said anything about a murder weapon. Y'all ain't got no blood, right? Like, all y'all got is what her being sad and what she said. You could be sad and say a million things. That don't mean you're a murderer.
Well, that's just like Karen Reed trial. Them prosecutors go on and on and on and on. If they kept the shit short, sweet, and to the point, they get more reaction out of the jury.
Yes, I absolutely agree. They will bore you into a coma. And, you know, it ain't the defense. You see how quick the defense is. They're like, bam, 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 done. It's the prosecution that's dragging it on. And why drag it on? Because it's more of a smear campaign than it is proof that she murdered the baby. Let's make her look bad. 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 But you're not proving she's a murderer. You're just making her look bad for 15 hours. We get it. She's bad.
Well, you can't make her look bad when they over asleep.
Yeah, I know. You done made them look so bad. You done put the people, knocked them into a coma. There ain't going to be no jury left time they're done.
But I did doze off a couple times and you hollered out something and I woke up.
The only reason we awake is because I got Tourette's. You know what I'm saying? Damn. Every now and then I scream. All right, Doug, peace.
I want to let somebody else call in.
All right. So yeah, like you can't bore everybody into a semi-coma and think they're going to pay attention to the trial. We get it. She's a liar. We got that day one. Okay. Day two, we still on she's a liar. We know she's a liar. But then she killed a baby. Dolly.
Dolly.
Yes.
What the hell is going on in that freaking place?
I have no clue. A lot of sleeping and a lot of making her out to be a liar, which I get she's a liar. I mean, you had me on that she's a liar.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You ain't got to drown me with it.
Listen, the only reason I'm still awake is because I'm working and I have you on my laptop, but like I just can't, I don't understand what they're trying to do.
They're trying to make us listen to this girl fake cry for 2 hours. Get it?
Yeah.
We get it.
So what do you think will sorry, what?
Saying that we get the point. The point is proving that she's a liar. Why force feed it to us all day?
Right. So what do you think it'll take for them to make the jury think that it was actually her?
I don't know. They haven't went into anything about it. Nothing. Not one drop, not one clue, not one thing. They got no blood, no murder weapon so far. They basically all they're doing is a smear campaign to make her look bad. And we know she's a liar, so why go on and on till you put every jury member asleep?
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing, in my opinion, that kind of like the other case with Mama Bear. It's like, I'm a mother, so if one of my children went missing, you couldn't keep me away from the media, or you couldn't keep me away. I would be a wreck. I would be bawling my eyes out every single day. My children are my life. I don't understand these moms that just have no emotion.
Yeah. I mean,
you know what I mean?
Well, maybe if they bore her enough, she'll cry. I'm tearing up. Look, that's a real tear right there. That's a real tear. They done bored tears out my eyes. My shit watered. I'm trying to stay awake. Oh my God. I'm over here. I ain't even shed a tear yet.
Oh God, Dolly. Okay, I'm gonna let you go. I just wanted to just call and just see what the hell is going on here, because the only reason, like I said, I'm not sleeping is because I'm working. So that's the only reason. But I'm sitting here just get the hell on with it already, people. Come on here.
Get to the point. You be good. Stay safe. Have fun.
Okay, thanks.
Peace.
See ya. Bye.
Dolly. Hello. Hello.
Hey. You good?
What's up, Lisa?
Well, are you? This putting all the police on there. They're not accomplishing nothing. It's driving me cuckoo.
Well, I mean, we get the point that she's a liar. How many times did we got to hear that she's a liar to know she's a liar?
We already knew that, though.
I know. We knew that. That's why they call her Leilani. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
We get it. But they're just driving. But you know why I think they're doing this? Because they really don't have much else.
Yeah, but why waste court time? It's driving. I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, we're going to have to hear this every time somebody asks a question. They're going to play these interviews. I mean, you
can't even hear it because she's whining so freaking much and so you can't hear basically what she's saying.
Yeah, and the thing is I think everybody understands. Even in the opening statements, they proved she was a liar. So why keep pushing the fact that she's a liar? Can we get to the fact that how she murdered this baby? Why there ain't no blood? And then you see that they found blood but didn't test it.
Well, I thought that was throw up.
No, in the car they found blood, what appeared to be blood, and they never even tested it. They didn't test the throw up. They didn't test anything on the crib, right? And if they did, they don't have any of the results back.
2 years?
2 years. That's what I'm saying. It's unbelievable to me. It's almost like this lady is going to walk. I was worried about her defense. Now I'm worried about if they got even enough to bring her up on murder charges.
In Virginia with Cody Bixby, they got that thing, they'll alert. That don't happen in Virginia. They got the government of Youngkin made that alert, CODI.
The silver alert? Is that what it's called?
Yeah, it's especially for Cody. Exactly. I mean, you don't play games in Virginia. You wouldn't play this bull crap, make you fall asleep. There you go.
Oh, well, no, Corey Bixby, his lawyer, he was like a Southern Baptist preacher motherfucker, and he was like an 80s pimp, a 70s pimp, right? And when he taught, you paid attention because he was like, Now this blah, 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 and shit. He was loud, stomping his feet and shit, bouncing around the courtroom. I was like, oh my God, where did he find this man? Right? He didn't make no damn sense, but he made sure you stayed awake. I tell you that.
Right, exactly. She stayed awake. But the part I don't get, Dolly, you saw, in the freaking driveway, you were down all those RVs, all that crap they had. The pool was nasty as hell. I would have let my squirrel get in it. A lot of theories, that's gross. To let that baby sleep in that nasty SHIT and then put him in a damn pack and play, and you got all that other shit. You can't have a bed. Excuse me, I don't want to say this. And you can't have a bed for that baby. Oh,
they had a bunch of extra beds too. Nobody was sleeping.
No, that was no. I would have jumped through the TV and knocked the crap out of her. No, it ain't her. Like I said, it ain't her. It's Billy Joe.
Yeah, because Billy Joe was supposed to take those kids in, and she really didn't. All she did was
she didn't take nothing in.
She just got them.
That house was filthy. That house was freaking filthy. I wouldn't let my dog run loose in there. No, I'm sorry. That's freaking that baby when he showed that. I just cried. So I said I couldn't believe it. It made my sick to my stomach.
Yeah, and she ain't shed a tear one. She ain't shed.
They got. I mean, listen to me, Dolly. They got her so doped up on stuff like she just looks around and looks around like she's a zombie. They got her on medicine.
Oh yeah, the jail will give you the psychotic.
Oh heck yeah,
stuff like that.
They got her pumped up full of medicine. They bound to, because she barely notices when her attorney talks to her. She leans over. She's in la la land. She's not really absorbing it all. She's not.
Yeah. What do you think about the jury falling asleep?
I would
too. Yeah. I was over here yawning. I was like, this is up.
Because not only that, it's boring, but not only that, she whines the whole freaking. You can't understand what she's saying, and what little bit you can, it makes no sense.
Yeah.
So they're not really getting anything. You're not accomplishing anything, I don't think. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, if it keeps going like this, I think she's going to end up walking on the murder charges. She won't walk on disposing of the baby and lying to the police, but she may walk on these murder charges.
Well, if Danny did, which we know he didn't, and she didn't, somebody did it.
Well, everybody thinks Danny's going to be the key witness, but you heard the police say Danny was asleep the whole time. So how much of a witness could he be?
So they're not going to bring him and have him as witness at all?
I don't know, but what can he say? If the police said he slept the whole time, what could he say? He was asleep.
Oh. What about the brother?
The brother was in another room asleep. So everybody's asleep. They don't have any witnesses to what actually happened that night. They don't have any blood, and they don't have any murder weapon. So what do they got? They got zero. Like if I was back there, look, I want to prosecute. I want justice for baby Quinton, like she would say. But at this point, I'm thinking, shit, they got nothing. Nothing, zero donut. And then one of that fat cop probably ate the donut.
My daughter's laughing at you, crazy nuts. They're over here doing their college work. They're doing their studies on college work, and she heard you and she started cracking up.
I'm just saying, the cop ate the zero donut they had. He ate that. They had no gloves on, right? They're throw up experts, but didn't test anything in the house, right? Like, I can't even believe it. I can't believe it. I know if I commit a crime, I'm going to Georgia and Tennessee to do it.
There you go. But you better not commit it where you're at, because Virginia, you'll get your butt.
They were quick to arrest me with no evidence. You know what I'm saying? They were quick to arrest me. Oh,
no, they were rated on y'all. But I'm just saying, you're right. Georgia, I don't know what's going on. Tennessee, I don't know what's the deal. But
yeah,
I don't know.
I just touched something and went to jail. You know what I'm saying? I just touched something and went to jail. They let this lady basically get away with murder. But all right, Lisa, you be good.
All right.
All right, peace. Okay, right here. True Love says, got my Dolly soap and lotion. Woohoo! Right? Thank you guys that have been ordering Dolly soaps, lotion, body washes, lip balm. You name it, we got it. So far on our Christmas wish fund, right? Because we take 25% of all sales and we're putting it towards our Christmas wish funds, which we bless a few unfortunate families this Christmas. Last year, we bought 3 families Christmas. This year, we hope to buy 5. So already we've took 25% from our sales and we've raised $400. Okay. Thank you guys. Big virtual hugs to everybody that has bought something, because it is going to help some families this Christmas. And that's just in the last 1, 2, 3, I think 3 days, we've raised $400, right? Hey, and we're still a good ways from Christmas. So this year, hopefully we'll be able to do some really awesome stuff. So if you ain't picked, and remember, Dolly soaps, body washes, lotions, t-shirts, lip balms, candles. We got it all to make your skin smooth, soft, your house smell nice. We have shower accessories. So check out, remember this now. It's real easy to remember. BuyDollySoap.com. Say it with me. Say it with me, people. BuyDollySoap.com. And our promo code, which saves you 15% on everything but mystery boxes, okay, because the mystery boxes are already a deal, is Happy Halloween. 2 words, Happy Halloween, all capital letters. Because, you know, Dolly types in caps because I like to scream. I like to scream. So it's Happy Halloween, capital letters, 2 words, Happy Halloween, 15%. And 25% of that goes to help families this Christmas. Okay. So we're going to all be up here live and we're going to bless a few families. And I can't do it without your help. All right. We try to make it bigger and bigger each year. So I'm ready to see what happens. I know this has kind of bored people to sleep, some of it. And, you know, what do you do when a jury member's asleep? You can't go back and what do you tell them? Go home and watch the replay? You know, go watch court TV and catch back up. Dolly.
Hey, Dolly, it's Amy from San Antonio calling back.
Okay, Amy. What, you got me on speed dial?
I don't know. I'm kind of like Doug from Tennessee. He said there's like a method to it, and I think I might have figured it out.
Okay.
But who knows? Well, I just think that it was awful police work from the beginning. You know, also, I had mentioned the pillow, you know, earlier and what my sister said about blood. Yeah, blood would have been more brown. You know, they could have even detected, like, possibly if there would have been pool water on that pillow, anything that was on it, they could have detected what it was. But I'm still leaning towards the possibility that she gave that baby some of that Red Ball or Fireball, whatever it's called, alcohol. You know, it looks like throw up. It really does.
If I drank it, I would throw up. I cannot drink. That stuff tears my stomach up.
I can't stand the smell of it. It's awful. But it's looking like she's got a chance of walking away and on a, you know, the disposing of the body and maybe the lying to police or whatever. Wasn't there like 14 counts of that, the lying?
Yeah, but how much time does lying to the police carry? Not that much.
Probably not very much. But, you know, when they stack it up with other things, it'll be a little time, but it's not going to be enough. This lady doesn't need to walk. We don't need another top mom, you know, making women think, oh, I can abuse, you know, my kid and kill him. I won't go to jail that long. No, we need to make them an example. We've got to show an example. You know, I'm an eye for an eye person like you. I'm all for, you know, if you get convicted, especially of hurting or killing a child or even the, you know, essay stuff like Stearns, you should be put to death. After 3 years, you get a chance to appeal. If you can't have any word to try to fight back, then no, we need to publicly execute. Now, I'm against hanging, but hey, firing squad, chemical, electrical,
You said fire. I think it's less brutal to hang somebody than to shoot them.
Well, I don't know. Depending on who your rifleman is, if he's a good aim and you can get it right dead square in the head, then hey, do it.
Yeah.
I can't stand what people think they can get away with or what they'll try to get away with.
I mean, I think, you know, the most humane way to do it is go ahead and just use the lethal injection, you know?
Well, what I say about the ones that commit the SA, They should castrate them after they're found guilty. Even if they're waiting on death, give them 3 years. Let them try to, do an appeal. If it doesn't work, well, hey, you lived the last 3 years without your junk. Now, publicly, we're ending it. It's over.
Okay.
Maybe our children would be safer. All right. Thanks, Dolly. And bye, PJ.
All right. Peace. Some people just have a way of getting through. I don't know if they just call constantly or what it is. Dolly.
Hey, Dolly.
Hey.
It's Rita from Dexter.
Hey, Rita.
Hey, I've been watching this with you all morning, and I'm thinking, they have nothing but her disposing of body.
Yes.
She's going to walk. I'm going to be the bearer of bad news here. There is no evidence that she actually killed unalived this baby.
Yeah.
There is a bunch of people getting on the stand calling her a liar.
We all know she did it. We just don't know how she did it. And they can't prove it, how she did it.
Yeah, nah, she's going to go to jail for disposing of a body. This is another Lonzy Barton case. She's going to get 5 years and walk. Lana Barton got 5 years for what happened to Lonzy. He passed. I don't know if you ever followed the case, but I lived in Florida, and that little boy, they were in the bedroom messing around, and he drowned. And they lied. They faked a carjacking, and Ebron got like 20 years because he's the one that disposed of his body, but she got only 5 years.
Oh,
this is another case. Look up Lonzy Barton.
What do you think?
This is going to turn out the same way.
Rita, what do you think they're going to do to the Sarah Boone lady that left her boyfriend in the suitcase?
I never watched that one yet.
Oh, you haven't? That trial is going on too. I was just curious because, that's a weird one. You know what I'm saying?
These people.
He's like, yeah, she just leaves him in there and goes to bed, and he dies.
You're having a trial to try to put this girl away from murder. She's the only one in the house that got arrested for this. Everyone in that house should be arrested. I don't care, boyfriend included. You ain't going to tell me he slept through a baby getting beat to death.
Yeah.
And that stuff on that pillow looked like brain matter to me.
And
that looked like that baby.
Everybody thinks Danny's going to be the witness that does her in because he was there. But the police in their opening statement said he slept through everything. So what could he know? You see what I'm saying?
His testimony is just going to put more doubt in the juror's mind.
The whole thing to me seems like a smear campaign to make her look bad, but making somebody look bad don't make them a murderer.
That's right.
So,
and what's about to, and I'm just telling you, man, if you ever look up the Lonzy Barton case, you're going to see what I'm talking about. This is that 2.0. Okay. We have a girl here they cannot prove how this baby died. These people all lived in this house. This mother is no better either. She allowed her to have this kid. She should have even had the kid from what it looks like, from what I went back and watched. And it looked like the only people really investigating this thing was you and the other YouTubers out there yelling at the police station.
Yeah.
These people, none of these people, I don't know what's going on at the police station down there. We're just giving anybody a job. I could go down there and be a detective, apparently. I mean, seriously. We're putting them through a little bit of school, and there you go. You're a detective. Come on.
What? They have more evidence against me in Georgia than they did Leilani.
They want this girl.
They had me on video. You know what I'm saying?
They're going on about how she confessed in the diary. It's a diary. It's not admissible in court. You can write a fantasy in a diary.
Nothing about that, though. I haven't. And Billy Joe turned it in. You know, she ripped that shit out before she turned it in.
Thank you. Thank you. So, this girl. They have disposing of a body on this girl.
Yeah, I agree.
And she's already been in jail a year, so they're going to count all that time.
2 years.
You watch. How long's she been sitting in there? A year or two?
2.
2. So they're going to count all of that time she's been in there. You watch. She's going to serve about 5 years in the joint, and she's going to walk.
All right, Rita, you be good. Till next time.
All right. All right, bye, honey.
All right, peace. Yeah, I mean, right now, the way we sit, they haven't proved anything to do with murder. They haven't even said how the baby died. Dolly.
Dolly, it's Richard.
What up, Richard?
Man, I think y'all are all silly.
You do?
Yeah, because this woman ain't getting out.
I mean, she's going to prison. She's definitely getting the concealment of a body and the lying to the police. But where have you heard anything of where she's guilty of murder?
Just wait. Well, Danny hasn't testified yet, right?
Danny was asleep.
Okay, but has he testified?
Yeah, what's he going to testify to? The police, in their opening statements, the prosecution said he slept through it.
Okay, but I'm telling you, he knows more.
Now, if he comes out there and says, well, I seen this and I seen this, and then he sounds like a liar. I thought you slept through it. How did you see all?
It's okay. If he was granted immunity, he can come out and tell the truth all he wants to. It don't matter how he looks.
Well, if he was granted immunity, why would they say in opening statements he was asleep through it? That he don't know what happened.
I think in Georgia, they're not going to let that go. I don't believe that judge right there. She seems so sweet, but just wait.
Just wait. Yeah, you might be right. It's them nice ones you got to worry about.
Oh, my God. She's going to change. All right, I'm changing everything. 60 years to life. That's it.
With a smile on her face. She'll have the same smile when she's in prison forever.
Exactly. And then say, hey, have a nice journey.
Yeah, I will see you later. Have a good one. Be safe in there.
Yeah, be safe. I hope they don't beat you up too much. I would be scared of the nice ones. I'm sorry. I would, especially in Georgia. Look at the Ahmaud Arbery trial, how nice that man was, and look what he did.
Well, I'll probably
gave them dudes like 5 life sentences.
PJ says I want her free because we're engaged, right? But even if she got 15 years, I'd be damn 65.
I would put $1,000 on it. I will buy 1,000 bars of soap from you if she only gets 15 years.
Okay, I'm holding you to that, right? We're gonna look.
That's all. It's live right now. Hold me to it. I will call you and buy them. I'll give you my card right there on the phone.
And right now,
so everybody can see
1,000 bars. You can save
1,000 bars
with promo code Happy Halloween. You might need that
1,000 bars, and I'll send them all to her so she can keep her butt clean in jail.
Oh, she wanted some Dolly soap. That's what she asked me. She walked up to me. She said, "Dolly, I heard that you make soap." And I was like, yeah, I make soap. She's like, can I have some of it? I was like, well, I don't got it with me. And she was like, when you go back, bring me some. And I was like, okay.
Well, you do that. And then I'm going to take a picture of that little baby and I'm going to put it on every bar of soap.
At this rate, with these dumbass police that went to the dipshit academy, she may end up getting that Dolly soap.
She's gonna get 1,000 bars if you're right, and they're all gonna have that little baby
soap for life.
I'm gonna have Baby Quinton's picture on the soap. I'm gonna put a picture on every soap bar before I mail it.
Just a reminder here.
Every day.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that judge is too nice. I'm sorry.
They didn't test the blood, Richard. They didn't test the blood.
I know.
They didn't have a murder weapon. Okay. No murder weapon. They're saying this kid was bludgeoned to death. There ain't no blood in the car. All right. So he wasn't bleeding in the car when she was disposing of his body.
Man, they have to have something, or they wouldn't have been able to hold her for 2 years.
Where did they got it? Where did they got it?
I don't know, but I'm just saying they either have to have something, or this judge said, hey, I want this. Because y'all, this ain't no way she's walking. And I'll be nice the whole time, I promise.
That judge just wanted to be on court TV and smile. She's a pretty lady.
I don't think that had nothing. I think down deep, she is going to surprise you.
I hope so. I pray to God you're right. Right? Because I want Justice Baby Quinton. Like she would say.
Exactly.
But
it ain't about 1,000 bars of soap. It's about 60 years in prison. That would be good.
Right now I don't see it. Now I ain't saying something couldn't come out that shifts the scales of justice, but right now I think Leilani's outweighing them on the fact of the murder. Now, of course, the disposing of the corpse and the line, they got her dead to right. But they were even in the crime scene with no gloves on. Like they couldn't afford one box of blue gloves. Not one box, not one cop for a pair of gloves.
Wasn't it a missing? Didn't they think it was missing? Look at this investigation. It's the same thing. They didn't even do forensics in the house.
Well, they said they.
What's wrong with these people?
Said they did. They said they did.
Yeah.
Now,
right.
What they thought was blood on the pillow. We kept hearing about that. Now we know throw up on a pillow. Right? Or alleged throw up on a pillow because they never tested that. Or if they did, it's not back from the lab. They don't have the results in the courtroom. So
something's going to pop. Something's going to stand up. One little piece is going to pop out. I do believe that.
I pray you're right, Richard. But until next time, my brother, you be good.
All right, brother. Peace, man.
All right, peace. I hope Richard's right. I pray to God he's right. Okay, but right now it looks bad for the state. It looks really bad. Dolly.
Hey, Dolly, this is Felicia from Kentucky.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going pretty good. I got you on the TV and my cell phone, but I was going to say this. You know, I hope the jurors don't go have a heavy lunch and come back very comfortable. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they're going to go right back to sleep after they eat.
Yeah, and the one that fell asleep, how much do you get for being a juror now? Like $17 a day, something like that?
Do they pay you?
Oh yeah, I mean for jury duty, but you're not paid by the hour. It's a certain fee. You know, that's why I never registered to vote, because you know my mom always said you register to vote, they're gonna ask you to come to jury duty, and then you're gonna miss days of work, and they're gonna pay you about $17. They need to take that one's pay that fell asleep, and in the break room they need to serve Colombian coffee.
Colombian coffee. Give them a heart attack. Look, they either stay awake or have a heart attack. They need to get some of that Colombian
everybody
that Leilani was on.
But you know what? I'm gonna get back to this. I hope the baby and everybody get justice, especially for that little baby. I watched that interview.
I'm not laughing at what's going on. I'm laughing at the stupid police. That's it. You know, I want justice too, and I'm hoping something does happen. But I just could not believe when I asked that dude. He's like, "Did it look like blood?" He's like, "Yeah." Did you test it? Nope. I'm like, damn.
They said the dipshit police. But I'm gonna tell you one thing. That mother, I seen the interview of when her and her mama was on the TV. And she was crying. Did you see when her mother looked at her while she was saying what she said? You know, like, I hope somebody's got him and wanted a baby. Her mother held all that pain inside that she was on the TV with and had to turn her face because she knew her daughter was blind.
Yeah, so when they were doing that interview, I was in the front with the other media that was mad at the media that was interviewing her, because the young lady that got the interview with her, she's like new, she's like a newer person in the media. So the people that been on the media for a while were out there shit talking her like so bad. They were like, "Oh, F her, she ain't shit. She won't work for the media in 2 years." They were like just hating on her so bad because she got that interview, right? And then I was just thinking, the media is worse than YouTubers. They're all in competition with each other. They're out there shit talking each other. Ain't none of them friends, right? You would think our media here in Virginia, they're cool. They loan each other shit. They're friends. They all hang out. Don't matter what news channel they're with. They're like buddies. In Georgia, it's not like that. They're like in a competition with each other.
I've even seen some of the news crews, you know, like during a hurricane. You seen that one where the guy was he was actually on his knees in a mud hole. You know what I mean? Like he was in a hurricane years ago, but he was on his knees in a mud hole to make it look like he was knee deep in water, and people walked right behind him. I mean, I just hope when everybody, and even the judge she was kind of lost when she said, "We'll be back at 12:20. I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah, she said it's 12:30 now. We'll be back at 12:20. Like they jumped in a DeLorean for lunch and did 88 miles an hour. I was like, oh my God.
Lord, they talking about the juror being asleep and brought that to everybody's attention. What about the judge? Don't even know what time it is. Hey, Miss Ella.
She slept for hours.
I mean, I love your channel, Dolly, and what you and PJ do, you know, and I do watch you. I got you in there on the TV now, and I just had to hit read out a few times, but now everybody need to wake the hell up. Where is the baby?
Where's the baby? Now, if they let me, if they let me in the courtroom to scream every 10 minutes, nobody'd be asleep. Okay,
I can't wait. What do you call the thing the judge hits? I can't wait to see you with that on.
It'll be here Wednesday night. It said by 10 p.m. Wednesday night. So Thursday, Judge Dolly, full effect.
Yep. Where's the baby?
Guilty.
You too. Bye-bye.
Well, this time it ain't where's the baby. It's what happened to the baby, right? That's what I want to know. That's what I tuned in for today. I think that's why there's 1,500. Make sure y'all hit that like button. We hit 2,000 likes yesterday. Let's see if we can do it again today. Usually I say, where's the baby? Right? But today it's what happened to the hey, we know where the baby's at. Okay, we know where the baby's at, but we still on day number 2 don't know what happened to the baby. I don't think they know. Okay, I don't think they really know what happened to the baby. And if they do, they ain't talking about it. It's more of a smear campaign to make Leilani look bad. We get it. She's a terrible person. She's a liar. Dolly.
Hey, Dolly, it's Amy again from San Antonio.
Hey, Amy, we're going to have to put a call cap on you. What is going on?
Hey, I just needed to say, what's up, Richard? I love what he said. You know, if he has to really buy 1,000 bars of Dolly soap, it would be good for you and the families that are going to get help for Christmas. But we don't need Leilani getting 10 to 15 years. There's got to be something that Quantico found. You know, they said they tested the pillow, right?
Yeah.
I think that lady did testify that it went to Quantico. So let's just cross our fingers and hope that there's going to be something that's going to tie her. But it's not looking very good.
Yeah, it's not looking very good for them. And, you know, if they did test it, why didn't they say what was on the pillow? They think if they had tested it, they would have testified to what was on the pillow. So they don't know. And Danny, the police, an open statement, the prosecutor said he was slept through it all. So what could he be a witness to? Right. So you take Danny out.
He's got to be like their star. He's got to be one of their star witnesses for the prosecution, because there's no other way that prosecutor would have got up there and making him seem so angelic, like he had bubblegum dreams, you know, while all this.
That's what he would testify to, is his dreams, because they said he was asleep the whole time.
And something I forgot to say earlier, even the prosecutor in his opening statement said, you got one shot. All right, don't be trying to act like you 8 Mile, prosecutor. You gotta walk what you're talking. So you better make this a good one shot.
All right, you be good.
All right, bye, PJ.
Peace. Dolly.
Dolly. Jamie from Indiana.
Hey, Jamie.
Hey, as I sit and watch these quote unquote detectives talk about this, that, and the third that they didn't do. It reminds me back when you went to Georgia. It's the same ones that named her as a person of interest and didn't take her to jail.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
The number one suspect. And believe it, right. You know, that chaos that went on out there, I blame that on Chief Hatley, because if he hadn't have done that, named her person of interest, all them people wouldn't have been gathering outside the house.
Not like they was. I mean, they'd have been hurt, but they wouldn't have been angry.
Yeah, exactly.
But we got to think, I mean, should we expect anything like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't think they knew how to handle a case like this.
And then in the beginning, they were saying they didn't have nothing to arrest her on.
Right. So what made you, because you found pieces of poor baby Quinton's body?
Yeah. That's what they had. They didn't arrest her until they found that. So they couldn't have had anything that was evidence that was super important. And you've already seen, right, that, you know, they thought there was blood on the pillow. That wasn't blood. That was vomit. Danny was asleep.
Or so they think.
And
they didn't test it.
They didn't test the blood in the car. Right. So what do they have?
Right. And I think I agree, like with her giving him, I don't think that the shots would have been in the car if she gave them to baby Quinton in the house. You're not going to take the time to carry it out to the car.
Yeah. Oh, the liquor bottles, the Fireball and the curveball or whatever they called it.
Yep. But yeah, I just think it's a shit show from the start. I mean, it has been from day one, sadly. Because I'm with the other caller, I'd like to knock the taste out of her mouth for her pretending.
And you know, I always thought that they knew somebody too, because of how they treated Billy Joe and Leilani. Yep. If I murdered somebody, my ass would be face down on the concrete, handcuffs in a jail cell with no windows. You know?
And then them putting up the signs that you can't be outside the house, like that was the most. I mean, where do they do that at?
To violate people's rights.
Yes.
Right.
That was insane.
You know, we all know we have the right to protest, right?
Right.
Well, why can't we protest?
Not you can, just not out there.
You can, but just not out there, right?
Right.
That
you go
don't-
across the street or down the road.
That don't make any sense. That don't make any
It's
sense.
all
That was a
no.
and look there. So after I got out of jail, the dude right under Chief Hatley's an older black guy. That's the guy that's going to take Chief Hatley's place when he's gone, right? I looked at
I liked him better than the other one.
Look, I looked right at him. I said, "You telling me you want to violate my rights, and you a black man in the South? That's what you telling me, right? That's what you telling me. It's okay to do is to violate our rights out here, right?" He's like, "Well, no, I'm not saying that. It's always been a law." I was like, "But y'all didn't enforce that law, right? But now you want to enforce a law to violate somebody's rights." And he didn't have nothing. He couldn't say nothing. He couldn't say nothing because listen, you should be fighting for people's rights, especially if you're a black man in the South.
Yes.
Okay. You shouldn't be trying to violate anybody's rights because you know how many years did Martin Luther King fight for you to have rights here in the South, right? And you're gonna piss on that. And I shut him down. He didn't have,
and then allow them
like,
to do what they did with all the. I mean, it was just way.
He didn't
from the beginning. It was a lot.
He didn't want to say anything to get himself in trouble because I was videotaping it.
Right.
What I was saying to him. So he damn sure didn't want to answer anything wrong because then you know you can get hit with lawsuits. You know, like he was real careful about what he say. He shut down, stopped talking. Like, let me just be quiet. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
didn't the cops come when you guys were at Tybee Island?
Yeah, they didn't do anything though. They were standing.
And they weren't. No, that's what I'm saying. They didn't act like that.
Yeah, they were standing behind me. That's what people don't know from that video in court.
And I feel like that got a little bit more heated than out at the house.
Yeah, but but like people were like, oh well, you know, he couldn't have did nothing to me anyway because, like I was saying, there's two police standing behind me, which you don't see. Well, the police.
I think he knew better.
Yeah, he was drunk. He was about to get knocked out, right?
I know.
And
like Fry Guy.
Yeah, and I was like, okay, man, you get in striking range of me, I'm gonna light you up like, you know, a Christmas tree, right? And but he realized that and he stopped. And I was thinking, thank God, because I'm about to go to jail, right? And you know, all drunk people think they can fight, but really all they are is punching bags, right? So,
yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
And a mouthful. They have a mouth on them. That's about it.
So he's blowing liquor on me, breathing on me. And I'm like, dude, you drunk? He's like, I ain't even been drinking. That's the first thing a drunk person says. I ain't had nothing to drink.
Right, because he's about to get in that car and drive, and he knows them police are there watching him.
Yeah. So the police were down towards where Billy Joe was. And then when they seen me, they drove around the block and they stopped and they turned their car like this and was just sitting there. They never said nothing to us, never got out the car. No, I think one of them did get out the car, but he was just standing there. Like, you know, he just watched it. He didn't say nothing, didn't interfere in it, nothing. Never said not one word about it. And that was the Tybee Island police.
I just think that this whole case has been a shit show from the jump. I mean, I'm not saying they don't know what they're doing, as in, I don't think they have the capability of handling a case like this that became so public.
Yeah, I don't know. I just think maybe they knew somebody there and they treat them a little like, you know, they didn't treat it like a full criminal investigation in the beginning. And you see they did it unprofessionally, no gloves, no
evidence was collected.
They walked all through the house, they had every police in the world walking through that house without crime scening it off, allowing just detectives to go in, forensic teams to go in. They let everybody just trample through it, touch everything, no gloves, no nothing, didn't test shit. I just like, wow. And I know
it's like the prosecution is giving the defense ammo. Like, you're showing these videos and these pictures that doesn't help you, it helps the defense.
I know the message they showed between her blaming Danny. Like, you should have never showed that as the prosecution, her blaming somebody else. You should have stuck to, and the opening statement, they played that video where she was all crying. That goes to her mental state being really bad. And it makes you feel bad for her because she's a kid.
I think it's attention-seeking behavior. I think that was her attention.
Yeah.
I still think that.
But it still is like, you know, you see this girl and it'll make you feel bad for her. And the last thing you want to do is make the jury feel bad for somebody.
See, I think to me, it makes me realize the extreme that she's willing to go to get attention.
The defense team should have played that video. not the
Right.
prosecution.
That is true. Or they should have explained it. Like you didn't. You just showed it. You could have been like, well, like if it was me, I would be like, this is like I said, I think it's for attention. So I would have been like, well, she goes above and beyond to get attention. Watch this
They
video.
didn't do that.
You know what I mean?
Though. They didn't do
No.
that. They played it like she was really. They said it that she was going to unalive herself. And don't that make you feel bad for anybody that's in a situation?
Absolutely.
Where they would
I
take
think
their own
everybody's
life?
been almost to that point at a time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I just think they shouldn't have played it. The defense should have played it. They should stick to and what the first caller said is you should make it a little bit quicker so you don't bore the jury, that they stay too much and they drag it on to where next thing you know, people are falling asleep. If you
and now they're not paying attention. Yeah.
Yeah, and now they ain't paying attention. So
and then they see the defense going in and they're a little bit louder and a little bit more stern, so they're paying attention.
And another thing, I think the most damaging things, you should wait to do it at the end, because then it's fresh in the jury's mind. If you put out the most damaging evidence in the beginning, by the time they get to the end, they may not remember that, or that may not be as important to them. I think you hit them with the one hitter quitter right at the end, right? That way it's fresh in the jury's mind. They go back there and that's the only thing they're thinking about is, okay, she's guilty.
I think the only thing they can get from Danny or her brother or any of them is that she had abused that baby in the past. They've both stated in interview and on stand that they were asleep. You can't testify to on this day.
Yeah.
So then
they were in bed.
Testify that she abused them in the past. Why didn't you report that? You're at fault too.
Absolutely. I agree.
So, I mean, what are they going to do?
Even if she abused the baby every day, up until this day, still don't mean or prove that she killed him.
Exactly. We know she did, but that's what me and my husband were just talking about. I could tell you all day long, but then now you have the vomit. What if he was crying? You have that doubt. Well, maybe he was crying and vomited and choked and he quit breathing.
Hey, well,
if any of those juries think that, you're in trouble.
Yep. All right. Well, look, I appreciate you.
All right, darling.
Peace. That's a good point. What if that vomit is from him choking? Now, listen, I'm talking about what evidence we have so far. Okay. Things could change. I'm just talking about what we have on day 1.5, right? Tomorrow could be something that's so damaging that it puts her in prison forever. I'm talking right now, just the evidence we have or what we've heard so far. That could easily change, right? We don't know what's coming. I can't predict the future of what they're going to have or what they're going to say or what they're going to do. The only thing I can talk about is what we've heard so far from, these cops that went to the dipshit academy. Okay. It seems like all of them went to this dipshit academy and they didn't test nothing, wear gloves. It don't look good. Dolly. Yes.
Hey, it's Miss Ann.
Hey, Miss Ann.
Hey, buddy. Listen,
Miss
once
Ann,
they get through with,
Miss Ann, your cops are dumb as hell down there.
I don't care about all that. But once they get done with all these cops and detectives on the stand and bring the witnesses in, her mom, Danny, whoever, blah, 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 they're saving the evidence for last. I promise you on that.
Okay.
I talked to a very, very, very important person last night.
Uh-huh.
And we had a good conversation about this.
Uh-huh.
And this person is one of the witnesses.
Uh-huh.
So I'm just going to leave it at that.
Uh-huh.
So you just wait and see what's going to happen.
I mean, so what do you think
promise.
about what you've heard so far? That they didn't test any of the blood. They haven't even described how she murdered this baby. Danny was asleep, so he can't be a witness. Paul was asleep. He can't be a witness. Billy Joe was out of town. She can't be a witness. The only person that knows what happened was her.
This is going to get better. This is only day 2. Watch and see.
I hope
Watch and see.
They're having a rough start. They're having a rough start.
Well, that's true. But you just wait. You wait. The best is out to come.
They literally put the jury to sleep today. To sleep.
Well, see, I didn't get up until 11:30, so because I wasn't feeling good.
Yeah, well,
and I finally got up. So I don't.
They literally had to stop the court and tell jury members to wake up, I mean, physically asleep, snoring. I mean, that because
That's crazy.
They keep going on with she's a liar, she's a liar, she's a liar, she's a liar. I think people understand me saying that she's a liar. That ain't the question. The question is, did she murder the baby? We've had 2 days of proving she's a liar, and everybody knows. Everybody. I think if we took a vote, a mass vote right now, everybody would say Leilani is a liar. Okay, but you can lie all you want. Don't make you a murderer.
Right.
Why not
But
go
you'll
after
see.
the murder charges? I hope so. I hope so.
You know, a trial this is not a speedy trial, okay? We all know that. So the best is yet to come. Mark my words.
Yeah, but what if there ain't nobody awake for it? You know what I'm saying? Everybody's asleep. We can't take it. We're saying we're impatient. Don't they know it's 2024? People don't have patience anymore.
Right. I understand that.
We live in an era of fast food and everything delivered to your door. We can't get time to wait for all this shit.
Yeah. Well, they brought the FBI in. So
Now, if
they
that's
haven't
what
even
you
got
wanna-
it.
if that's what you want to call that lady as FBI, I'll let you slide because technically she works for the drug task force with the FBI, but that's far from an FBI agent. Okay, that's far.
Well, I didn't watch all that. You know, I just tuned in 5 minutes before they went to lunch. 5-10 minutes. So I haven't watched
it. The FBI agent was literally a woman that was a kid. My daughter's older than that girl.
Yeah. Just watch and see what's going to happen. Calm down.
Okay.
I promise you the evidence is going to be coming out. This is only day 2. This is going to go on for weeks.
Yeah.
Okay.
I hope you're right, Miss Ann. I pray to Jesus, little baby Jesus, you're right. Because right now they scaring me.
From what Nah, don't worry. Stay calm. We don't need you to have another heart attack, so stay calm.
Even if they find her guilty, right? Then you can say, well, I want to appeal it because the jury wasn't awake. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure there's going to be an appeal. I'm sure. But as far as that video they played yesterday of her crying, that was back in August of 2022.
Yeah.
You know? So, you got to really pay attention to dates when they talk and a few other things. But you just watch and see. She, and death penalty is here.
Yeah.
So, but I heard they made an agreement with her attorneys to take the death penalty off the table for her. Okay. I heard, but I don't know how true that is. Now, I just heard that from a local person here. Yeah. Nobody that has anything to do with the law or the courts or nothing. I don't know how true that is. So I don't really care about that part, but I promise you, she will get life with no parole if she don't get the death penalty.
I pray you're right. I pray you're right.
Just wait. Just
right
wait.
Now, this is scarier than a horror movie. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It is. Well, after all, this is October, Halloween month. So,
all right, Miss,
you're gonna hear a lot of
you.
Yeah, I don't feel good. I gotta lay back down.
Hope you feel better. We're praying for you.
Yeah, please do. I had some bad attacks here lately.
All right, well, you get you some rest, and I'll talk to you soon.
All right, buddy. I'll be laying on the couch listening.
All right, peace.
Y'all take care and chat. Thank you. Bye.
Now, I hope Miss Ann and Richard are right. Okay, maybe something will come in, but right now, Dolly. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, can you hear me?
Barely.
Okay.
Is this Dolly?
Yes.
Hey, Dolly. This is Laura. I'm live in Texas.
Oh, a lot of Texas today. What is going on with you?
Just driving to work, and I was listening to the trial.
Uh-huh.
Can't believe how it's going. It's like they need to come up with some concrete evidence, pretty soon, because they're going to blow it.
That's what, people are saying it's just starting. There's going to be more, don't jump the gun too soon. But what I've heard so far ain't very much.
Yeah, I know. And, I don't blame the jurors for falling asleep. I couldn't believe that what I heard, that they were falling asleep. Because, I was sitting at home and listening, to it. And, man, I couldn't hold my phone anymore. It was about to fall on the floor because I was dozing off, too.
Yeah, even me, I was yawning, like laying back. I put the recliner up on the chair and everything. I was like,
oh, my, man. Yeah, it's crazy, but it's just really sad, I feel so bad for these little kids that are, just killed. And my gosh, if they don't come up with anything, man, they need a Hail Mary or something, because
Hail Mary, yeah.
She don't need to be free in 15 years or anything, man. She needs to spend her life in prison.
Yeah, and like the one caller said, it sets a bad example to young women watching this that may hurt one of their kids. You need to know when you do that, you're going to prison for the rest of your life. And
they need to make an example.
Like Casey Anthony don't help that cause, because people see that Casey Anthony is famous. Everybody in the country knows who she is, and she's famous for murdering her kid, and it didn't go down, So we need a better example. When people think about killing their kid, they think about the lady that got the death penalty, not the lady that went out and partied and lived her best life.
Exactly. Casey, she just wanted to party, and that's it,
Yeah.
She didn't want to have a responsibility of her little girl. My gosh. I mean, there's always different options you can take, just give it to somebody that will care for the child, not just end their life,
Yeah. Like Cindy Lauper, the girls just want to have fun. You know what I'm saying?
She's right.
There's other things. You can't just always have fun. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You got to be a parent sometimes. You got to be a mother sometimes.
Exactly. Yeah, I have 2 kids, and I just worry for them, about how they live their lives. They're growing up, but it's just hard for me to see anything happen to any other kids, and just think, I'm so blessed that my kids are, they're great kids, and so gosh, but these young girls having kids, that's just not right, because they're not mature enough for the responsibility.
Yes. If you ain't got a job and you ain't got your own place and you can't handle your own responsibilities, you shouldn't be having kids. That's just the honest truth. And this girl was 22 years old with 3 kids.
Oh, I know. I don't even have 3 kids. I'm like, no, 2's enough. That's it. I'm getting fixed, and that's it. But she needed closer takes.
Well, look, hey, I appreciate you calling in. You be good. Stay safe.
I am so glad that I got a hold of you.
All right.
Take care. All right. Bye-bye.
Peace. Yeah, if you can't take care of your own stuff, you really need to think about having children. And young girls don't think about that. All young girls want to be a mother, right? It's, you got to stop playing with baby dolls as a kid. And maybe you won't want to be a mother so young. Dolly.
Dolly, it's pretty is. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. How about yourself?
Good. Hey, I agree with Richard. I think the foundations are always very, very boring, but I think it's coming.
I hope so. Right now, it's a little scary because I'm like, oh man, this girl's gonna walk.
Yeah. So far, it sounds. So far, but I believe that they are literally pounding in the pavement that she's a liar. Obviously for obvious reasons, but and then all of the drugs, the alcohol, and everything else. Maybe be laying that foundation for. And the throw up and you know what I mean?
Maybe the expert witnesses that went over the bones, maybe they'll have something that, kind of locks her into it. But right now, just the regular cops, they seem to have.
Oh, yeah.
They seem to be some dipshits, and they just wear gloves, and they did a worse job. I seen somebody in the chat say something about Karen Reed and the solo cups, right? Like they did a poor police job, and we don't want to see a baby killer get off because the police don't know how to do their job.
Yeah, I do agree. That's some shoddy stuff there. But I think they have the more expert. I think is coming. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hope so. I hope they bring in some people from Quantico that have some brains.
Yeah, they will. They will.
Granny said all them police shared one brain cell and they passed it around.
Honestly, listening to them, yes, that does sound, you know what I mean? Like, I agree. I don't know who can't agree, when the jury's falling asleep, there's an issue.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, but I just think, the foundations are always so intensely boring, when they're laying the foundation, they're very boring.
Well, usually open statements are citing, and that their opening statement kind of was lame.
Yeah, I agree with that. It was a little on the weak side. It was kind of weak.
Usually opening statements convince you that she did it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And that didn't do that because they skipped. I mean, they convinced us that she was a liar. I think they proved that point really well. I do.
Yeah.
I get it. She got a liar. You don't really gotta.
So there's one.
You ain't gotta keep kicking the same horse. You know what I'm saying? We get it. It's a lie.
Yeah. Get over the lie part. We know she's a liar. That's been proven over and over for sure.
And no word of how this baby died. Day and a half in, and we don't have no word of how this baby died.
It's so sad. That poor child. I mean, it is tough. That makes me so angry. People. I never was able to have children. I always wanted kids. So
yeah.
So this kind of stuff just really pisses me off even more.
Yeah.
It's terrible. It just makes you mad. It's just like, oh, why can't you just give the baby up to somebody that will take care of it?
I mean, if I would have took Quinton. I don't have a son. I have a daughter, and she's grown. I like toys. I'd have bought that kid every toy in the world. You know what I'm saying? We got a kickball right now. That's a big ass kid. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. That's how I look at it. I'm like, shit. I'm about to adopt me a grandchild because I want to play with shit. Race tracks, train tracks, remote control cars, remote control airplanes, footballs, baseball. I want to play with skateboards. I want to do it all,
Yeah, I have one stepson and he has 2 kids, thank God, and they're just a blast. I mean, my grandson's riding dirt bikes and racing, and that
shit sounds fun. 4 wheelers and stuff. I can't do none of that. I'm just sitting here like, dang.
I know, yeah.
Every now and then, my daughter will play some video games with me. That's it. That's all I get.
All you're gonna get some Fortnite.
Yeah, all I get is Fortnite. Okay, Tiff will play Fortnite. That's it. Anything. I have a hard time to get her to visit these days. So I'm like, damn, what am I gonna do? Lolo, she won't even fetch. You throw something, Lolo just looks at it like, I ain't gonna do that, bitch. You can get it yourself.
Yourself and hand it to me.
She don't play frisbee, none of that. All she does is eat food that costs fucking $100. That's it.
My dogs eat food that are it's like $90-something a bag.
I know. Like, God, you don't even you don't do nothing.
Yeah, I'm just like, I
sleep with me
there.
She does sleep with me at night, so I give her that.
Yeah, I have an Aussie, and she's a really good dog. She's real smart, and she's just a really good dog. She's very much deserving of everything. But yeah, she's like me. She likes to go, and she has to go with me everywhere.
Yeah.
But if she don't want to play, she can go get it. She's gonna look at me and she's gonna go, "You go get it and give it to me."
Yeah.
It's crazy. But anyways, I'm glad you're healing up well, and my heart does it really sank when I heard that news and stuff, because my husband has a defibrillator in his chest. And so yeah, he's had it for almost 7 years now. And and he had saved his life so many times, but he had a massive heart attack, and when they put that defibrillator in, boy, that just saved him, and he's doing really good.
I'm
Really
glad
good.
to hear that. I hope I got a good, because it worries me sometimes, but if I can get me a good 15, 20 more years in, I'll be okay with it.
Oh yeah, and he's doing really good, and he eats about like what you're eating, and every now and again he'll eat, something that's, say not on his like quote unquote diet, but he's been okay. He's been just fine.
I did eat some pizza last night, and I usually don't eat like that. I did cheat last night. I ate 2 pieces of pizza, but it was cheesy, greasy pizza too. But I had to have it.
Yeah. But you know what, though? You have to have just, you can, an off day is just perfectly fine. He's lived with that for 7 years and he's done fine.
Okay, well, that's good to know. Because I looked at that pizza last night and I was like, this shit looks like a heart attack, but I got to have it. I've got to have, because I've been eating so good, and I looked at that greasy pizza and I was like, I got to get this.
Yeah. He eats a lot of grilled salmon. My husband does.
I've been doing a lot of grilled chicken. So much chicken that I hate chicken, but I eat it almost every night.
He don't like chicken. He'll grill. He grills everything, So that's mainly what he does. But he's done well, and he's almost 70. So I mean, he's 16 years older than me. So yeah. So
well, tell him I said keep up the good work. And you guys be good.
All right. Cherry almond lotion, please, soon.
All right. Peace.
Okay, bye.
Caveat, Your Honor. We have, they're either here or they're arriving soon, 2 FBI agents from the Augusta office. They've driven down here with the hope of testifying this afternoon. And if we don't reach them, they're going to drive back. They don't have lodging in Savannah. In order to prevent their having to drive down from Augusta again tomorrow morning, I might ask at some point, probably will ask at some point, to break during Detective Lemon's direct examination, probably between interviews, and take testimony from them just so we can get them up and down.
They're trying to bring in people with brains.
After that, doesn't seem like it should be a problem from my perspective, because I imagine the cross-examination might extend into tomorrow anyway. But that I've talked to Mr. Hilliard about it. I don't think he has an objection, but I'll let him speak for himself.
I don't really object to it, Judge. I kind of expected Lemons to go the rest of today, right? So if we stop and break and do these 2 little, what I call kind of administrative witnesses along the way, I don't see where it's going to change anything. And the only thing I would ask is if it goes a little bit further into the day, I may want to continue my cross-examination tomorrow with Lemons, rather than have to stop and then resume again tomorrow. So we'll deal with that when we get to it. That's the first question. The second question was, I just wanted to check and make sure, because I know tomorrow's a judge's meeting. So are we going to resume at 9 tomorrow or 10? 10? Okay. That's all, just for scheduling.
I don't see Danny.
So I think it's a good practical consideration for us to resume with Detective Lemons, stop where we need to for the 2 FBI agent witnesses that you have this afternoon.
Thank you.
And if cross-examination needs to begin tomorrow, then we'll deal with that. But as these things go, they have their own flow. So we will see what that is. All right. Please bring in the jurors.
Hope they have toothpicks for their eyes. Thank you, Brittany. I haven't smoked in, 60 days? 50 days? 50, 60 days?
All right.
Put a shock button under their seats.
right, please have your seats. Welcome back, jurors. Ladies and gentlemen, were you able to follow the court's instructions? Okay, there have been no discussions about the case. Okay, and you have not done any research or looked at any media. All right, very good.
Did y'all take naps? Right? They need nap time like kindergartners.
Mr. Dean?
12 o'clock nap time. They didn't discuss, they slept. Did y'all have some coffee? Should have been the question.
Now, when we left off before lunch,
12 packet energy
we've
drinks.
come to the end of what's in evidence as lactation room first video.
Panda eyelids.
How many video files did you feel like come from that single interview in the lactation room?
There's 2 separate ones.
And why are there 2 separate files?
So at the end of this first video, I got a phone call on my phone that was recording it, and I took that phone call.
Okay. And how long were you gone? Did you leave the room for that?
I did.
How long were you gone?
Probably less than 10 minutes.
Do you remember what the phone call was about?
It was someone from the scene. I don't remember the details.
Somebody from the scene was calling you about something.
Yes,
Did you return to the lactation room?
I did.
And were Special Agent Snyder and the defendant still in there?
Yes,
And did you resume recording?
I did.
Please don't play
When
it.
you resume recording, what was being discussed at that time? Do you remember?
When I walked in and started recording, they were talking about the smell of vomit or vomit that was on the pillow.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I would publish the second videos on the thumb drive introduced as State's Exhibit 13 as lactation room.
That's Elizabeth Keene.
Give me 1 second.
Blacklist. I think it was season 4 where she dyed her hair blonde. She looks just like Elizabeth Keene. I know who her dad is Raymond Reddington. Tell us how long our nap's going to be, State. Yeah, right. They get a notepad and a cushion for napping.
You may proceed, Mr. Dean.
Best evidence last. What we know so far equals Leilani. Thank you, PJ.
But I've displayed on the monitor the opening frame from lactation room second video. Whose feet are we looking at here?
Leilani's and Agent Snyder's.
And I will play. I begin the playback just from the very beginning.
Thank you, Sly.
So last night had been Tuesday night, so Monday night.
Yeah.
Gave him a cookie.
Yeah, we have a cookie and then play Tyler would play better, whatever, and upchecks we wrapped it up. And it looked like a whole bunch. I didn't change the filters yet. I was like, change it tomorrow.
What kind of cookie was it?
It's the vanilla with vanilla cookies.
Vanilla wafers.
Yeah, the buttermilk house milk.
But you recall that's nothing else that he's gotten sick on or anything in the past 2 or 3 days.
Why not point the camera at her?
About sickness at all, and then like.
So pause the playback at 37 seconds. And Your Honor, may I remain seated for this portion of the question?
Yes.
Thank you. Was this Special Agent Snyder asking her some questions designed to get at the origin of the apparent vomit on the pillowcase?
Yes.
And what did she say there about that?
That it had been a cookie that she had given Quinton prior to this day, and that she thought she had cleaned it all up, and that he must have vomited or spit up on the pillow.
She was saying that was something that happened on Monday night.
I believe so.
But let's just play that bid again. We'll take it from the top. First of all, what day was this?
This was a Wednesday.
Wednesday, October 5th.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that would have been, so last night had been Tuesday night, so Monday night, gave him a cookie.
Yeah, we got a cookie and the like towel and whatever, and I'll check something and wipe it up. It didn't look like a whole bunch. I didn't change the filters yet. I was like, change it tomorrow.
What kind of cookie was it?
It's the vanilla with vanilla cookies.
Wafers.
Yeah, the Benefit house now.
But you can call that nothing else that he's gotten sick on or anything.
I'm going to pause it again at 30 seconds. I'm sorry to belabor the point, but I just want to make sure we're clear on what is being said here. Did we hear her say that he had spit up some of that cookie on Monday night, that she had wiped off the pillowcase, but had not yet changed it?
Yes.
Resuming playback at 30 seconds in.
Past 2-3 days. Nothing at all.
Anything about sickness at all, and then like a month ago we had ear infection.
Okay.
I know that Zane has an ear infection now. Now, if they were passing it back and forth, if he did throw up after I went to bed last night, I don't know. I got it this morning. There was nothing there for me to look. I don't know.
So, just to kind of rehash some of this stuff, in summary, there's no one that has any sort of motivation to do harm to you or any of your family. You don't have any sort of financial debts, related to drug use. No one that wants anything done to you or any of your family as a result of something that you've done. Correct?
No. Nobody that should at all. Now, I can sit here and look at you straight in your eye and say, at the top of my head, thinking, I do not think of anybody that would actually want to hurt us, or Danny, or my kids, especially Quinton. You know, it's never sweet that baby is.
And your mom, your mom, upstanding lady, does
She
that?
is an upstanding lady. She has a safe hand.
Thank you, palm tree lover.
Thrown out criminal history. A couple weeks ago, me and her did get into it.
Stop the playback at 2 minutes in. And I'm going to advance 2 minutes and 6 seconds in. Skipping 6 seconds of the file there, Your Honor. And I'll resume playback at 2 minutes and 6 seconds into the file.
But she said, well, the laundry basket went everywhere. Both the kids were there, so I just got the kids. And I'm trying to distance her stuff. She followed me to the room, and she pushed me again. I called the cops and everything. I don't call it even pull up that police report. Or whatever. She pushed me again, so I called the cops again. I wasn't calling the cops to get somebody in trouble. I was calling the cops to prevent the negativity and violence.
Thank you, Luann.
Okay. So that was the most recent,
What did we just hear her describe there? Was that an altercation with her mother that had happened recently?
Yes.
Now, it was the case that everybody was saying that the defendant's mother was out of town during the period of October 4th, October 5th, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to advance to 5 minutes into this file and resume playback from there.
No chance that you, because of your wisdom tooth and whatever that you were taking, and it's just ibuprofen is what we're thinking.
no, that's what they prescribed me. I don't know what shots they give me. I don't know if they gave me 3 different shots on the side. My whole side of my face was numb even like 6 hours afterwards. It was still not working.
Did you, in your sleep, as you're sleepwalking, did you grab Quinton and let him go to the store with you because you were concerned about him and you left the house at midnight to go to the Circle K? Do you have a history of any sort of sleepwalking or anything with your mental health?
No. The last time I sleepwalked, I was like 8 years old, maybe. Sorry, I just nursed me. I was like 8 years old, and somehow I ended up outside of the
That hasn't happened.
Yeah, it hasn't happened since
30 years old.
Yeah, since I was, yeah.
So there's no possibility that you, without knowing, took one and put it in the car, took it to somebody else's house, or where, nothing like that could happen.
No, at all.
I want you to know that there's a lot of things going on behind the scenes right now. And we're doing everything feasibly possible. We're going to have more questions. We're going to continue down, whatever path, that these interviews and what we find in the house, what we find off the cell phone records, whatever leads us. So if at any point, we come back and have follow-up questions, it's just to get some clarity and some guidance on what the next step should be.
To be honest with me, I have nothing right now, do you? You have nothing thinking about baby right now, do you?
There's a lot of people working, and we can promise you that. And there's a lot of resources that are employed. We're doing everything that we can.
So I love my monkey back.
So if you just want, we have
She does respond to monkey a lot. If somebody does see somebody reverse it, we'll say, like, look, if he responds to monkey a lot, he don't really
Thank
respond
you,
to
Linda.
He
Thank
responds to
you.
monkey. He just want to comments that he was born. He was like a little hairless monkey.
I'm sure you're going to love it. Okay. Guaranteed. Dolly guarantee.
walk out here now, reach out to her. But unfortunately, we're going to get you back, to your house whenever we can. That's going to be a long time. So if it's okay with you, just let us know what you need. We're going to get you some water. But if you just hold tight, we're going to just come close as we can while you're here. Is there anything you need like right now? Anything we can do for you? We're going to get you some water.
I can like really just step outside and sort of stare. So like,
yeah, we can do that. Anything else that you need right now? Okay.
There's definitely an officer up her name is Sam. So if you need anything, just call her.
Anything else you have right now?
But do you have any issues with us kind of just going through your phone to get messages and any more contact info? If you want, if you have any issues, just let us know.
Only 2 Halloween harvest candles left. Good Lord.
How do you say your name?
Leilani.
Leilani. Don't lie, girl.
You have to trust the process. And we're going to do whatever we can to get you.
Kevin, they coming today.
But truth be told, we just have to, work through the process, the steps, wherever you leave. And we'll do everything we can. In the same respect, though, you got to understand that you got to be completely transparent and honest with us. And I think you have to this point. So if there's anything, that you think of that could remotely lead to something as, horrendous as this happened, you need to let us know. So if it's something that you're not proud of, that you're ashamed of, that you've been involved in, that you've done, like, we're not here, to judge you. We're here to find out and work on that safely. So that means exposing something that you've done.
I don't have company to come things out of my house. I know that. I don't literally my only goal has been to have work. And what I gotta do to have the custody back there.
I'll stop the playback at 10:42, 10 minutes and 42 seconds. You were gone from the room for a moment there.
It was.
And then we just saw you return.
Yes.
What were you doing?
Grabbing a consent form.
For a consent to search the phone,
Yes,
which she had just orally agreed to that,
she did.
but you wanted to make a paper record of it.
Yes.
Resuming playback at 10 minutes and 42 seconds into the file.
So, L-E-I, L-A-N-A, right?
L-A-N-I.
L-A-N-I. And all this is just a thing for us to make sure consent. So we're okay. S-I-M-O-N.
Yes.
All right, so did you turn off the recording at that point?
Yes.
Okay. I want to just go back to one thing in here for clarification purposes. At 5 minutes in, when there's a point where Special Agent Snyder is asking her about the possibility that she sleptwalked somewhere or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And we hear him ask if that's something that could have happened at midnight or 12 a.m. when she went to Circle K, right? That's what he asked?
Yeah.
Now, at this point, I just want to be clear. She had not described a midnight trip to Circle K. And this was a reference by Snyder to the 1-something a.m. Chevron story. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So he was just kind of getting the time and location wrong?
Yeah.
As to
What it
what she had
sounds like.
said?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll just briefly play that bit again. Starting at 4 minutes and 59 seconds.
No chance that you will cause you to listen to, so whatever you were taking, it's just ibuprofen is what they did.
That's what they prescribed me. I don't know what shots they gave me. I don't know if they gave me 3 different shots on the side. My whole side of my face was numb even like 6 hours. It's still not right here.
Did you, in your sleep, as you're sleepwalking, did you grab Quinton and let him go to the store with you, or you were concerned about him and left the house at midnight to go to Circle K?
He was talking about Chevron word gel there. Is that right? Am I understanding that correctly?
That's the way I took it.
Okay, thank you. And I stopped the playback there at 5 minutes and 32 seconds. All right, so then that first interview in the lactation room ends with you all getting her consent to search her phone and her signing to memorialize that.
Yes.
Okay. After this interview that we just watched, did you all go through the phone?
Yes.
All right. And how did you do it initially?
So the other teams had also asked their people, Paul and Daniel, the same questions if they would go through their phones. So we had all planned to do a extraction of the cell phones in our system. I believe at that time, I just manually went through the phone.
Okay. I know you're not a forensics
No.
person, but what is involved in doing an extraction of the phone?
So it's a big computer system, and you plug the cell phone into the computer system so it can make a copy of it. And it's a one at a time system, and it usually takes at least an hour per phone.
Okay. And who was doing this at the precinct that day?
Sergeant Coleman.
Okay. Did he do that with all 3 of their phones?
He did.
All right. So at the time that the defendant consented to your looking through her phone, are you saying the machine was occupied with one of the other phones?
Yes.
Okay. And so you went through it manually, meaning what?
I just actually took the physical phone and went through it myself.
And while you were doing that, did you see in there a text that the defendant had sent to Daniel Youngkin the night before, saying something about I'm turning on to 204 now, or I'm about to go to 204?
Yes.
Okay. And was that something that
We can do it. Let's hit 2K.
this initial interview in the lactation room?
Hit the like button if you haven't.
Did you and Special Agent Snyder then go interview her again specifically about that?
Yes,
Okay. And where did that interview take place?
in the interview room.
Did you ask her about that text during this interview?
We did interview room.
And what did she say that text was about? What was the initial story?
We're at 1.8
She
likes.
said that she headed to 204 was the text, and that meant that she was going to the drug dealer's house or their location to meet up to pay off a drug front.
Did she say how much the drug front was for?
$20.
Now, in the lactation room interview, she had given an account for the 1-something a.m. trip, correct?
Yes,
And what was it again?
that she went to meet Misty to get Orajel at the Chevron.
Now, did that story involve her making any phone calls?
She had mentioned that she called Misty, and I believe she also said in that interview that she tried to call the Chevron or the Circle K.
Okay, call the Circle K to see whether they had it.
Yes.
And which call was she saying had come before first? And second?
She tried the gas station before Misty.
Did you look through her phone between interviews after the lactation room interview, but before the next one?
Yes.
To see whether you could see any record of those phone calls in her phone.
Can they call it something else other than lactation
I
room?
believe I did at that time, or it may be one of the later ones.
Okay. In any case, whenever you looked for that, whatever that might have been, did you see any record of those phone calls in her phone?
No.
Okay. Now, you've talked about going through the phone manually, like with it in your hand, scrolling through it.
Yes.
And seeing the 204 text, right?
Yes.
Did you later have an
Cat
opportunity to
milk.
review the full Cellbrite extraction?
I did.
Okay. And Cellbrite is the machine that Sergeant Coleman uses to do this?
Yeah, it's the system they use.
Did you find any record of those calls there during that more in-depth review of the phone?
No, there was no call to the.
For
gas
your
station
titties
or-
room.
Do you see in front of you 3 exhibits marked as states 14, 15, and 16?
Yes.
Can you tell us what those 3 exhibits are?
Yep. 14 is the consent to search form for Leilani Simon's cell phone. 15 is the consent to search form for Paul Simon's cell phone. And 16 is the consent to search for Daniel Youngkin's cell phone.
In those consent forms, were they all completed?
Other room. Let's go to the other room.
By these 3 different individuals?
Yes.
With the.
Oh,
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move
the
these
other
to be
room.
in states 14, 15, and 16.
Objection, Your Honor.
Now, returning to this, the next interview in the interview room that you've been talking about. So you asked her about the 204 text, and she said she was just going to pay off a $20 drug front.
Yes.
And for what type of drug did she say that was?
Marijuana.
Who did she say went on that trip?
Just her.
Was she asked who exactly it was that she met?
Yes, she did.
And how did she identify this person?
She referred to him as Red.
Red?
Red, like
She
the
did.
color.
Oh, like the color you said?
Mhm.
Sorry. Did she give you a description of Red?
She described him as a light-skinned black male.
Did she say when she had left the house? I mean.
Around 10:30 p.m.
And did she say where she had met Red to make this payment?
By the Flacco's Tacos.
And did it later turn out upon your review of the phone that this payment was actually made via Cash App?
Yes.
Now, what is Cash App?
It is a kind of like an online baking application.
Do you have to be physically present with someone to make a Cash App payment to them?
No, you don't.
Can it be done remotely?
You can?
Like if I'm at home and I owe you money and you're at your house, can I make a Cash App payment?
Yes.
To you? At the time that she was saying this, though, did you know that this payment had been made via
No.
Cash App?
I did not.
Did she explain in any way why, if the drug front was to be repaid via cash out, why she had to go meet the guy to do it?
To pick up
I
some
believe
more?
she said that she gave him cash, like
Okay.
physical cash.
Oh, is that right?
I believe so.
Did she give any particular reason in this first interview in the interview room for why she left the house at this particular time to do this thing? Like, what was going on?
Flacos Tacos sounds like a Mexican strip
I think at
club.
this point she had mentioned that her and Daniel had had an argument and she wanted to get away from the house for a while.
Was she asked during this first interview in the interview room whether there had been any sort of accident that caused Quinton to be injured or anything like that?
I think we asked her that in every single interview.
And what was her consistent response to that, if it was consistent?
That there was not an accident that she knew about.
Was she asked in this interview whether Quinton was okay before she left to go see her drug dealer?
She was.
Awesome,
And what did she say
Pam.
to that?
That he was asleep in his playpen.
Thank you. Thank
Was
you.
she
We don't have
asked
many
whether he
left.
was okay when she got back from this trip?
Yes.
And what did she say to that?
That he was still in his playpen, perfectly fine.
Did she describe actually going up and interacting with him at either of these times?
Yeah, she kind of showed us Quentin's reaction to her petting, or I guess brushing his hair across his face.
What did she say about that?
She said that he kind of reacted and nuzzled up in the blanket.
Was she asked whether Danny
One
was
left.
behaving abnormally in any way when she got home from the drug dealer? Is
I
there
did
something like
order
that?
more candle jars last night.
And what did she say about that?
I believe she said he was still in bed watching a movie like normal.
Was she asked whether Danny was behaving abnormally or suspiciously the next morning when she called him to tell him that Quinton was missing?
Yes,
And what did she say about that?
that he was normal.
And was she asked whether Danny ever displayed any violent tendency toward the children?
Yes, she was.
What did she say about that?
That Daniel was scared to even pop the kids.
That ain't what she told me. But you know, we're dealing with Leilani.
In this first interview in the interview room, was there a period of time where you and her looked at her Life 360
Thank you.
application on her phone together?
Yes.
And she was at this time saying that she had met Misty for Oragel at the Chevron, right?
Yes.
Where is the Chevron in relation to Azalea Mobile Plaza?
They are right next door.
Can you tell me what it looked like on the Life 360 application? Could you, as you're looking at the phone, could you tell whether her phone had been at one or the other location?
Wait till they get
No,
the
it was-
diaries.
it was
Ollie's gonna be all in it.
Picture frame.
So to you, it just kind of looked like she had been in the general area, but you can't tell whether it was Azalea or Chevron.
Yes.
And was the investigative team later able to get more precise location data from the phone than you were able to see on the screen during that interview?
Correct.
And at this time, I would publish what is on State's Exhibit 13 as interview room 1542 to 1639, something shy of an hour.
We'll proceed with that. Let me just turn to the jurors. So this next tape is gonna, this next video is gonna go for about an hour. Is this audio and video?
It is, Your Honor.
Okay.
For an
This is about
hour?
an hour. We just got back from lunch. What I anticipate doing is that we'll see this play and then we'll take a break. But if y'all need to stand and stretch right now, feel free to do so.
Oh.
I'm going to say,
Do some jumping jacks. What do we got going on here? All right, the sprinkler. She gonna pin it on Danny. half of them will be nabbed.
Mr. Dean, you may proceed.
Oh, Lord. Ugh. Let me get comfortable. Hold on. Let me get my chair right. This is about where I need to be. No, Billy Joe's not in there because she's going to be called as a witness.
HDMI 1 on the TV at the front of the courtroom, and I will publish interview room 1542 to 1639.
Oh, this is the room that echoes real bad.
But is it helpful at all to dim some of the lights?
Oh, no, don't do that.
Okay.
That's really going to put them asleep.
It'd be helpful for people falling asleep.
I
don't know.
Thank you. We can leave it. We can leave it at this. How about
Turn
that?
them up.
That's enough. Okay.
Let Dolly in there. You won't fall
All right,
asleep.
Mr. Dean.
Don't go through that, keep the jury awake. Yeah, I think Billy Joe's going to be a witness. Danny, the babysitter's daughter. Uh-oh, Leilani got on some booty shorts.
Every feasible possible way. I know you talked a little bit about using drugs, using marijuana. So last night, was there any chance that you were having some issues with your wisdom teeth and needed to go get something to ease the pain last night?
I did. I went and met up and got orange out. That was right up there. I met her like at the end of Colton Road, a friend of mine, because I don't have money going to get some expensive over the counter. I don't have it.
And what time was that?
That was like, I got home at 1:25 a.m.
1:25.
I was gone for 12 minutes. You go on my 316, we got it right there.
There's some text messages in your phone. You use several of your phone.
Yeah.
And there's a message in there. It's an outgoing message from you that says turning on 204. And that's at 10:40.
Yeah.
10:40 p.m.
Yeah.
We didn't talk about that before. So what? 10:40 p.m. Where were you at 10:40 p.m.?
If I was turning on 204, I was probably going to go pay back or something. Pay back front from him. To be honest with you, I was going to go pay back a $20 front for him. For Danny. Daniel, that's who King is. That's Danny. He had $20 a week. I went and paid it back. Whatever. But he was awake at that time. He was up. He was awake at that time. Quinton had just went to sleep. He had stopped all the crying and all that stuff. And that's why I left, because he went to sleep at 10:30. And it only takes another 12 minutes to get to 204. If you take 16.
So that would have been important for us to know before. So that's what we have to understand everything. And you just, you have to be kind of open book.
I wasn't
good or bad.
Yeah, it's not like I was trying to keep it. I'm trying to replay everything over and over, and I've been doing it all day. All day. I forgot about that. That was not on my mind. My mind is, this is where I went, this is what I did, this is the last time I see my son, and I need him here now.
And you mentioned he was crying a lot.
Yeah, he was done.
Was that abnormal?
No, but it's not like crying. Like, but crying. He just, talking to himself, a constant baby talk. It's almost like he's singing to himself. There you go. But he's always done that. He's always done that from the time he started crawling and actually saying mama or dada or drink or eat or anything. He's always done the la 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 when he's asleep.
You can understand there's a lot of resources being expended.
I know there is. I Something's popped up.
But you have to help us. You understand that?
I do. Again, it is weird. I mean, when after we picked up the kids at 4:30, me or him, none of the kids were with us. I can verify that 100%. After we picked them up at 4:30, all three of their babies were at that house. The room was 9-11. They showered, ate, and went to bed. I made 2 runs, orange out, and then 204, and then orange out.
Just talk about that. Let's look at 204. What time did you leave the house?
At time, I texted him and said I was turning on 204. I had already been gone. That means I was literally turning on 204, so I've probably been gone like 10 minutes. At that time.
What would have been your route? You left your house off Buck Halter.
If I went off Buck Halter, I took 17. Possible on the way, yeah, it's possible on the way back. I may not have taken 17. I could have taken 16 because there's been road work on 204.
So you went south down 17 from Buck Halter.
Yeah, and I think I took the highway back.
And then when you said turn on this text message, you said Buck Halter.
Yeah, and I think I took that. Like, okay, so if I'm on 17.
Towards 95.
Yeah, like when I say I'm turning on 204, if you have to turn 17 before Walmart and you have that bridge, that's me turning on 204. That would have been my location right there by that bridge, turning on 204.
But turn on 204 going what direction?
Going toward
to Savannah or south out to 95?
South towards 95. 95. Like over there by like Flacco's Tacos and Harley Davidson shop. That's where I met the person I paid back $20 to.
Okay, and who was that person that you?
They goes by Red.
Red.
He goes by Red. I don't know his name. He's a tall, light-skinned dude. Tall, light-skinned black dude.
And you met him at. So if you sent that at 10:40, it's a 5-minute.
Yeah, and I was already heading back by the time that.
So at 10:40, you texted him that you were turning on 204 to go meet Red?
Yeah, like I'm turning on 204 now, like I'm about to meet him. That's what I was trying to tell him.
So, and at that point, you didn't get anything.
No, I just paid him $20. I gave him $20 and I left. And it was a front from a couple days ago. A few days ago, I think we got that 8th. We paid $10 on the 8th, and we owed $20.
How much more money did you owe Red?
Nothing. That was it. That was just that $20. Just when you would see messages, otherwise somebody blowing up my phone or Danny's phone about us pulling money.
You don't know anybody else anymore. Because I asked you this question earlier.
Yeah, no, we did. I don't. Like that was handled. That was got a front 2 days later, paid you back. That's what that was. That's like I don't do fronts like that. That was on his name, on his front. I didn't like doing that. I went ahead and paid it back.
Was last night, was it abnormal for Quinton to cry as much as he did last night?
No, he, like I said, he wasn't trying. He was like, Lou. So he does. He did that and it got quiet like 10:30. About 10:30, and looked over there and he was knocked out. Little cheeks pink and snuggled up in the blanket. So.
Where do y'all keep the weed when y'all do have it?
Outside. We got it outside in a safe box.
Was there anything else that would be inside the house?
No. We don't smoke cigarettes inside. We don't smoke weed inside. We don't take it inside. We don't do that.
What about Paul?
Paul? No.
Is he into any of that?
Yeah, he smokes, but I don't think, as far as I know, he keeps it in his truck. As far as I know, he keeps it in his truck. That was one of the rules of my parents allowing him to move in there.
But it's just weed though?
Yeah. Just weed. Nothing else. Like, listen, my mom's a convicted felon. There's no way I'm going to sit there and continuously push the buttons of these people.
Yeah.
You can't do that.
Okay. But you were in substance abuse for...
I've had other things I used to do, other things I have from smoking coke, or at one point I was on meth, or whatever. I got all that stuff on my own. And then when I had that and I had mental health issues, I just went ahead and told the counselor that sometimes I just want to go back to feeling that numb. So now I got substance abuse counseling. So,
did either Paul or Danny ever have issues with that too?
Paul, I don't think so. Danny, I don't think so with that either. Whatever, Danny's a very particular. The most I had to do is drink beer. Maybe hit one surprise.
Was there a reason that you went to go pay instead of Danny?
I was the only one with money, and I wasn't giving Danny the money to do so.
Why is that?
Because there's times that he would go and spend it on alcohol versus what we need to do it on, spend it on.
Okay.
That's
How
how
often does that happen?
he drinks daily.
Does that ever become?
Thank you, Linda.
He doesn't get drunk. He's not like a belligerent, angry.
Awesome.
Like a 6-pack beer a day. That's what he does.
How much did you have last night?
Last night he had a 6-pack as normal. I think he had a few shots of Fireball too.
But it wasn't anything abnormal?
Nothing out of the way. He was laying down before I was.
Did Paul know that y'all were leaving, or you were leaving for a second? Or was he already upstairs?
He was already upstairs. When Paul got home last night, normally he does come down there and, come in my room or whatever and hang out. He didn't last night. He just came in there for a minute, said, hey, he got his dog and went upstairs. So.
Is Paul hear Quinton crying when he's upstairs?
No.
He can't hear him cry.
I'm in judge mode.
Like when we used to be upstairs, you can come and bang on my door as hard as you wanted to. I couldn't hear you. So I can't hear you bang on the door. It's only when you hear a child. Not from that. That's why we moved from up there down there. So we're not constantly worried about stairs or.
No, you're not blocked.
How old are you?
I'll be 23 in November.
She's been through a lot as a 23-year-old.
Y'all don't understand how there's a lot of reasons why we can't sleep. My mother's spending it all my life. I watched her OD and get buried in fucking leaves in the ditch by her friends, and this love is there. And there's so many situations. This is what people don't understand, that I would never cause any harm towards any of my kids the way I have been hurt. I just won't. I sit here and I do have issues with us because I take all the blame on me. Anything that goes wrong, I take it in. I wear my heart on my sleeve and I really shouldn't. That little boy last night, he was so sweet in that bathtub and sitting there telling me bubbles. He wanted to play with the bubbles. That's all he wants to do is play with the bubbles and go to the park and play with the ball and the tablet. People just want to come and take your happy baby. Remember that surgeon is or whatever. It really hurt my feelings out there saying you don't think that your mental problems could have made you do something and you completely not know about it. No, I do not think that is. I don't think that there's anything like that. That would I don't care how many different personalities somebody says I have. Every single one of those kids the same. I gave birth to Quinn alone in the hospital room. Alone, I had nobody there. I was in the hospital for 2 days. That is my boy. That is my baby. And let me my baby back home. Okay. Is that right? This is right. I'm trying all the hardest. The more I try to get back on track so I can be what these kids need. The more life has to hit me. And this time it looks like it just blew me up. I can't. Like I'm really I had to find out the time I could get to the hospital after this. I had to get Leilani home. I don't think I'm more of a danger to myself. No, you're right now.
Take some deep breaths right now. Do you need water right now? Just take some deep breaths.
She does look like she's tweaking a little bit. Like she's on some drugs.
Now, paused it at 15:54 and 43 seconds on the timestamp in the top left corner. I'd like to ask you a couple questions about the defendant's demeanor in this and other interviews, okay?
Yep.
Was her demeanor consistent throughout any given interview?
Absolutely not.
Can you tell us why you say that?
I mean, as we saw in this interview, she would kind of get into these hysterical yelling rants.
And would that happen in response to any particular lines of questioning?
Sometimes when it kind of questioned her statement or her timeline, it would start to escalate into this.
And when she got like that, was it then difficult to get an additional question in?
Yeah, we would have to calm her down before she would engage back with us with a back and forth conversation.
Is it fair to say that during these interviews, when pressed on certain things, she would become histrionic and just kind of fill the room with noise?
Yes.
Resuming playback at 15:54:43.
I passed around from house to house, and that's something I don't want for my kids. So when I found myself in a hard situation, I just took one thing I do. Mom, I call my mom. Help me with my kids. She has them. Until I start getting myself back together and come back here and get a decent job, got a car for myself on Mother's Day. Just trying to build myself up for these kids. And I'm still going to try. My heart is no matter what. But I can't. But I don't even know if it's okay. I just want to know if it's okay. I want some type of traffic camera to do something to tell me he's okay. And nobody knows it by the time it hits tomorrow morning. It already be past the time when you're most likely to find a missing person. It'll be past it. After that, you're less likely, right? After the first 24 hours.
We got people out there. Everyone's looking right now.
I just want to go home. I'm just a bulldozer over it. I don't care. I'm just gonna find a baby. I'll take everybody's freaking house down right now if I could.
I'll just get you some water. You want some water?
Breathe. I got water in the room.
You've been through an entire lifetime of hurt in 23 years. You know, we can't sit here and even begin to think about the pain that you've experienced. So I'm sorry. I wish there was something we could do to help ease that pain, but the truth be told, there's nothing that we can do. We're going to do everything we can to get you, the assistance.
Whatever we can do to get my baby back. I gotta ease my pain.
But that's where you've got to help. When we initially talked to you, there was some stuff you didn't disclose in that initial conversation. And now we're back in here, kind of talking through, you and Danny owing a debt, to Red. And those are the kind of things that we as law enforcement call that a piece of the puzzle. But we have to know stuff like that. So anything like that, and you have to understand, there's so many other things going on besides what's going on in this interview right now. There are people, looking at cell phone data. There are people doing additional interviews. There's search warrants taking place. When it comes to a child and a child abduction, there is absolutely no stone, no leaf that's not unturned. So I can 100% tell you that between the FBI and the Chatham County Police Department, we are going to find out what happened. I promise you that. And if we find that out, an hour from now, or we find it out a year from now, we are going to figure this out. I can promise you that. Because there's nothing more important to us than finding, Quinton and bringing the person to justice that's responsible for taking him out of your life. Okay? So I want to look you in the eye and tell you that. But I need you to look me in the eye and tell me from this point forward, there's absolutely nothing.
I believe that is the 100%. I believe that is the only event that I did not disclose. And it's only because I didn't think about it. That's not what I was thinking about at the time. I'm just like, that's like, no. When he was in bed, he was asleep. No.
This is going to be hard. I'm going to ask you this. It's going to be hard. And you can't get frustrated with me because you've got to understand we're doing a job. But when we first talked to you in the initial interview, there was no mention of him crying a lot. You mentioned that he was babbling.
Yeah, he babbles. He does a lot.
just here 15 minutes ago in this interview room, before you took off and this text message, hey, I'm turning on 204 now, you mentioned that it was, I made that trip, before he was crying. And you described crying to the point where he was crying maybe abnormally. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but that's the way I interpreted it, that he was crying abnormally.
No, I think I said I left before, like, he was asleep. I left before. Like, it's not like I left and he was still awake. I left after he fell asleep. He was babbling. And when I came back in,
I think she's under the influence of something.
Crying? No. He does a little fuss. Did you cry? No. When I say crying, that's babbling, fussy noises. It's the way I explained it for Zane, Quinton. It's not. None of my kids cry and fuss. It's not even fit. Every kid cries. No, let me take that off. I'm not trying to mean that. By no means. Every kid cries. Okay. But no, he wasn't crying normally. It was just so very loud. Like he was trying to get somebody to come over there and give him the attention.
She must have did the rest of that Colombian Bam Bam she bought from Red.
He had a tablet with him too. It could have been. He could have been looking at something and thinking it was funny. It's a kid-approved YouTube for kids TV thing. You can't get on nothing at all that's, bad for kids or anything like that. Whatever. So he could have been laughing at something like that, just like my oldest does. Or looking, I don't know. He was babbling, fussing, crying. I don't know. But when I left the house, he was asleep. He was quiet. He was curled up with a blanket. He was quiet.
And what time did you say? 10:40, you turned on 204. What time did you get back to the house?
To the house, 10:49, 50. That's not me 20 minutes. Total 20 minutes, 22 minutes. Something like that.
What was Quinton doing when you got home?
He was still asleep.
And what was Zane doing?
He was laying on the bed with the tablet on his chest.
Okay. Was he asleep though?
Yeah.
Okay. And then,
Look how much skinnier she was here.
On the bed with a Fire Stick TV in his hand. You remember that?
anything weird about him?
He was just laying there. Besides the fact that he was still fully dressed, and that's not normally him. But then again, there was a lot going on. We left work early. I had to get the wisdom teeth taken out, come to the house, clean up stuff, get dinner going, get the kids. So it was just he just didn't have time.
Does he have kids himself? Your fiance?
My little girl. That's his daughter.
Besides her. Okay. How's he doing with her?
He doesn't really go to the room. She smells at him before she does me. I don't know when I carried her.
He just stepped straight in the baby
and almost like died giving birth to her.
Okay.
Yeah.
But she's still his baby. Or yeah, she's still whatever.
She said, Daddy's gonna all the way.
Does
Zane is all about his papa. Quinton was my baby.
Yeah.
He was the one that come across my lap just like Sky does. Sky does.
Yes, the Dolly band.
Zane does. I didn't get that this morning.
And you said Paul had a pretty good relationship with him too.
Yeah, he's very good with my kids. If I need help, he's right there. No, is he like, I'll do it all for you? No. But you be watching for a second? Yeah. You be taking those out and playing with them for a second? Yeah. You can teach them how to play soccer? Yeah.
Yeah.
So is there anything else of any sort of relevance that you want to talk to us about on the phone at all?
No. There's nothing there at all. Like I said, y'all can go on Life 360 if you want to. It's on there. And it shows you my exact route that I took. The way I came back, the time that I left the house, the time that I got back home. It shows everything. And it shows Danny's trips and everything too. The times and all. And dates.
So like you said, we got people working everywhere right now.
Well, you've been through a lot in your life. Now is not the time for us to. There's a lot I think that we can talk about. And we can get you in contact with folks that can provide you assistance, free of charge, to help you through everything that you've been through. But right now, I don't want to make light of that situation because it's not lost on me what it is that you've been through.
was not there, and I had no knowledge about he was fine. When I got home, he was fine. He was asleep. He was curled up in that blanket. I touched his little hair, and he moved and rolled over. I'm telling you, he was fine.
So just help me understand, like, what type of accident could have happened? Do you think that Danny may have done something? Because we have to agree that Quinton was crying. We have to agree that more than just bad. Is it possible that you left the house because Quinton was crying so bad, and you came back and there was an accident that took place?
I think the only time Quinton actually cried is when he took that towel from him, and he's laying in there. Then he's not just no towel. When I left the house, he was asleep. He was already asleep. Now,
At one time, she said he wasn't asleep.
Zane could have woken up for a second or something and drank that loud and proud because we wouldn't turn the TV back on for him and woke up with Quinn. Yeah, that's a possible thing. Danny doesn't know if I'm going to have patience, though. Not like that, not easily. Not to where I think that he would finally just get fed up with somebody crying and do something to make him shut up and not realize that they did do something too much. You know, he's not that type of person.
How easy that can happen.
Yeah.
We're adults, we're grown adults.
Yeah.
But a small child, it doesn't take much.
Yeah.
You can just get frustrated with a small child and just grab them the wrong way.
Yeah.
And an accident happens. The next thing you know, the child's unconscious.
That ain't an accident. That's murder.
Instead of, because you're not thinking logically about it. You know, all you're thinking about is, you know, what has happened. And you don't know what to do, and you panic.
I don't think that he would. I don't think he would at all when I get back to the house. I reached for that thing.
She's still more believable than Jen Soto.
He was fine. He was a happy baby when he went to sleep. When he was asleep. I don't know what to say. I don't know what something could have occurred. I don't want to think about probabilities, even though there's a million of them. But I don't know. And I don't want to think that he would do something like that. And like you said, when people snap, people break. I don't think he would though. Daddy was not acting out the way when I got home. He was not acting like fancy or nervous or mad or concerned or anything weird at all. He was not.
What about this morning?
This morning, I didn't see him.
Since y'all have been together.
Sam, he's been very calm now. It's probably because I'm not.
Is that a normal thing for him?
If I'm now, he tries his hardest to stay calm, and then if it's the other way around, he's normally freaking out. Yeah, I called him screaming about him. I said, I can't find Quinton. I can't find him anywhere. The door is open, and I can't find him anywhere. He said, did you drop him off on the shelves or something? Did you tell me that you were going to do that? Did not tell me? Like, did I not remember? He said, no, he was there when I left this morning. I said, you're 100% sure? He said, yes. I said, he's not here now. And there was a 3-hour difference between when he left this morning and when I woke up.
Do you think something could have happened in those 3 hours with Damon?
I don't know. On Life 360, it showed that he left at the time that he said he did, and then he got to work at the time that he said he did, and then he left and came home when I called. So, I mean, I don't think so. I got my boss's numbers as well if you would like that to confirm that Danny was there.
I mean, I think he went to work on his alibi. I think he knew.
Your fiance. You lived 23 hard years. You got a lot of life left in front of you. You're the mother of 3 beautiful children. As you described. Nothing is more important than you being available and being a mother for these 3 children.
Yes.
So don't let any sort of motivation to protect Danny stand in the way of you being the mother that you need to be.
I wouldn't. Like I said, he was not. The only thing I thought was weird is that normally he goes off work, goes home, takes a shower, and immediately dresses because he's that type of pretty boy. He didn't do that yesterday. but the pain causes in the mouth. He was helping me in and out of the car and into the house because I was a little lippy, you know. So I really don't.
And the kid then starts crying, and you're not there to be the mother because you're suffering from having your wisdom teeth pulled out.
Like I'm telling you, like when he was asleep, when he would lay down, and when I took that tablet away, yeah, he did cry. That might be what I was talking about earlier. Yeah, he did cry. He screamed. He's TV on, as he says it. But by the time that I had smoked a cigarette, got dressed, and was getting ready to leave and checked on him, he was asleep. Eyes shut. Completely. Left, kicked back, checked again. Moved his hair in his face. Still, it was good. He did a little. It was good. Saying he was good. I wasn't touching that type of stuff. I knew better than I was. Totally top of that.
You don't think there's any chance that an accident could have taken place, and Danny just did something that it just.
If there was, I'm not gonna say no because you never truly know anybody. Y'all read that. But if there was,
She's not going to say no, huh?
Oh, that made me suspect anything was wrong. Or even when I got up this morning, besides my front door being open. That's the first thing that threw me off. Front door's open. Okay, got up, shut it, checked to make sure every single kid's there. And Quinton wasn't there. But everything was good. But minus that, I normally wake up when Danny gets out of bed. I normally wake up, and he normally tells me bye. I do not remember him telling me bye. I do not remember him getting out of bed. That's probably the weirdest part right there. You know, but I was up throughout the night.
Is there any reason that y'all have been up and in and out of the house throughout the night?
No. And the last time anybody showed up in that house would have been me, and that was when I went to go to that ordeal. And that was just the end of a culture back that was on my street.
So now the doors in the house would have opened or closed at any point after you got back home?
Nope.
Yeah, she's under the influence in this interview.
I know I looked out the front door. I pushed up against it, and I knew that was locked. But Annie went outside this morning and grabbed some cigarettes off of it and locked the door and didn't push it all the way. It wouldn't have caught. It wouldn't have latched. You could just push it over. So he said, or he kept on slamming up and down. He locked it. That it was locked. I can take a better information than that open that door. Just held on. That's how easy it is to get in that house. So I don't think he would, and I don't want to believe he would. He wasn't acting up the way. There is nothing at all that I could think of the way he was acting, talking, looking, reacting, behavior, anything for me to think, yeah, he probably could have done something. There's nothing for me to think that at all. It was really baffled right now. It's all this. I don't know. I don't even know where to begin to look. What am I supposed to do when I go home? What am I supposed to do? Act like everything's normal? Sleep in the room that I normally have 3 babies in, and now I have 2?
Just one last thing with the messages on here. You're saying something, or he's saying something about, I guess, when you're meeting up with this dude, Fred, about him being threatened.
No, that's about my brother. Paul showed up and is going to bed. Wow, okay, he said something about telling you he was on the way, and he was being threatened to run over. That was my brother leaving work, and somebody threatened to run him over at work.
Can you tell us about that?
I didn't elaborate on the situation. Like I said, Paul normally stays on there and hangs out, but he didn't. He gave me that dog.
Awesome, Teresa.
So, I still haven't asked about that situation yet. I got up and I didn't have the time.
Does Paul ever have issues or anything?
Like that? No. He is autistic, and sometimes he runs his mouth, and if he runs it to the wrong person, he just has
He does run his mouth.
Is that probably what happened at work? Yeah, he probably looked over at somebody, flipped off the wrong person, and decided they were trying to run him over.
He does talk a little bit of shit. Paul does. I had a few words with him.
No. But then again, I'm gone 6 to 2, and he works 2 to 10. Yeah. So if there is, I don't know, and I don't see. And nobody hits my room because I lock my door when I'm not home. Yeah. So, I don't know.
What about Danny? Has he got people coming over?
He has one friend, and his name is Marvin, but he doesn't hang out or anything. Like, they might stop by and talk for 5 or 10 minutes and then go on these tour.
Somebody check on the jury.
When he moved down here, Danny didn't have anybody.
What about Paul having a girlfriend? He still have a girlfriend.
That's news to me.
Okay, I'm just asking if it does.
That's news to me.
Okay.
I was just about to shuffle his eyes about everything. No girlfriends. We question if he's gay.
Our boyfriends see if boyfriends come over.
Yeah, but no, none of that. I haven't seen nobody come over. Thomas, when he's home, he doesn't have company come over unless it's his sister or his really old friend of his named Roger.
She said she thinks Paul's gay.
It was like a stepdad. My other brother is Joe. That was here earlier too. I had 6 brothers. I'm sorry.
When was your mom? When was she scheduled to be back here?
Wake up, Dolly. I'm awake. I'm still here.
And then we were told a couple of days ago that she got laid off. And when we called her and asked if she was coming home, she said she doesn't know if she's coming home quite yet. So maybe that she was maybe trying to set up another job, or maybe she was just going to go and hang out with Thomas at his job on her way home and then just come home with him this weekend, since he comes home on the weekends or something. But I didn't really get into big detail about it because the last incident we did have with the pushing and the kids and the cops calling and all that stuff, we have been very distant since then.
So given your mom's situation as it relates to her travel and her job, and given your situation as it relates to your mental health and use of drugs, and
Yes, I got thrown in the clink down there in Georgia.
so you feel that given your mom's situation and your situation, she was still the best person for you to have custody to.
Yeah, she from the time that I first gave the custody to until now, no matter what, I gave her the custody to. She hasn't had custody over them for not even a year yet.
I'm trying to understand that she's away. She's maybe out of town for a month, 2 months at a time.
Sometimes 3. Sometimes
she has full custody. So really, it's just call it a paper drill. Call it what you want to.
Yeah, it's pretty much just paper talking. And whatever. She got custody, but I was the one every day. I was there every day. I took him to his doctor's appointments. I got his clothes set up just like they're set up still on the counter next to his bed every night. They had put their bags together with their toys and their diapers.
Bye, you babe. Woo! Thank you.
It was me. He was with that baby every day. All of them. Well, that was funny. Like, mentally and everything stable enough to come and be there and to be good for my kids. Whatever I did, it was there all the time. I set up their appointments. I made sure everything was good with them. Like I say, golden to speech, and Quinton was going to have an appointment to see if he was autistic coming up pretty soon, to go ahead and just start a little test on that, because they was autistic and I wanted to help that he needed to be able to progress.
You've been through a lot. We've talked about that. You've been through a lot. We can't imagine what it is. Through all that, trials and tribulations that you've been through, you get what I like to call just street smart, just an inclination, just a hunch. That you know something just doesn't quite smell right.
But you don't know exactly what it is.
And that's what I'm asking for you right now, because I know that you know something's just not quite right.
I don't know what it is.
But it goes back to what we talked about earlier. Bad news doesn't get better with time. Accidents happen. Things happen. Things that we regret, after it's done. So that's what I'm looking at you in the eye right now. Because it goes to the fact that there's probably no less than 40 everything humanly and feasibly possible to find Quinton. So going back to that sense, that sixth sense that you have, 23 years old, young lady, but has a whole lifetime experience in 23 years. That's what I'm leaning on you for right now. Accidents happen, and I need you to help me figure out what happened. What happened last night?
I'm trying. I don't think like nothing was out of the ordinary with Danny. When I left, and when I came back, nothing out of the ordinary at all. Even though he was talking, like his movements and body language, all of it, nothing was throwing me off. Nothing. And normally it does. When he's sitting there talking to some other female on his phone and won't tell me about it, and I have a feeling or a hunch, I'm right. And I can tell because of the way he's acting, the way he moves. He's very secretive. It wasn't like that last night. This man was like on the couch like this. Well, on the bed, his couch on the bed. And on the bed like this. Actually, I can just click it on it.
When you saw Quinton last night, when you came back at 10:40,
about 10:50, yeah.
You know 100% certain.
He was okay.
He was okay.
He was 100% certain, okay, that baby was moving, that baby was breathing, and that baby was curling up inside of a blanket, getting comfy. Last time I laid my eyes on him. That was the last time I laid my eyes on him. Snuggling up in his hair.
But you gotta agree that it's possible. I mean, we've got to figure out.
I can't throw it out because I don't know that the person that I never thought would hurt me. Okay, so I'm not gonna throw it out. But do I think that he will? No. Will I put it past anybody? No. I don't put it past nobody. There's a possibility that it could have. Something could have happened. Maybe something happened after I went to sleep. Maybe Quinton woke up and started crying because I was so tired and doped up on medicine I didn't hear it. And then he got frustrated. But if it happened, I don't know, and I don't want to focus on babies. Because it's just lays down to a dead end normally.
And if that happened, and if you know that happened, we're going to do everything we can to protect you. So you got to understand that.
That's like the only thing. When I sit there and I'm thinking how everything went last night when I left and I came back both times, how he was. That's the only thing I can think of. I'm normally a light sleeper. I normally, when the moment this dude's alarm goes off and he's crawling out of bed and he's still got his nothing but drawers on. You know, I didn't hear nothing. I didn't see him. I didn't feel nothing at all. I mean, I didn't hear the sky when she woke up at 3. I'm guessing he did. She normally wakes up about 3:30. So that's if I can give you a time frame of when possibly something could have happened, would have been after 1:30 in the morning when I went to bed. And that was like laying down at 12. My mouth couldn't get comfortable. My mouth was hurting. Got in contact with my friend, went and got some oral gel, came back home, applied it, checked on it all again, and I went to bed. I went to bed next to Danny, and I was against the wall, and Danny was on the outside.
And you didn't get anything else from Red? Nothing else?
No, I handed him a $20 bill.
So when we go talk to Red, Red's going to tell us that.
Yeah, he handed me a $20 bill.
That's it.
Yeah.
And what was that important for you last night to get up at 10:40 at night?
And I was getting irritated with Danny because my mouth was hurting, so that was an excuse for me to go ahead and just get out the house for a minute and have a reason to do so too, besides just running. I was getting aggravated with him. My mouth was hurting and kept on trying to offer me food and this and tried every time he would put his hand on me, he kept on touching right here repeatedly, and I was just aggravated. My mouth was hurting. And one period that shit didn't help either. Then the girl got in the car and I was like, hey, pay back $20, right? And he said, yeah. Like, give me that. And that and I have been on and off for the past few months because of him cheating and things like that. So that has turned into my way of handling things with Danny before it escalates to the point that it is yelling and screaming and arguing and throwing stuff. It's just walk away. When I feel like it's escalating, just walk away. When There's been times that I went inside that Salt Creek Park and then got told to leave by an officer because you can't be there after dark. You know? So it's just escape. That was the excuse last night. It's the escape because I'm sitting there feeling like he's talking to other people because he doesn't want to do anything with me or that.
Pausing at 16:27:16. What was it that she just said there about why she left the house to go visit the drug dealer?
She thought Daniel was talking to other women.
And did she also say because he didn't want to be with her in bed?
Yes.
Resuming playback.
So, again, life is tough. And there was nothing that gave you any inclination that Danny did anything wrong.
No, nothing at all. Nothing out the way. Nothing.
There's no stress.
Yeah. Nothing. Nothing looking out the way. I mean, Quinton, when he was awake and was around Danny, was not acting no type of way towards Danny. Wasn't acting scared or frightened. Didn't flex when we picked him up and spit him in the air. You know, nothing. So, and even afterwards, when he was in bed and asleep, whoever said that Danny wasn't acting funny. Animals weren't acting funny. The house was exactly the way it was when I left it. I mean, exactly, straight down to the dog's turd from the back door. Yeah, that was all I said.
I'm just looking to give you every opportunity to recollect and think through exactly what happened. And I'm going to disclose some things to you that we're going to be doing. So you understand. So if the doors were open and shut anytime after you got home at 10:50, we're going to find that out. If any cars, if Danny's car left, if any cars associated with that house left, we're going to find out. You have to understand that. Like when it comes to situations this much gravity, this much weight, there is no expense spared to figure this out. Okay? Well, we can easily sit here and talk to you, get everything in your mind, and you tell us what you think happened. And it saves a lot of time.
And then I think, just I wasn't going to put past nobody, because I know how much people trust the people who watch me when I was younger. And I trust anyone, all of me. I trust them. I trust them with the kids more than I trust them with myself. Because he's so cheated and hurt me that many times to that extent. I mean, he's never done wrong about the kids that I could see. Never. He's scared to even pop them. So, like, if he did mentally stop, if he did, it was after I was asleep. That was after going and picking up my orange out. Because after I got back, I did lay down for a minute. I tried to sleep for a minute. I did. I tried and I couldn't. And my mouth hurt. And got in contact with my friend. And got some orange juice, which is why it was at 1:25 when I got back in the morning. And not immediately after going to 204. He didn't act no type of way. Nothing looked out of the ordinary in the house this morning when I got up either. Besides the door being open. And Quinton not being there. Those are the only two things that are out of the ordinary.
Do you have any other way of tracking anyone else's Life 360?
I used to have the location thing, but Danny doesn't have my phone anymore.
What is SoFi?
So it's a bank app. There's a lot of those in there. I was trying the $30 sign-up bonus.
You got to go ahead and do this.
No, I'm just doing it.
So if you would, I'm kind of new to Life 360, so if I search.
So this would be all the most recent ones. The farther you go down, the older they get.
Gotcha.
Alright. And if you click on money and you want to see where I left this morning, this will show Because my phone battery was low, which is why it's showing like that. And it's showing phone up here. There's the Chevron gas station. Yeah. To get that, and then went back home. Okay. Okay, red. Looks like I took 17 there and took 16 back, or 95 back.
So how do I see Danny's?
His name, click on it, and it says same. Unable to connect.
Oh, we have it on airplane, but you can take it off. It might be why. Do you need Wi-Fi or do you already need it?
No, it's just same.
Precinct's kind of a dead zone.
Saying unable to connect.
Is it trying to do a live thing, or is it just showing the history?
It's trying to do both, and right now it's not showing anything, and that's weird because I seen this stuff this morning. I wonder what I'd be doing on this if 316 is on this phone anymore. And it says he got been on since 9:55, so it's been on there.
Would it not work if his phone was off right now?
No, it should still show up the history.
His most recent location.
Yeah, it should still show that up.
4 hours ago.
But it's not showing the history.
Yeah, if the phone's off, it won't talk. If his phone is off, yeah, it's cycling, so it's not connecting. So it relies on his phone and the app to push you the data. So that's what that is. And there's nothing else that you can think of. And there's no chance. And this is going to sound crude, but you got to understand that we got a job to do. There's no chance.
There's no chance at all that I think that I would do anything with my mental, no matter what, to hurt my children. And Danny, no. I'm going to put it this way. I 95% believe that there is no possibility that that man would hurt their children.
Something can happen.
Which is why I said I'm 95%.
It could be an accident.
Exactly, because there's nothing that cannot. If something did happen to my baby last night that I did not know about, then it was probably an accident. I don't think somebody would intentionally, or Danny, or anybody would intentionally that I know, or that was in that house, hurt the children. I don't think they would.
Drugs are bad, okay?
The baby's just calling them or referring to them as these little effers. Just they don't want to fight you.
A whole lot of lying and crying going on.
Is there anything that attracted him? Like, did he like to follow dogs? Did he like water? Did he like
Water, he loves the water. Balls. He loves balls. No, I didn't really. If we went for a walk,
Cocaine is a hell of a drug.
but we always played in the backyard. Backyard, we go out there and there's a clear area next to the cardboard where I can like kick the ball around with him, and he can run and follow me, not be too worried. That's what we would play out there. He would always be attracted to that old rusty truck behind the cardboard. So,
but we know that, the playpen, the pack employee, he wasn't.
She's been trying to blame her boyfriend for a little bit.
So whatever has happened to Dylan at this point, he was picked up out of that pack employee. you had anybody when Quinton was playing out in the yard, when the kids were playing out in the yard, any passersby just randomly come up and start talking to you? Hey, how you doing?
There's a white male that's come up and knocked on the doors, passed him off about 3 times randomly. One time was at like 12 o'clock at night saying, God told me to come bless you and your kids. And he left. Then he came back the following week again, about 1 o'clock, knocked on the door. And I said, who is it? Whatever. And he said his name. And I was like, do you need anything? Are you okay? I didn't open my screen door. That was still shut. No, but I had that. So I didn't open the screen door part. I was like, what do you want? What do you need? Are you okay? Do you need assistance? You call somebody. He said no, and then he left again. And the last time I seen him was, I think, 2 days ago when I had all the kids.
Yeah, she's mad on some coach or something.
Did you ever try to engage her with the kids? Like, hey, buddy, how are you doing? You ever saying like that? Every time they knock on the door, come to the yard, he's always, hey, how you doing? What's up? My church is this, and God bless you, and give me a hug. Did this man give you any sort of bad vibes? Did you think he was an outstanding person, legitimate, or there was something? There was something off about him. I mean, one person comes up and knocks on somebody's door at that time of night to say, God bless you. So what else? You have no idea, like a car or anything? I've never seen him in front of a
This
car.
is your brain on drugs. Yeah, right.
Walking open the road, I can tell you he's about 5'11".
Good Lord.
Light blue eyes, 106 pounds, maybe around 19, 20 years old. He looked young. He's younger than me. He looked young. Other than that, that's the only person that's popped up recently at all that's been random out the blue. You know, completely unexpected and at very odd times. That's it.
You missed a lot. You missed a lot today. A whole lot of stupid cops that went to the school, the dipshit school.
They took this too. My wisdom tooth, the one in front of it, and one here.
There was blood. They didn't test it. There was throw up. They didn't test it. All right. Thank God. That took forever.
Now that last line of questioning from Special Agent Snyder was about whether there had been any suspicious strangers around the house anytime recently, right?
Yes.
And in that nearly hour-long interview, is it fair to say that most of the questions focused on whether Danny might have been responsible?
Yes.
There were also questions about whether there could have been an accident.
Yes, several times.
And there were questions about whether Quinton could have just gotten out of the pack and played himself and walked away.
Yes.
And she denied that that was impossible.
Yeah, she said he wasn't capable of doing that.
There were questions about how Paul treated the kids and what his relationship with the children was like.
Yes.
And she said that he treated the kids well.
We had to do the spirit box.
Yes. As she had said for Danny.
Yes.
Who was, in her words, afraid to even pop them.
Yes.
Is it fair to say then that you all as an investigative team kept an open mind about what might have happened?
We did.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
No, Dolly, don't do that. I still got the spirit box.
Yes. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a break. It is 10 after 3. Let's come back at 3:25 for a 15-minute break.
15 minutes.
Don't discuss the case and don't do any research. All right.
All right. So let's put the. All right. So 15-minute break in the court. So all she does is lie. Everything she says is pretty much a lie. You know what ain't a lie? How good Dolly soap is. That ain't a lie. Hey guys, have you washed your ass crack in your titty flaps today? Is your soap leaving you a little bit dry and your clam just a little bit crusty? If that's the case, you're in the right place. I'm Dolly, the creator of Dolly's luxurious lather bar, the best soap in the world. And I'm here to tell you, your soap ain't shit. It's filled with harsh ingredients and chemicals that you can't even say. Some of it is even made by doctors that ain't even doctors. And let me tell you, this right here, downright disgusting. Your flaps deserve better. Here at Dolly, we take every crack, flap, crevice in consideration. We only use the best 100% all natural ingredients because we care about your lady parts. Every bar is handcrafted by me, Dolly. And we carry some of your favorite scents, such as raspberry lemonade, pink sugar, our version of love spell, Caribbean haze, and a ton more. To add the full luxury to your bath experience, don't forget to check out Dolly Handle. They will cast a spell right into the air that will leave you relaxed, rejuvenate, refresh. So what are you waiting for? Get over to www.dollysoap.com. Save yourself 10% on your entire order when you use promo code Wash Your Flaps. Remember, keep your ass cracks and your titty flaps clean. Look forward to your order. Be shipping out to you soon. I'm Dolly. See you guys later. Bam! Keep them cracks and them flaps clean, ladies. Keep them clean. We also do have soap for men. We have our Armani, our Sweet Tobacco. We got a few. You have to look at the site for what's for men. But just remember, it makes great Christmas gifts. And it's just not bar soap. We have body wash. We have lotions. We have lip balms. You name it, we got it. Okay, now let's get the phone lines open. What do y'all think about Leilani? Okay, Leilani. A bunch of lies. You never turned off the echo, Dolly. Damn it. Okay, well, it echoed. I'm sorry. That was probably a lot of echoing going on right there. Can we watch it again? Bad echo? Okay, y'all want to watch it without the echo one time? All right, I'll let y'all see it without the echo. My bad. I didn't realize I didn't turn off the echo. Hold on, caller. Hold on. They want the Dolly commercial one time without the echo. All right, if I can find it again. What did I do with it? I don't even know what I did with it. Oh, it's right here. Hey guys, have you washed your ass crack in your titty flaps today? Is your soap leaving you a little bit dry and your clam just a little bit crusty? If that's the case, you're in the right place. I'm Dolly, the creator of Dolly's luxurious lather bars, the best soap in the world. And I'm here to tell you, your soap ain't shit. It's filled with harsh ingredients and chemicals that you can't even say. Some of it is even made by doctors that ain't even doctors. And let me tell you, this right here, downright disgusting. Your flaps deserve better. Here at Dolly, we take every crack, flap, crevice in consideration. We only use the best 100% all natural ingredients because we care about your lady parts. Every bar is handcrafted by me, Dolly, and we carry some of your favorite scents such as raspberry lemonade, pink sugar, our version of love spell, Caribbean haze, and a ton more. To add the full luxury to your bath experience, don't forget to check out Dolly Voodoo Candles. They will cast a spell right into the air that will leave you relaxed, rejuvenated, refreshed. So what are you waiting for? Get over to www.buydollysoap.com. Save yourself 10% on your entire order when you use promo code WASHYOURFLAPS. Remember, keep your ass cracks and your titty flaps clean. Look forward to your order. Be shipping out to you soon. I'm Dolly. See you guys later. All right, there you go. There you go. Keep your cracks and your ass flaps clean. Now let me reshare the screen. Dolly.
Hey, Dolly.
Hey.
It's Sharon from Georgia.
Hey, Shannon. You're breaking up a little bit.
Am I breaking up a little bit? Let me move away from my screen.
Okay.
Okay, I'm back.
All right, that's a little bit better.
I love your commercial.
Thank you. Thank you. Just me being goofy.
I love it. I love it. Listen, I don't understand if the mother had custody of Quinton. I mean, what happened there? I mean, you know what I'm saying? If she had custody, wasn't the mom responsible for that baby?
Yeah, well, what happened was she only got custody so Leilani wouldn't lose the kids.
Oh, okay.
And all she did was really hand the babies back over to Leilani. She was working out of town and as a welder. Her and her husband are both welders. And they were working out of town, so they just left the baby. And then when Leilani got overwhelmed, they were paying the babysitter like $15-20 a day to watch Quinton and the other kids. So that lady was watching like 3 kids for $20.
Really?
Yeah, like the cheapest babysitter in town, and she's a super sweet, nice lady. Good deal.
Well, I pray that Quinton gets justice. That's all I can say. I'm disgusted.
Yeah. I hope he gets some justice too. It's not looking good on the state side so far because we're 2 days in and they ain't even said how the baby died yet.
Yeah, well, I'm sure that'll come. I'll say a prayer. I love you, Dolly.
All right, you be good.
All right, bye-bye.
All right, peace. So, yeah, I mean, 2 days in, we haven't heard one way that this baby's died. Not one. 0. They have no blood so far that they've said. There's no murder weapon. All the witnesses that they're calling wasn't there. The babysitter wasn't there when Quinton died or went missing. The little girl, her daughter, wasn't there when it happened. The prosecution already said that Danny was asleep. Paul was asleep. So that leaves no eyewitness. Dollar.
Hey, my buddy, how you doing?
What's up, Miss Brenda? What's going on?
You there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can now, I think.
Okay. You think you can hear me or you think you're here? Which one?
Yeah, I can now.
All right. What's up with you, Miss Brenda?
Not much. Guy doing better. He actually fed himself for the first time in a month yesterday.
Awesome.
Prayers are working.
Thank
But I want to touch on this idiot right here.
Say that one more time.
I want to touch on this idiot.
Okay.
Go
ahead. She seems like she's on drugs in this interview.
You ever heard the saying, it's not who you know, it's who you blow?
I've heard that, but I've never had to do that.
I'm just wondering with them idiot cops, what's going on?
Yeah, I mean, well, they all went to the school of dipshit.
Must have, because they plumb right down idiots.
Yeah, I thought so too. And I mean, all their detectives and seemed awful young to be, I thought it took time to become a detective. I thought you started off as a gumshoe.
I was thinking the same thing. Hell, but that girl right there, I swear, Dolly, she reminds me so much of one of my daughters. And my daughter she was a Sarah Bernhardt, could cry at a drop of a hat, and 2 seconds later be laughing her ass off. This is a Sarah Bernhardt.
Yeah, well, she kind of goes from crying to that nervous laugh that she has. But it looked like, and in this interview where they had her in there, that she was tweaking pretty hard, like she did the rest of that Colombian Bam Bam that she got that night right before she did this interview, because she's all over the place, moving around, shifting, shaky. She's
on something. She's either took something or she needs to take something.
Maybe
one or the.
Maybe it could be either or, but she looked like a young Billy Joe Howell right there.
Yeah.
So.
But I'm going to take your time. I love you and PJ, and you keep doing good work and be safe.
I will. You be good, Miss Brenda.
Bye.
Peace. Yeah, she had to be under the influence of something right there. I'm thinking she may have did some drugs before she went down there to the police station. Maybe she was nervous and scared, and she was like, yo, let me hit this real quick. And she did, but definitely under the influence. And, these police got to know that. And, just one lie after another lie after another lie. Even when she gets busted in a lie and she tries to fix it, she continues to lie. So it ain't a doubt if she's a liar or not. I believe day one she was a liar, but how did she murder this baby? They got to prove this. It's already almost what? Well, it's 3:30 for them, because we're 30-minute delayed. It's 4:00 here. So they were talking about getting 2 more detectives on the stand before this was over. I just don't really see that happening unless it's something really quick that they can do to get these detectives on the stand, or they're going to run court late today. But, I know she's guilty, right? We all pretty much know she's guilty of what's being done. But in the court of law, you have to prove it. We got to believe in our justice system is fair, and, like Miss Ann says, they got more stuff, they're going to have other witnesses. But like I said, the first couple cops of today, they didn't seem to be the brightest on the police force. Or if they are the brightest, I'm going to be really scared, because they seem like they didn't know what the hell was going on. The lady tried to interview a 3-year-old kid. What are you going to get from a 3-year-old kid? He's going to be like, yeah, my mama killed him, right? The kid can barely talk, ain't paying you no mind. The other cop seen blood, didn't test it, seen throw up, didn't test it. All he wanted to do was take pictures, where if you don't want to be a cop, go be a photographer, right? So are these police officers going to drop the ball and Leilani get off of the murder charges, right? That's pretty scary. That's more scary than any horror movie I watched this week. And I've been watching a bunch of horror movies, right? The babysitter has not came out and testified yet, or her daughter, or Billy Joe, or Danny. But here's the thing is, yeah, they can talk about the abuse they seen before. We know she was abusive. We know she's a liar, but that still don't prove how the baby died. If they don't have any blood, no blood transfer, no blood on her clothes, what about what she was wearing? Is there any blood on that? Right? That's where we get into, the court is on break for 15 minutes, so it shouldn't be too much longer. But that worries me. That absolutely worries me. And they've been dragging on so long with the line that it put the jury members to sleep. Okay, literally, they ain't even awake anymore for this. So the detective is playing Pac-Man on her phone. Yeah, you see the lady playing on her phone. It's boring her. Proof. Where's the proof, Dolly? I haven't seen any proof of her doing anything but lying. Okay, they're all it is she's a liar. She's a liar. She's a liar. Dolly, if Billy has court after hers, it's over. Will you stream it? If Billy has court, Billy who? Billy Joe? Billy Joe is going to be a witness in this, I believe. She's on the witness list. But what could she a witness? I mean, the only thing she's really a witness to is, Leilani's behavior. And that's just like everybody else. What are they a witness to? Just her behavior. Nobody seen her leave with the kid because they said Danny was asleep, right? Danny was asleep. Paul was asleep. Nobody seen her doing anything, right? Or they would have had that in the opening statements. So you don't have much. You don't have any physical evidence. You don't have any transfer evidence. You don't have any blood in the car. Now you can say it looked like blood, but can you prove that was blood? Nah, right? So far, they haven't said anything about a medical, like a weapon, right? Or motive. What is her motive for killing the kid? They haven't even discussed a motive. Why would she hurt her kid? If she raised the kid for 20 months, why she just hurt that kid? There's really been no motive they've talked about, right? So we're on day 2. No talk of how the baby died. No motive or any reason she would have killed her baby, right? The only thing they're trying to prove, she's a liar. Well, if you wanted to prove that, you done proved that she's a liar, right? All day long, they've proved she's a liar. But you have to prove to that jury that she killed this baby and it wasn't somebody else in that house. Danny, there was Danny in the house. There was Paul in the house. Either one of them could have done it. The baby could have fell down the stairs. The baby could have drowned in the bathtub. The baby could have drowned in the pool. The baby could have hit its head on something. We don't know. We do know there's a million ways to die, right? And they haven't given us any examples of any way that this baby could have possibly lost his life. Nobody's allowed in the court, just the news crews. Okay. Mary, she got her GED in jail. She's not in prison. She's in the Chatham County Jail. One thing me and Lonnie got in common, we both done some time in the Chatham County Jail. Okay. I've been there. I went first, though. She kind of followed my footsteps. And the lady did promise me when she got to Chatham County Jail that she would get a warm welcome and she would tell her Dolly said, hey. Okay. Now, that's what the lady told me. She said, I'll tell her hey for you. And I'll make sure she gets a warm welcome, right? Because, the people at the jail, you got to remember, I went to jail before Leilani. They were expecting Leilani, all right? They were expecting her. That's what the lady told me that was fingerprinting me. She said, I'll make sure I tell her hi from Dolly and, we'll give her a warm welcome because they knew she was going to jail. They knew she did it, right? The people at the jail knew she did it. That's why when they found out who I was, they were like, oh, okay, we get it. We get it. You know what I'm saying? And they were like, who do you know? Because, they kicked me out of jail. They were like, you got to go. Right. And most people don't get kicked out of jail, especially on the weekends, because you got to wait to see the judge on Monday. I went to jail on a Friday and I got out Friday night. That don't happen in Chatham County. Okay. You go to jail on Friday, you see the judge on Monday to get a bond. Okay. So they just gave me a bond in the middle of the night to get me up out of there because they didn't want a whole bunch of chaos at the jail. So it all worked out. I got kicked out. And then, of course, right before Thanksgiving, they arrest Leilani. All right. So she spent Thanksgiving, Christmas in jail. Now, Halloween, she was free to party with her people. And listen, they knew Leilani was going. They had a big family gathering right before she got arrested. They had a big cookout. And, they were out there drinking, partying, playing music, raising hell. The whole family was there. The friends were there because this was the going away party for Leilani. Now, should she get that? No. And I always knew that Billy Joe knew somebody in that town or she slept around with, certain people because, she has been charged with prostitution. She used to sling that ass back in the day. Okay. And I ain't talking about in the name of Jesus. I'm talking about in the name of dollar bills. Okay. She probably put it on a few of those police and had some dirt because they treated these people really well while they were shitting on the protesters. Okay. The media was out there defending Leilani and giving protesters a hard time. Remember, they were calling protesters hecklers. Like, this ain't a comedy show, right? They have to say something. You have to say something back to be a heckler. If you out there holding signs screaming Leilani sucks, you a protester. Okay. So that's why nobody watches the media in Georgia. They're airing this right now, right? The news people down there. Let me see if I can find it. They literally have 50 people watching their channel. Okay. Nobody watches the news channels in Georgia because their news completely sucks. Okay. They suck that bad that they can't get 50 people in their damn chat room. All right. I seen it earlier. Their local news is streaming the court live, and they had less than 50 people in there right here. Here it is right here. I'll show it to you. Let me show you guys this. This is how bad their news sucks. All right, let me blow it up. Right here's their channel. WTOC has 49 people watching live. 49 people. All right. 49 people are watching their channel. That is how bad their news sucks. Okay. Like people don't even watch it. Right. 49 locals tuned into them. Right. We've had almost 2,000 people, at least 1,500 all day long here today for 8 hours. Well, 7 hours. That shows you something right there. Nobody pays their shit a bit of mind, right? You know who the hecklers are now? You guys for trying to cover this case because y'all fuckers are a joke. Okay? Y'all are a joke. And that's why they didn't like YouTubers, because you got to remember when I was down there, my videos were doing 50, 60,000 plays a day, right? They couldn't stand that. They could not stand that. Their news people are so competitive down there. They don't like each other. They don't get along, right? And they're fighting for every view they can get, right? So that's why they were like, oh, these hecklers, these YouTubers, and they were trying to talk shit and downplay everybody because nobody watches them. They were mad that we came down to Georgia and took over the views. Their story, where people probably would have watched it, they were like, we don't want to watch you when we can watch Dolly, right? And they were just like, the locals were down there calling them fake news, right? Every time they turned their cameras on, people started screaming fake news, right? So it was crazy. It was crazy down there. And yeah, their news pretty much sucks. All right. Their news reporters are shitty. You know what I'm saying? They're shitty. The only dude that was halfway decent was Brett Bufferton. He was actually a pretty cool guy. He's sneaky as hell, right? But he was actually a pretty cool guy. But for the rest of them, they were like, you couldn't report a story if somebody dropped it in your lap. You know what I'm saying? They were horrible. They were horrible. And nobody was watching them. And that pissed them off. Do better. Do better, and people will actually watch you, right? Your news people don't have any personalities. They're all goofs, right? I hate to say it. They're boring. They're boring as shit. No personality. If you want a news person, get somebody with some personality. Simple as that. You get somebody that don't have a personality. Nobody wants to watch Ben Stein do the fucking news. It just is what it is. Like right now, like 50 people in their channel. 50. And some of them are probably news people. That is so horrible. Can you imagine being the biggest news channel down there in Georgia and 50 people are watching you? 50. Nobody cares. You have 2K likes here, Dolly. That's what I'm saying. I got more likes. How many likes did they have? Hold on. Let me look. I'm almost curious at this point. Let me see how many likes this video had. All right. They got 50 people watching. Okay. And they're playing Let's Go to Live.
I have a law degree from South Texas and Houston, Texas.
Okay, well, they're back already on their live.
Before I became an agent with the FBI.
And they have 55 people watching. They have 8 likes. 8 likes. Look at this.
Yes, I have.
Look. Let's blow this up. 8. Let's give them a like. Look. I feel sorry for them. Let's give them a like.
And how did that happen?
Like it.
My supervisor at the time, Brian Osden.
Now they got 9. All right, we'll wait on Court TV. That just means Court TV is going to be back in a second. They literally have 9 likes.
If we would help locate Henry.
9 likes on their video. 9. Okay, 9 likes. Oh my God. And look, I ain't saying it to pick on them, right? I am not really even saying that to pick on the news down there. But what I am saying is, over these years that I've been covering true crime and going out to missing kids cases, I ran across the news in Tennessee, Virginia, all DC, Dolly.
Dolly, it's Richard. We only have 9 likes.
That's what they had, 9 likes.
Oh my God. How many do you have right now? Like close to 2K?
2,000.
Oh my gosh. But if you weren't showing it, maybe they'd have more than 9. Maybe they'd have 20.
I know. Let them hate. Look, I mean, there's other people showing it too. So the viewers, some people are watching Grizzly, some people are watching other channels. But
yeah,
the point that is more people are watching YouTubers than are watching their local news.
That's right. Because what's her name? I think is showing it too. She was underneath your channel when I came to pull yours up. After Dark. What's her name?
Yeah, I don't know. There's a bunch of people showing it, but what I'm saying,
Michelle After Dark.
People are not watching the news because their people don't have any personality.
Yeah, and they don't get to enjoy it while they're watching it.
Plus, court is boring, so you need somebody to kind of make it a little bit entertaining, or you just watching a boring ass court trial.
Yeah, it's boring enough to put them to sleep, I guess.
I can't put them boring enough to put them to sleep. Damn. But
I bet nobody to sleep on your show.
Yeah, but it was the same way when I was in Georgia that, I'm doing 50, 60,000 views, and you looked up there on their videos on the news, it'd be like 200 views.
Oh, wow.
Nobody was getting their information from them because their information it's pretty biased. You know what I'm saying?
That's crazy.
It's like they go with what the police say because they don't want to piss the police off, because if they piss the police off, they can't get into those little news conferences they have. So they're kind of stuck. They're stuck saying only what they can actually say on the news, what their channel will allow. They stuck kissing the ass of the police, and everybody knows it. So they tank on views, and I that's why they don't like YouTubers.
Yeah. I think the closing argument is what's going to seal the deal. I really do.
You think so?
I know earlier you were talking about how they're going to forget, but the closing statement is going to be probably the most powerful part of this whole entire thing.
Well, they better have some evidence in that closing statement, because right now...
they're going to drop some evidence. What's her name is right. I know that they got something. I know it's hard for y'all to see it because they haven't let it out, but they're not going to let everything out every day. I mean, it's going to take towards the end is when they're going to drop the bombshell, I believe.
I cannot believe their news channel had 8 likes. At least I gave them a like. I was nice enough to like their shit, right?
That is horrible.
Yeah. And they were reporting, like I said, that channel knew about that sign and that mask was a joke, but they reported it like there was somebody really out there trying to marry Leilani. So they would basically give out this false info for a news story. And I didn't like that. I didn't like that because they knew it was a joke. They knew I was kidding. And then, they're posting it on Twitter and they're posting it on it. And out of all the people that went to jail, they didn't name none of the people or show their picture. They named me and showed my picture and tried to make.
Yeah, exactly. Man, oh man.
So they were pissed off that, Dolly was down there taking their views. I was doing better.
How quick did you get there? Like, how fast did you get there after it broke?
3 days, I think.
Oh, wow. You were there pretty fast.
Yeah, I was there pretty quick. I was there. They were still searching. When I got down there, they were still searching for him. So he hadn't been, they didn't name her the #1 suspect yet. They didn't know he was in the dumpster yet. And then they came out and said, hey, we believe Leilani is a suspect. Then.
So do you think that her cell phone is what showed her at the dumpster and that's how they found out?
Yeah. Or somebody told.
Tracking on her phone?
I think somebody told, just like somebody told me.
Oh.
The locals knew. The locals knew before.
Somebody knew. Yeah.
The locals knew before the news had reported it or anything, right?
So see, there's a bombshell. I'm right then. You watch. There's a bombshell going to come out. I'm telling you.
Yeah, the locals knew. They told me because I was the first one to say the baby was thrown in the dumpster.
Oh wow.
Right.
I got to go back and watch those. I haven't really watched your stuff on this little baby, but.
Yeah, there's me. There's me at the Azalea Garden Trailer Park. There's me at the dump. There's me in front of their house. There's me in Tybee Island. I was all over the place. I was all over Georgia.
My mom got confused. I sent her that clip of the ghost because she had been asking me to see it, and so I sent it to her, and she watched it. And she's coming back. She said, "Well, no wonder he had a heart attack. Is he all right?" And I was like, "No, he didn't have it that day."
Yeah, I didn't have it the day I seen the ghost. I was watching a stupid ass movie on Netflix. It wasn't even a horror movie. It was like a sci-fi movie.
Dude, that is crazy. I watched it over and over and over, and I was trying to figure out, okay, it's not a light shadow. And then I was like, well, what's the light in the tree? You know, like behind you in that big tree against the house, there was a bright light. I guess it was a light in the flower bed, maybe.
No, somebody had a flashlight.
Okay.
Yeah,
But I
somebody was
what
shining a
is that light?
flashlight at the house, but and then I had the ring light that I was holding. This ring light.
Yeah, that round one. I seen him walk. You can see the little arms moving. That's what kind of creeped me out.
And the legs. Yeah, it's freaky. It's definitely freaky.
And it wasn't walking at your pace, because that's the first thing I looked at, because if it would have been at the same pace as you, then they could have said, oh, it is a reflection. But it was at a different pace than what you were walking.
Yeah, it was running.
Faster. Yeah, way faster than you were walking. But you would have been going that fast if you'd have known.
All right, let me refresh this because they're saying court's been going.
Okay, cool. Well, go. I'll talk to you later. All right. Peace.
Okay, I don't have it. I got it live on Court TV. So, hold on. Maybe I'll pull up the other one.
The evidence you shall give the court and jury in the trial of this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, ma'am.
This is so low. No wonder nobody's watching them.
Good afternoon. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Brian A. Osden. I'm an assistant special agent in charge of the FBI Atlanta Division.
Do you Brian with an I or with a Y?
With an I.
And how do you spell Austin?
It's O-Z-D-E-N.
And how long have you been with
Well, I think Court TV comes back on in 6 minutes.
21 years, a little over 21 years.
Have you been assigned to the Augusta office the entire time?
I was assigned to the Augusta office in 2003. I worked there until 2015, where I did an overseas tour until 2018. I came back as the supervisor for the Augusta and Statesboro office. And then in 2023, I was promoted to assistant special agent in charge, which covers.
It is so low. Do y'all want to just wait for the Court TV to kick back on? Because Court TV is going to kick back on in a second.
Now, can you tell us a little bit about your education before joining the FBI? Where did you go to school?
Yes, sir. I went to the University of South Carolina. I have a degree in business management science, concentrating in operations, production management, and information systems. Following my graduation from college, I went to work for.
Okay, we're going to wait because Court TV is going to come back on in a second. And then it'll start back off where we left off because that is absolutely horrible. They have the worst sound ever. 67 people are watching them now. I shouldn't have gave them a plug. They'll probably copyright strike me. They didn't like me when I was down there. You know, like I said, if you want to get news people, go out and find people. You know, you can go find anybody in a peacoat and a damn, cardigan sweater, right? But people want real people. They want to hear news from real people that they can relate to. They don't want to hear news from a fucking goofball or somebody that, don't really care about the news. They need people that legitimately have personalities, and they just don't have that. Like Court TV. Guys, we have more likes than Court TV today. All right. So thank you. They have more people watching, of course, but we have over 2,000 likes on our video, and Court TV has 1.3K. So thank you guys for everybody that's been liking, sharing my video today. You guys are absolutely awesome. And you know, right now we're in the boring stages of the court trial. It's all just the police. But I'm thinking by tomorrow, the next day, we start getting to the babysitter, the daughter, all the stuff we came to hear. You know what I'm saying? Right now, it's just a bunch of filler and no thriller. You know what I'm saying? No thriller in it. No thriller. So, court TV should be on in 4 minutes. 4 minutes. What the hell are they doing? It's 4:15. Well, just give them a couple minutes because, you know, everybody else is going with a 30-minute delay, and their channels, Court TV, sounds good. They got good audio. The news people, they got really poor audio. You know, what they should do is usually this is how they did it in New Hampshire. And let me tell you about New Hampshire, how cool the media is, and Court TV and Law and Crime and all these channels that do this every day. When I was up there, they look at YouTubers just like their media. Okay. So they came to me and said, hey, do you want the photos that we're taking? Do you want the feed? Okay. They asked me, they were like, look, we'll give you the link to the feed so you can tap your people right in. We'll give you all the court photos, because what they did was they allowed one camera in there, whoever had the best setup, right? Which of course is Court TV. And then after that, Court TV gave it to everybody, right? And they shared it with like Law and Crime and Court TV. They're buddies, right? They all hang out together in the same room. They all kicking it at lunch. You know what I'm saying? They're friends. And that's how it should be. So them people treat you as a YouTuber just like media. If you're sharing the story and you're there for the story, even if you're a podcaster, they're going to treat you like you're one of them. Okay. Hey, do you want this? Do you want this? They're sharing information with you, you know, all that type of stuff. And that's how it should be when you report the news. Everybody should work together to get the story out. And they realize that, right? Like a lot of these local news channels, they don't realize that. But New Hampshire, they work together, right? Everybody was working together to make sure that the story got out, that everybody heard about. They don't look at it like you're taking views from them, right? They look at it like, hey, we're telling this story. We need to get this story out to the public. It's an important story. It's important that people see it. It's important that people hear it. It's not a pissing contest, right? It's like, let's all get it. Let's make sure we have the best quality, all those things. Bad echo. You're sick as hell. Scratch everybody's back, because you never know when a scoop will come in and y'all need each other. That is true. That is absolutely true. And you don't know what information you can share. Maybe a YouTuber or a podcaster gets a scoop or talks to somebody before they do. And we've seen that in Sebastian Rogers. Remember, Chronicles of Olivia was there, and all the news channels used her video, right? So that's a reason to be nice to YouTubers, because you never know. I may be somewhere one day, Court TV's not, right? And I was in Tybee Island, and Court TV won't, and they wanted that video, right? And you know, a lot of these channels, they'll pay you for your videos. I told them I didn't even want to get paid. I was like, you can use my stuff, right? I don't have any problem with sharing my video. If I get a news story and you want to share it on your news channel, or you're a YouTuber and you want to share it, you can share it. I don't strike people or do any of that stuff. Hold on, my phone is in the other room. I hear it ringing. I think that's probably PJ calling. I don't understand. This thing was supposed to start just a minute ago. But hold on, let me grab this phone. Like a hum? I don't know where it's coming from. Okay, well, I'll close that and make sure. Oh, it may be from this. Court TV had a hum. Yeah, I turned their volume. Maybe they're having some. Yes. Yes. Oh, let me pull up that other channel and I'll at least play the audio from it. All right. Let me see if I can find it. All right, hold on. Did that hum stop? Oh, okay. All right. Bye.
Neighborhood canvases involving questionnaires.
Yes, sir. One of the first things that we look at from the card process is a good neighborhood canvas. When we talk about neighborhood canvas, where the child, in the area where the child went missing, we have a very thorough process where you interview every single resident within a specified area, and that area is basically determined based on looking at a map and a logical distance.
It was Court TV with the hum.
Or travel away, so, or anybody might have seen something suspicious. So I help set the parameters for that area, and then we set a team out to do a neighborhood canvas in the area around the missing child's residence.
Were you involved in providing oversight and advice on the proper conduct of the neighborhood canvas in the Buckhalter Garrard Avenue area, location of the residence in question?
Yes, sir.
And were you involved in providing oversight and advice in reference to the neighborhood canvas at Azalea Mobile Home?
That as loud as it gets.
And how did Azalea Mobile Home Plaza come on the radar from your recollection?
Because we were aware of the fact that the mother had traveled to that area, that becomes part of the area of where we're looking. So we assigned then a specific parameter around that particular mobile home park, and we conducted the very similar neighborhood canvas that we did around the home with that area in the mobile home park.
And what is I've mentioned questionnaires, and I think you said questionnaires were involved. Can you tell us about these questionnaires that are used for neighborhood canvas?
No closed caption on this.
Questionnaires are something that the FBI has spent a lot of time and research on. They're in consult with our behavioral analysis unit. These questions are designed, and it's a several page. We identify everybody in a specific residence. We ask them to try to refresh their memory. Did you see any vehicles? Do you have any cameras at your house? There's a whole series of things that people that don't work child abductions may not necessarily think to ask. So these questionnaires assist our law enforcement partners and the team that's out there doing the neighborhood survey.
Okay, you said.
Or somebody saw a vehicle or something.
Why no video though?
We hit every single house and every single adult resident in the house to ask them these questions, so that we're making sure we catch as much data as we possibly can. So in this particular case, we did both the residence where the child lived and the mobile home park. We can also customize those questionnaires if we have something specific. We can add one or two extra questions, and I believe in this case we did that as well.
And is all of this part of the FBI's best practices for investigating reported child abductions?
Yes, this is all part of the Child Abduction Rapid Deployment Team's handbook. It's provided to state and locals. It is considered best practice.
Now, from your perspective, did the investigative team comply with best practices and follow the advice that you're giving in this case?
Yes, sir, they absolutely did.
And that starts with calling you all in the first place, I suppose.
Correct. Now,
at some point, were you involved in making contact with an outfit called Team Adam?
Yes, sir. It's because of my involvement on the CAR team, and I've worked a number of these kinds of cases. One of the things that we bring to the table as the CAR team is the outreach that we have through the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. One of the resources that they have is a group called Team Adam. Team Adam is a group of retired volunteers, former law enforcement, They have a number of services they'll come out and help do. The neighborhood canvases with you, they'll come out and help do any kind of search. But one of the very specific resources they have is a landfill team, and they're experts. It's a couple individuals that are really experts on landfill science. And if you've worked in these kinds of cases, that is definitely an area of concern when you have missing children is landfills. So I, after being briefed on the case and kind of seeing where some of the data was going, I reached out to our CARD headquarters at the FBI headquarters, and then we reached out to Team Adams' landfill team to bring them on as part of our assistance team.
And did anyone from Team Adams' landfill team respond to Savannah and to the Savannah area and assist in this case?
Yes, sir. Two individuals who were experts in that field came down to assist myself and the investigative team over the course of that weekend.
Where and by that weekend, are you referring to the first weekend of the investigation?
Yes, sir.
So talking about Wednesday, October 5th. So we're talking about like the 8th or 9th of October.
Yeah, and I don't remember the date specifically, but I know that Monday was a holiday, so it might have been Monday, the holiday day that they flew down. But I want to say they flew down on Sunday, and we met at the landfill that Monday morning on the holiday.
And by this time, a specific landfill had been identified?
Yes, sir.
And had a specific area of that landfill further been identified?
It had been. So we had, using the data that we had kind of uncovered up to that point, we were able to provide the Team Adam experts and the landfill folks some of our initial findings, and they were able to identify an area within the landfill that was most likely to contain the garbage collection from the areas that we were most interested in.
And then going forward from that, once you have an area of interest at the landfill, what services that Team Adam then provides? What do they do?
So Team Adam they speak the language of the landfill experts, and it is, I've learned, a very technical science, if you will. The way that garbage collection is brought into a landfill, it goes to a transfer station from the trucks. From the transfer station, very specifically put in an area that they've designated for that particular day or days, whatever the length of time it is. So that these experts, they can communicate with the landfill engineers, so they can tell you that if this particular garbage truck, if you will, collected from this area on this date, it went into this particular section of the landfill, which then gave us, it's still a needle in a haystack, but it's a smaller haystack. So it's still very difficult to find, but it's a much smaller area than before.
And do they perform calculations designed to kind of guide you in estimating how much garbage you're going to have to search through and how long this might take and how many people it might take and so forth?
They do landfill searches, and I've been a part of several of them. They're very difficult. They're personnel requirements and hazmat requirements. So by having these experts tell us exactly where they feel and drawing the box and narrowing the scope of the search, because we also talk about compression rates as the truck pushes garbage down. So even though you may be looking at a small area, you may have thousands of cubic feet of trash to go through. So they help us with all those calculations. And in this particular case, they were instrumental in finding an area and then helping us decide what resources we would need to logically be able to go through that area.
What do you remember about the estimate that they provided you as in terms of how long this might take and how many people it might take?
It was long and it was going to be expensive, but it was not undoable. It was short enough that we felt like if we wanted to find Quinton Simon's remains, that would be it was worth the efforts to do it.
Was it on the order of weeks?
Yes, sir. I believe it was more than 3. I can't remember exactly, but it was definitely not going to be more. It was definitely going to be more than a couple weeks.
One moment, please.
Yes, sir.
Now, I want to just briefly go back to the Henry Bubba Moss aspect.
Yeah, Paul didn't have no girlfriend. Leilani said she thought he was
Did you
gay.
have, ongoing contact with him for a period of time?
I did.
And how did he communicate with you?
We communicated through text, through phone calls, and through in person.
So had he provided a phone number with you, or to you, I mean?
We got it, I think, first, but then he confirmed that was his, and I talked to him. Mostly, he was very difficult. He works, and he's a laborer, so he's often out doing stuff and doesn't have immediate access to his phone. So I would sometimes text him, and he would get back to me later to meet up. There was several meetings that we had through the process.
Do you see in front of you a document marked as States Exhibit 82?
I do.
Do you recognize that document?
I do recognize that.
Is that a screenshot of a portion of your text messages with Henry Bubba Wallace?
Yes, sir, it is.
Does it fairly and accurately depict that portion of the text messages?
It does.
And more importantly, does it contain his phone number on it?
It does contain his phone number.
Your Honor, I would introduce this into evidence as States Exhibit 82.
I don't have any objections, Judge. I've already reviewed it.
Very well. States Exhibit 82 is admitted.
Now, can you read from that exhibit and tell us what his phone number was?
His phone number is 706-526-1970.
Text messages from during the investigation, not recently, right?
They were during the investigation from my phone to his phone.
All right, thank you. One moment, please, Your Honor.
Well, she said
No
Quinton
further
was
questions, Your Honor.
Hawaiian.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. Mr. Hilliard?
I don't have any questions for this
All
witness.
right. Very well. Thank you. And there's, I presume, no reason to not excuse him.
No, he didn't excuse that.
Your excuse, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Reject these documents.
You can, are those documents, hand those off to Mr. Dean. Say Mr. Dean is probably going to give those to the clerks.
So basically, he just testified that he talked to Bubba Moss.
Okay, Mr. Dean, who would you call next as a witness?
I'm ready to resume with Detective Lemons, if I can remember where I left off. I'm ready to do that. I don't know whether anybody wants a break before we do that, or if we want to carry on.
I see lots of motions. Say, keep it going. You're not doing it, everybody doing it. Okay, so Detective Lemons, come back and take your place.
Oh, Lord, not this
Witness
lady.
stand. You are under oath. You remain under oath.
This is the lady that put everybody to sleep. Well, she definitely gained some weight. She put on a few pounds, that's for sure.
And Mr. Dean, whenever you are ready.
This prosecutor is so drawn out and does everything the slowest, drawn out way you humanly can.
Going back to State's Exhibit 13, which has been introduced into evidence and identified as the October 5th, 2022, day one recordings, okay? And this is the very last frame of the last interview that we watched. Can you look up at the timestamp to tell us when in the day this interview ended?
It is 10/5/2022 at 16:30:32.
4:30 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. Now, after this interview was over, did you guys take a break?
We did.
And during the break, what was happening?
We were gathering as a case team, discussing everyone's separate interviews, what information we've collected from the scene, from the interviews, and what we were going to do next.
And was one of the next things you did, or the next thing you did with the defendant, is ask her to write a written statement?
We did.
And how did that begin?
So we did that with her, Paul, and Daniel. Each one of the groups had a form that we read from explaining what we were looking for in the written statement. They all agreed to do it.
Now, before was she in the interview room still when you asked her or approached her about writing a written statement?
Yes.
Before you did that, did the two of you at some point go out and smoke a cigarette together?
We did.
Are you a smoker?
I'm not.
You were that day, though?
I was that day.
While you were smoking a cigarette with her, I presume that was outside.
It was, yes.
Okay. Did you, two of you kind of engage in small talk?
We did.
Did she talk to you about her family, things like that?
Yes.
Did she mention anything in particular to you about Zane and her relationship with Zane, her oldest child?
She did.
What do you remember her saying?
She talked very fondly of Zane, how he got her through a lot of emotional issues in her life.
And did you catch in one of the recordings that we've already watched her saying something about the importance of the first 24 hours of a missing persons investigation?
I don't know why she's still on the
What did
stand.
she say about that earlier, as best you remember?
She was just stressing the importance that we find Quinton within those 24 hours. And I believe she mentioned the odds were going to decrease after that 24 hours.
Did that seem to be her understanding of how these things work?
Yes.
That if 24 hours goes by without the person being found, and the odds kind of tank?
Yes.
While you were outside smoking a cigarette together, did she repeat that same thing?
She did.
And did she say anything to you while you were smoking a cigarette outside about her relationship with Bubba, with Henry Bubba Moss Jr., Quinton's father, during the time period that she was pregnant with Quinton?
Yes.
What do you remember her saying about that?
That her and Bubba had already split up before she even found out that she was pregnant. And then she talked about how Bubba didn't believe that she was pregnant, and that she had Quinton by herself. Like she gave birth to Quinton by herself.
You know, it was
The
after
judge needs to see the ghost video.
cigarette and that conversation that she was placed back in the interview room.
Yes.
And sometime after that, you all approached her to write a written statement.
Correct.
One moment, please. I'm going to try to turn this.
Not a tear in the eye. Not one tear.
So I'm opening up from State's Exhibit 13, a file labeled Interview Room 1857 to 1947.
So we've talked about a lot.
What time are we at now?
1858.
6:58 p.m.?
Yes.
All right. And what's about to happen here?
We're about to read from the form her instructions for the written statement.
And there's some things that I'm sure you want to, be sure that we completely understand. And so because of that, I want to take the time and just have you write, from start to finish, what we talked about. And I got a couple of things here I want to read to you. And then I'm going to leave this with you and then give you opportunity to put in your words, what happened, from really, starting yesterday. That makes sense. Yeah, forward to when you made the 911 call. Okay. So I'm going to put today's date on here. Today is October the 5th. So 10/5/22. So I'm just going to read this out. I'm going to read this piece of paper with you. And you can read it again, but I want you to completely understand kind of the purpose and the thought process of this statement. So you just read along with me, okay? Before recording in your memories on today, take as long as you need to picture in your mind where you were, what you saw, what you were thinking, how you were feeling at that time. Why should you do this? Thinking about the event before writing down your memories will help you remember more details. So don't just, what that's saying, just don't start randomly write things. Right? Take a minute and figure out how you want to put your thoughts to paper. Okay. Give yourself plenty of time to concentrate. Visualize what happened in your mind. Think about the
I hope so.
where you were, what you were doing, who you were with, how you
Nutty
what
bars.
was happening, what was involved, what you could see, what you could hear. It may help sometimes to close your eyes and kind of process this and think about it. And there's a lot of things you talked about. There's some things that, I don't want to call them lies, just things that we had to come back and readdress. So encourage you to take the time to reflect, and anything that we haven't talked about, feel free to put that in there as well. And then once you're satisfied you've managed to fully remember the event, turn the page and continue. So right here, this is just, some open-ended, lines here. When the space provided with today's date, write down the things you remember them. It doesn't matter if you remember the things out of order in which they happened. Don't leave out any of the details. Write every detail you remember about the entire day, no matter how insignificant it may seem. The time that you remember when you put the spaghetti, on the stove to cook the noodles. That's the type of detail that we're looking for you in this state. Okay. Use as many pages as you need. Take as much time as you like. Don't guess about the details. If you can't remember, just put basically, I know this happened, but I can't remember the exact time. And just make sure it's complete and as accurate as possible. And we're going to give you as much time as you need to do this. Don't rush it. This is the biggest thing in my life right now. I know it's the biggest thing in your life. So just know that we're here and we're going to continue to, like I told you earlier, turn over every leaf possible. Okay. You have any questions on it? Okay. So you're more than welcome to read through that again. There's an extra pen in case this one goes down. We're going to step outside. If you need anything, just knock on the door. And we'll be more than happy to come in here and accommodate you. Okay?
All right, after those instructions that we just watched, did the defendant proceed to complete a written statement in the interview?
She did.
And did she eventually come to the door and let you all know that she was finished with it?
She did.
And did she give it to you?
Yes.
Do you see in front of you a document marked as State's Exhibit 17?
I do.
Do you recognize that document?
I do.
What is it?
So the front page is the instructions that we had given her, and the following pages is her statement. Or her statement.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of the original written statement that she completed?
It is.
Right, I would introduce this into evidence as State's Exhibit 17. Objection, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 17 is admitted without objection.
Now, those instructions that we heard Special Agent Snyder reading on the video, is that what he was reading from the front page of that?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to publish this to the jury now by having you read her written statement. Not all the instructions, because we just heard this, but what she wrote.
Okay. My fiance and I picked up the kids from the babysitter, Michelle McCarta, around 4:30 p.m. When we got home, I started cooking dinner. I was cooking the sausage and the hamburger meat for the spaghetti while Daniel, my fiance, was getting the kids settled down and cleaning the room. After we ate, I put Zane, Quinton, and Sky in the bath to start getting ready for bed. I then took them all out of the bath, dried them off, put pajamas on them, and gave Zane and Quinton both a cup and their tablets. It was probably around 8 p.m. I decided to put a movie on and played with my kids for about an hour and a half. So no, it's about 9:30 p.m. and I just laid Quinton in bed with his cup and Mickey Mouse stuffed animal. I gave him his tablet to help him lay down and started to relax for the night. After I laid Zane down with his cup and tablet, Quinton was very talkative when I finally took the tablet away around 10 p.m. But it didn't even take 20 minutes before he was fast asleep. During this time, Danny was cleaning up from dinner, doing laundry, and laying on the bed with Sky. After Quinton fell asleep and Zane fell asleep, which was no later than 10:25 p.m., Danny and I started to get into it, and he excuse me, and because I had just gotten my wisdom teeth removed earlier that day, I was already aggravated because my mouth hurt. So I decided to take a quick drive to 204 to pay back $20 we owed on a front to a guy named Red. Before I even left the house, I checked all 3 kids. All 3 of them were fast asleep. I left at 10:33 p.m. Arrived at 204 at 10:44 p.m. and arrived back home at 10:54 p.m. I then checked on all the kids one more time before I crawled into bed with Daniel. I then attempted to get some rest, but my mouth was keeping me awake. I stay in bed for about 2 hours until 1 a.m. until I finally had enough of my mouth hurting. So I got up, called Circle K to see if they had any Orajel, and they didn't. So I got in contact with.
She told the name of the plug.
With a old coworker
Pone
of
Capone.
mine named Misty, and she did have Orajel. So I left the house at 1:13 a.m., rode up to the Chevron at the end of Buckholter, and got some Orajel. When I got back home again, it was 1:25 a.m. I went to the bathroom as soon as I got home and applied the Orajel. I then checked on all the kids again, and they were all perfectly fine. Zane was asleep in his little race car bed with his tablet on his chest. Quinton was asleep in his playpen with his cup and Mickey Mouse stuffed animal. I moved his hair out of his face, and little man moved a little, grabbed his blanket, snuggled up to it. Sky was asleep on the couch, and Danny was laying on the bed. I then crawl back into bed after double checking the locks on the door at probably around 1:45 a.m. I go to sleep. When I wake up, it's 8:59 a.m. on the dot. The very first thing I noticed was my door was open. I immediately closed the door and checked to make sure all the kids were there, but they weren't. Zane was, Sky was, but Quinton wasn't. I start to panic. I searched the whole house, top to bottom, inside and out, and my baby was nowhere to be found. I called Danny because he went to work at 6 a.m., asked if he'd seen Quinton or took him to the babysitter. He said no, that Quinton was in his playpen when he left, and that the door was closed, not opened. So at 9:17 a.m., and I call 911 to report my son missing. After I called 911, I called Michelle, the babysitter, to urgently come help me look. Danny was at work when I called him and came straight home. He was home before the cops arrived. All I could keep saying was, I need my baby. Where is my baby? Note, please, please do everything possible to bring my little man, my monkey, my Quinton home to me, please.
Now, in the instructions that.
That's what honey buns will do to you, swole you up.
Special Agent Snyder read, is it fair to say that the defendant was urged to be thorough?
Yes.
Fair to say that she was urged to be truthful?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that she was urged to include every detail?
Yes.
So, if she had wanted to revise her story about what she was doing at the drug dealer, would this have been a good time to do that?
It would have.
If she had wanted to say, I wasn't actually at the Chevron, I went next to the dumpsters at Azalea, would this have been a good time to do that?
Yes.
Let me ask you this, was there any mention of throwing trash away at Azalea in this statement?
There was no mention of her going to Azalea.
Okay. Any mention of throwing trash away anywhere at all?
No.
Would these instructions have called for that detail?
It would have.
Now, while she was sitting in the interview room between interviews, what was she doing?
She was eating a few times, talking to some of the officers walking by, or the ones that were sitting there watching everyone.
Now, at some point, did she make a disclosure to an officer out in the hallway about anger problems, behavioral issues?
She did.
And was that captured on camera?
It was.
Your Honor, at this time, I would publish from State's Exhibit 13, a file entitled Interview Room 2057 to 2103.
You may proceed.
Fair day is set up.
Now, what time was this at?
So the timestamp on this is 2101.
So 9 p.m.?
Yes.
I'm gonna keep asking you.
I know.
And who's she talking to?
I believe she's talking to Officer Carlson and Agent Solomon.
Okay, Savannah Solomon?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And what are we gonna hear her say, more or less?
She's talking about her anger issues and how she can snap into anger very quickly.
And I'll publish this now, Your Honor.
There are days that I wake up or days that something so little just might happen. Just like a trigger. And a snap. And it's almost like I'm a completely different person. The way I talk, the way I move, the way I look at you, everything, even my tone of voice. Can you feel that happening? You know? For it's like when it happens, I have finally reached a certain level of anger or stress or whatever it might be at that moment that it's like a switch. Yeah. I don't even realize it until after I've calmed down that I just seriously tripped on you and treated you like that for no reason. You know, and then I'm left apologizing to everybody. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm crazy. I don't know what happened. I don't even know why I did that. And half the time when it happens or randomly happens like that, and it's not like the slowly transition or whatever, it's it's because
She's tweaking like Billy Joe. That's why.
I don't even know how to explain it. If I'm doing pretty good throughout the day and I've had a good day overall, and then something might trigger, it's slower. Okay. I can feel it. I can feel myself changing the way I talk, the way I think, the opinions I have, everything. I can feel the difference. But when it happens, like a day like today, with the amount of stuff going on and stress and emotion or whatever, that's a snap.
Wow. That don't help her.
Sometime after that, did you and Special Agent Snyder interview her again in the interview?
We did.
And before that, had you further searched her phone?
Yes.
And had you seen messages in her phone about buying using Percocets?
We did.
And is that, at least in part, what you wanted to talk to her about?
Yes.
And did you all talk to her
We did.
about that?
Yeah.
What did she say about the Percocet messages?
That she was buying them for a friend.
Friend named?
Cheyenne.
And did you ask her?
Yeah,
whether
Granny.
she uses any drugs other than marijuana?
We did.
Now, she had mentioned smoking
Yes.
marijuana earlier, right? But hadn't mentioned any other drug use.
That's correct.
And in this next interview, when you asked her whether
Tweaking.
she does any drugs other than marijuana, what did she say?
She said that she had in the past, but not currently.
Your Honor, this next interview is something close to an hour long. I'm ready to play it, but I will just float that to the court and the jury, I suppose.
Hour long. It's already 4:30 their time.
4:25. I think we should take a quick break. But we're going to fit this this exhibit in. Going to hear it. I want to give you guys a quick break before we sit you down for an hour. Okay. So let's take a quick break. Let's make it 10 minutes. It's 4:25. We'll be ready to go at 4:35. We're in recess.
All right. Another break. Okay. So they're ready to play another hour-long video. How many people are getting over these videos? Press 1 in the chat. Like this video if you're getting over these videos they're playing. I mean, all it does is show she's a liar. We get it. She doesn't confess. So why show all this? Right? We know she's a liar. Right? They're going to put us through another hour video. This is insane. Why don't you tell us how the baby died? Why don't you tell us how the baby was killed? Why don't you tell us anything about proof that she did it? This is craziness.
Thank you. All right, let's take a break. See y'all in 10.
Good Lord. Good Lord. Oh, man. Okay, I got to open the phone lines so I can wake up. All right. And y'all know, of course, let's do this. You know, Dolly Vision. You know, over the last 3 days, we've been doing, 25% of our merch goes to our Christmas Wish Fund. All right. And already we're at $400. That don't include what was sold today. So if you bought something from us, thank you so much. Like I said, you'll have soft skin, smell good, or your house will smell good if you bought a candle. I heard we're sold out of candles. I did order new jars for the candles, but they won't be here for like 2 days. So thank you guys that have purchased stuff. So I don't know what the amount is now. I know this morning we were at $400 raised for our Christmas Wish Fund. And last Christmas, we bought 3 people Christmas. We bought a family in Savannah Christmas that had 2 autistic children. We bought Brandy Neal's. Well, us in the Turtle Game brought Brandy Neal's kids Christmas. Also, a man that had been in a wreck and had been out of work for a while, and he just wanted toiletries. We bought all his Christmas. So this year, we hope to help 3 to 5 people, right? And the way we do that is we take 25% of all purchases and put it into a fund. And this year, we hope to help like 5 people if we can. But we're going to help as many people as we can. So I don't know what we've reached today, but this morning, PJ told me we're already at $400. So that's really good because we're not even out of October yet. So the 1st of December, we will start taking letters from people that tell us families that are in need. And then we will pick from a few of those letters and bless those families at Christmas. So the way to get our stuff is buydollysoap.com. We got all kinds of stuff, t-shirts, hoodies, soaps, body lotions, body washes. We don't got shampoo, but I've been thinking about working on some Dolly shampoo and conditioner. It's in the process maybe, but I haven't came out with it yet. So make sure you check out dollysoap.com. buydollysoap.com. Welcome to the wonderful world of Dolly's luxurious lather bars. Some of the best soap in the world. And it comes in some of your favorite scents. Why have ordinary when you can have extraordinary? It's like driving a brand new Lambo down the street instead of an 81 Buick. Made from all natural ingredients, no harsh chemicals, this soap will leave you as smooth as a pimp with a limp. Check it out now at buydollysoap.com. And also, you can save 10% when you use the promo code Wash Your Flaps. All right, smoother than a pimp with a limp. All right, let me share the screen again so I can hear your phone calls. All right, because I just heard somebody calling in. Share, let me add that to the stage. All right, let me put the phone line back up. All right, that is the call-in number. If you have something you want to say on the Leilani Simon trial today, right? 2 days in, we got another hour video coming up. Oh my God, what time do they close the courts there? It's already 4:30 here. What, did the court stay open to 6 o'clock in Georgia? That is insane. Dolly. Hello. Dolly.
Susie.
Hey, Susie. You got to turn me down in the background.
I'm sorry.
I said you got to turn me down in the background so I can hear you.
I turned it on pause. It was on the
How
TV.
you been, Susie? I haven't heard from you in a long time.
Oh my goodness. I put a new roof on.
Okay.
I got my kitchen redone.
Awesome.
Oh my God. They called it, what was it called? No, not Metal Roof Consortium, but I'm talking about for the kitchen. You should see it's sharp.
So you got your metal roof now, tin roof rusting?
No, everybody thought it was tile.
Uh-huh.
It's sharp. I'll
Okay.
send you a picture. And then the kitchen, I have the white cabinets, the top cabinets in white with crown molding on top.
Uh-huh.
And the bottom ones are dark blue.
Oh, okay.
And then they have silver handles, and the drawers have silver handles.
Do they got
done by-
shut doors that easily shut themselves, like you can slam?
Oh yeah, it was done by Home Depot. What they do is they take all the doors and everything off. They strip them, and then they put new doors and change the color and everything.
Okay, cool. That sounds cool. Have you been watching this court case we've been watching today?
Yes, I have. And the prosecutor that they have, I wonder if he's new.
I don't know. He sucks.
He really is awful.
He's putting me to sleep so bad.
I fell asleep twice.
Did you? It's the long videos, and it's the same thing just over and over again. So it's kind of hard.
I don't know what they're attempting to prove. I know they probably found something on the bones if they got part of the skull.
Uh-huh. But the bones have been compacted and then ran over with excavators. So
right, but you could still tell the bones are young.
Uh-huh.
And they could tell the difference between the compacted, because they've done it before, and it's a young baby, so it should be easy to make the difference. But I think if they got part of the skull, she's in for trouble. But
when they showed part of the skull, and for day one, they showed the top of its forehead. From the eye, it was probably a piece about the size, about 4 inches, 5 inches.
About the size of a palm.
Yeah, a little bit.
That's possible. So if he was drugged, they would have known it. If he got hit in the head, they would have known it. If he fell on something, they would have known it.
Well, it's hard to tell because the rest of the skull is gone, and
but that's not. If she gave him like a sleeping pill, it would be in there.
Yeah, but he don't have no tissue; it's just bone.
Yes, I'm aware of that. That's what I'm talking about, the bones.
I don't know.
The tissue is irrelevant at this point.
Did you check them out?
Yeah.
What we're talking about is the bones itself.
Yeah. Well, they better come up with something because so far they ain't had very much.
It's a troll, isn't it? Awful. It's been awful, but I've been watching it on your channel.
Okay, cool, Susie.
And he's been horrible.
Yeah, I mean, he needs to get on. I mean, I think he's proved that she's a liar. How much proving do you need to do that she's a liar?
Truthfully, I think it's because he might be new at this.
Well, he needs
to pick up really incompetent. He very well could have been one of his first times doing a case like this.
Or he don't have any evidence, and this is just a real big smear campaign to try to get everybody against her.
No, I don't think it's a smear campaign. I think he's just stupid.
Okay, yeah, he might be stupid, Susie.
I don't think it has to do with a smear campaign. That's what it looks like. But if they got the bones, she's in hot water.
Well, they have partial remains. They don't have all his remains.
But that's irrelevant. They could check it for drugs. They could check it for damage. If you hit a kid on the head, it'll show up even in the front.
Yeah, but you need his head, Susie. You need his head.
Not really. If it's the forehead that they have and part of the top of the scalp, that should be more than enough. If he healed and had other things, like when he was hit and went in the street, that would show up.
Well, I mean, yeah, if he had like a mark that didn't look like it came from a tractor or a crusher, maybe they could say, well, she caused this, you know.
Probably.
But
You see what I'm saying?
the way I'm looking at it, like, is the evidence once it hit that landfill and was crushed up, it was destroyed.
No. You're thinking too much like a guy at the dump site. You got to think of it as somebody is looking at a piece of bone. They do the same thing for bones that they found that are 1,000 years old, and they can tell you what happened.
Well, yeah, if there's cut marks in it, like if they were stabbed and stuff like that, or if there's a crack in it, but usually they're not. Then they have to piece all.
They could tell you if it had arthritis. They could tell you all kinds of stuff.
Well, the kid ain't gonna have arthritis at 20 months.
Well, some of them, they found that they were sacrificed. So you never know.
All right, we're back in court, so we gotta let you know.
We're back on the record.
You want me to send you the pictures of my new kitchen and my roof?
Sure, Susie.
Ready?
I'm going to tell you. Everybody went, that is not a metal roof.
All right, well, show me, but I gotta let you go because the judge is talking.
Oh, okay, bye.
All right, peace. Okay, they haven't turned the mic on in the court yet. Court TV hasn't. I have it all the way up here on my screen. So it's muted for everybody on court TV right now. So give it a second. I'm sure the sound will come on. They're running a little long today, right? We've already been here almost 8 hours this morning. Well, today. And they still ain't over with yet. And they're trying to play an hour-long video. So, oh my God. Maybe they'll get some of the video played and stop it and call it.
I don't know, but you can go away. I'll take over. I'm fresh. And this is like the part where I'm excited because they're starting to show what her demeanor was at the time.
You want to take over?
I can't. I just need a sweatshirt.
All right, we'll go grab one. You can take over. All right, there's the volume. All right, PJ is going to finish the show off. Oh, Lord. I've been staring at the screen and y'all's typing so much, it gave me a little bit of a headache. So it's good that she wants to take over.
Welcome back once again, where you're able to follow the court's instructions.
Dolly, you're fired. Okay.
Very good. Have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, you can come back in a minute.
Yeah, actually, thanks.
You weren't playing. You literally have this whole thing sprawled out. Do you guys not have sound again? Hey, everybody.
Pardon that sidebar I just had with Ms. Hentry, a staff attorney. Mr. Dean, you can go ahead and proceed with the showing of the video.
Thank you, Robert. So when we left off, you said that you looked through her phone a little further and seen some messages about Percocets, I think.
Yes.
And you were going to go in with Special Agent Snyder again and ask her about those messages and ask her about her drugs.
Yes.
Of which she had told you to this point that all she'd done the night before was smoke
Marijuana.
marijuana. And did this interview start at about 9:26 p.m.?
Yes.
All right.
Good to see everybody.
I'll go ahead and publish from State's Exhibit 13.
Yes.
File entitled Interview Room 2126, 2229.
The judge is yawning.
Judge DJ in the house.
Thank you so much for being patient with us. There's a lot of things we're trying to work through and figure out. So, thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Gotta do well.
Yeah, I appreciate you.
As much detail as I could, and I wasn't even like, this is who.
A lot of good detail in here. So we appreciate you taking the time. So.
This is going to be another hour. Yeah, this is still going.
I couldn't get the times on, but I do know that he was cleaning up dinner.
Yeah, I mean, memory is it's impeccable when it comes to the exact times. Yes.
There's a lot to do with that 360. We're trying to keep a schedule. My kids. Trying to. I can barely get up in the morning at time. So.
Yeah, it sounds muffled, but that's their audio.
When we went to meet Red at in the area of Flacco's Tacos, is there anything you remember about that? Any cars that you saw? Anything, that stuck out?
No, I can tell you this for a fact that I watched Red pull off and go the opposite direction of where I went before I pulled off.
Which way did he go?
He went up towards, not towards.
Opposite of 95?
Opposite of 95, there you go, that direction.
Was there any other cars in the parking lot?
No, none at all that I could see, not in that parking lot. There's a ride share across the street, but there's always a whole bunch of cars there, so I really can't tell you about that.
And how about the Orgel?
The Orgel?
Yeah, how did you pay for that?
Oh, I didn't. I called my friend Misty. She already
What do I think of Detective Lemon?
When I called Circle K and they didn't have any.
I'm bad at names.
And I had to do that off the text and I remember because her phone's not on. Whatever. So I did that. I met her right there at the showroom. She walked up there. She handed it to me. To remember how I walked. So not Orgel, you will find it in the bathroom.
And you notice anything at the Chevron? Any cars there at all?
Just the U-Hauls that they normally have parked there.
Oh, she looks so drugged out.
Buck halter. So when you get to that light, if you're coming from my house.
Oh, she's itchy.
17, you would go right.
Oh my God.
And it's literally immediately on the right hand side. There was only one time, and I really didn't think this was relevant because it was months ago. I left that Jasmine's food mark about 9 o'clock.
She's itching. Like, she's visibly itching.
You're allowed to take one headphone off.
Oh.
That's how I do it.
Okay.
So you don't scream.
Okay.
She's straight drugged out. She's on the third.
I just didn't even realize it that she was. I couldn't really
See how
watch.
skinny she is compared to what she is now?
Yeah. I mean, I knew that. She was extra skinny before.
All the way past the school. But by the time I had passed the school, it was pulling into the driveway. The car had stopped and turned around, so I didn't think much of it.
But they did pull out for Jasmine's the moment I did.
Are we going anywhere? Because I'm going to set up the next
Yeah, we gotta get
About 9
moving.
o'clock that night. I can't tell you exactly what day it was.
Okay.
Anything,
Okay.
but I know it's
And
about 9
then
o'clock at
what are we
night.
doing for dinner?
Work at 6 o'clock that next morning.
I guess we'll do that. I'm just going. I guess we're going to watch these clocks while you
Yeah,
watch.
you can do that.
And that's when I first started. It was Thursday,
My,
Friday, and Saturday.
my candle making stuff. I just want to clean everything real quick.
Yeah.
It was probably a couple months ago that happened. Yeah. But that's the only time that I can ever remember anybody following me, and the person looked like he was probably like skinny little Mexican. So.
And your the time that you got home.
Redfish, Bluefish, didn't her door show it opening at 9 a.m.? That's what I thought they said. But how did Danny get out of the house then? Hi, everybody.
You woke up at 9.
Yes.
You woke up at 9. Did you wake up at all before that? Were you lying awake in bed, or your teeth just hurt so bad you were out until you woke up?
I was out until I woke up. When I finally was able to get enough relief to actually go to sleep, I was out until I woke up.
The subtitles are on. They're just.
I didn't feel Danny get out of bed. I didn't hear no one.
Oh. Hold on. I'll figure it out.
I didn't hear the car cranked up. I didn't hear the pool filter come on, which is right next to the corner of my room where the bed is. I didn't hear anything. When I got up at 9, that was it. So between about 1:45 and 9 o'clock, I was asleep the whole time.
And then just walk me through again. I looked at it here. I just want to have a good understanding. Exactly when you woke up, what was give me step by step what you did.
So the way the room is set up, my bed, as soon as you wake up, you can see the front door. So as soon as I woke up and I sat up, I seen the door was open. I got up immediately, went and shut the door, and went and made sure all the kids were there. And when I noticed Quinton wasn't there, I searched the whole house, up and down, in and out, front yard, backyard, side yard, everything that I could search, I searched. Couldn't find it. So I called Danny.
What makes you know it was exactly that time? Did you have your phone with you, or how did you know what time it was?
Just like when I woke up, the first thing I did was look at my phone. Like, first automatic reaction.
BJ better not get them kids.
Making sure, because like, if it was like 7 o'clock, I went back to sleep, because my kids weren't going to be up yet. You know, it was 9, and these kids were going to get up pretty soon. So I went ahead and got up. Got up and looked at it, immediately went to shut the door. Looked at the couch. Scott's right there. Looked at the bed across in front of the playpen. Same right there. Looked at the playpen. Clayton went there. Called Danny. And I searched the house inside.
When did you notice the door?
The door. As soon as I woke up, like I got up, looked at my phone, seen the time, looked at the door was open.
And what door was this exactly?
The very front door of the house. And that door is normally.
She believes her own lies.
So.
And then tell me the call pattern. So who did you call? Did you go see Paul first upstairs, or did you call Danny?
I called Danny first. Called Danny first, and then I ran upstairs to Paul when he said no. Whenever I ran upstairs to Paul and asked him, I said, for some reason, is he in your room? Because he's not anywhere else in the house, and he's not outside. No. All right. So then I called 911, and then I called Michelle. And I called Michelle to come over and pretty much.
She said that backwards because Michelle was already in her vicinity when Michelle suggested that they call 911.
So was Danny with you?
He was at work.
But when you called 911?
When I called, no.
Yes, he was. He's in the background. He's the one that called, and she talked after him.
He had called me as soon as I got off the phone or something like that, saying that he was about to be home. So he was on the way. So I called him now, and he was there like on 17, 120, something like that.
Yeah, I would have a hard time having this conversation. Dolly went to take a small break.
You mentioned that you and Danny had some sort of argument. You were frustrated.
Yeah, I was frustrated, and it wasn't like an argument. It was more like I don't understand why you don't want to touch me type stuff. So once again, I was probably worthless. Over there, pretty much. And the only way I could make myself get away from that and to try not to get 100% into that type of mindset was to take off forever.
Thank you, sarcasm.
She left the house at 10:30. Was it kind of one of those situations where you leave and you slam the door and like you're not on good terms with Danny?
It was
So
more,
you left.
I looked at him and I was like, yes, but better straight in the face before this escalates and gets to where we're arguing and yelling and keeping everybody up. And then I guess I'm just going to go away for a minute. I'll be back. We'll talk. You know, so we left. We're there. 204. Literally met our Flockus. Gave him $20.
Thank you, Penny.
Don't talk about. I crawled into bed. I crawled into bed with him, what I had and all the kids. After I got back or whatever, and they kept for me. We just talked. Did you talk about the problems you were having? Yeah. We were talking. He was talking about how
He needed to take a small break.
how to explain that becoming a father, I think, had a lot to do with his sex drive. His what? Sex drive. Okay. Has it changed some? It's not it. It's not all.
Thank you.
So it's changed a lot, and that had a lot to do with the way I've been feeling about myself too a lot lately. Because I'm sitting there thinking that it's me. Maybe it's just something about me. You just don't want it anymore. Really?
You can tell her jaw's swollen from her tooth getting taken out.
No, it was like I didn't hold things in. So what I was talking to him about was a few days ago. What happened? Like it started, and then he lost his hunter in less than 2 minutes. So he didn't try again. Yeah. So I didn't say anything about it for a couple of days. And I finally said something less. And I didn't want it to turn to argument, which is why I didn't say something about it when it happened. Yeah. So when it started getting heated with us just talking, I was trying to avoid it. Left, went to go pay rent, and came back.
Thank you.
We were really there for a minute talking about it. And I finally stopped talking. And I told him, I was like, we got to the end of the like that. We're good.
I'll tell him you said that, jet lag.
Should Percocets help some?
If I had a Percocet, first 800 milligram ibuprofen.
See, you didn't get a Percocet from Red?
Uh-uh.
I just gave him $20. And even if I did want to get a Percocet, that'd be $35. When's the last time you got some?
She knows the prices. Hey, Newfie.
I was for 6 months ago. I don't do bills like that. Like, if anything, anybody got to worry about anything with me is smoking weed. Because I don't smoke the hell out of weed. I'll be honest about that. Everything else, no. My mom's a drug addict. I watched her D. I see her almost get covered up in leaves in the kitchen. So
That's sad.
anything that's not homegrown or bought at a convenience store, I don't want. When I mean homegrown, I don't mean cooked on the stove. I mean cooked on the dirt. They're homegrown and grown, not created. Yeah.
There's some things that you just got to, you have to answer for, so we have to get a better understanding.
Yeah.
As to, what went on. You know that you gave us the authorization to go through the text messages. There's text messages in there about you purchasing Percocet as recently as within the past 24 to 48 hours. So just do you mind talking about that? Is that dated, or help me understand that?
Is it dated? So
what's your story?
sometimes when you ask me if I've done it, I haven't done it recently. I do have a friend named Cheyenne. Cheyenne Crosby, who lives on Gerard Avenue. She will call me from time to time.
She's snitching on everybody.
Asking for perks or whatever.
She's telling the man about her friend that sometimes calls with a Percocet.
She's talking about phone Capone?
No, she's talking about some random ass person that she
Remember
was.
Capone from Adam Montgomery?
Yeah, I remember. But
yeah, this is before they found Quinton. Once they found Quinton, they arrested her. I like her hoodie.
Yeah.
So I can't tell you exactly the last time. It was probably this day before yesterday.
Oh my God.
So we got to go back to that accident taking place.
He wants to be on YouTube.
He does. He's the star. Didn't you know? Come here.
At the house.
He wants that food I said.
Yeah.
You're long, Wrangler.
Wrangler.
You coming back out here?
In his jail.
If he's not going to come up here and sit with me, yeah.
Come on, Ray. Come on. Come on. Now.
You don't listen to nobody.
Come on.
Yeah, you got to shake a bag or something. There you go. Sorry, guys.
Something like that, nothing like that at all happened. When we got home, Danny took them into the room, started getting them settled down, out of the car seat, taking their shoes off, getting their tablets and toys going on as I started cooking. The night went like a normal.
Oh, yeah. Mary, I'm going to use the deception deck on my channel eventually.
From 11:40 until about 9:22, that the door didn't open.
See? How did Danny get out the front door?
I'm sorry to interrupt the playback, especially at 5 till 5. But what Special Agent Snyder is saying right here, we know that the front door didn't open until 9:22. Where had y'all gotten that information?
From Leilani's brother, Joe.
Okay. Had Joe come into the precinct as well?
Yes, I drove him. I drove him there.
You drove him there, and
Thank
then
you, guys.
sat down for an interview with a different detective.
Yes, Detective Noble.
Okay. And Detective Noble will talk about what Joe was able to show on Joe's phone in the way of ADT records.
Yes.
So we know the door never opened. You tell us that the door was open.
The door was open. When I woke up, the door was open. That door was 100% open. And the reason why I can tell you all that for a fact, no matter what you say about that camera system thing is, since my cousin William was staying at that house, and when that camera is in front of the house or whatever, he unplugged it the moment that he moved in. So the security system is not a security system. It's
That's
not
gonna start crying.
The door was open about that far. From here, where it shuts, about that far. It was open for a fact. I was just like, it's hard not to wake up and see the sun shining right in your face. Life was a normal night. Food, bed, bath, movie, everything that we normally do. TV on, laying down. We had a bath,
At least you want it to be normal, but something happened that night that was not normal, and that's all we're looking to do. You've been through a lot of trauma in your life.
Hey, Faith.
Hey. It was not normal. I was not aware or made aware, or it was when I was not home or was asleep, because not one thing went weird or wrong or out of the ordinary after we got the kids at 4:30. Not one
It
thing.
makes me sick.
At all.
She's crying for herself.
Acting or behaving. They were doing just fine. I really do mean this.
Were you both home until you decided to go out and talk to Red? You and Danny?
Is that better?
Danny was the only one home when I left by the time we got back, Paul, so.
And it's just y'all that drive the cars too?
Yeah, us three, we drive between the three of us, we drive the truck and the Dodge. That's all we drive.
And then Paul's the one that drives the...
He drives the truck, not the truck, he drives the truck more often. We drive the Dodge more often, it's better on gas.
What kind of car is the Dodge?
It was a 2015 Dodge Journey.
Okay. Is that what y'all went to go pick up the kids in?
That's what we picked up the kids in, that's what I used.
I'm going to mess something up if I try and mess with it.
Get the origin.
Okay.
That's exactly what I used.
Gotcha. And you just took the normal route down Buckholder for both of those?
Yep.
And what time was that again when she picked up the kids?
4:30.
4:30.
It could have been way earlier, but we didn't get loose and try to
Is there any way it could have been later?
No. Like I'm saying, we would have picked them up way earlier if we didn't have to go and pick up my mess and then go to the house and want to clean the house and straighten that stuff up. So it would have been earlier. We did leave work earlier that day because we wanted to go get this stuff. But we left at 8 or 7. 7:30 we left work yesterday. And when we got to the office, the doctor's office, or whatever, they had me in there by 8:30, out by 9:32. Something like that, 9:32. Whatever. And then we went and dropped off prescriptions. We went to Kroger's.
If I keep my cursor right here, the captions stay
or
up.
whatever, and I relaxed for a minute, some more salt water, and watching Netflix, not Netflix, HBO.
Babe.
I don't got Netflix no more.
Jimmy.
And then I told her
Where
I
did he go?
text Michelle, make sure it was okay if you picked
I
up.
don't want to try and adjust the size of the screen because my luck it'll make something break.
And that's what we did. And we picked up my bag for 35 weeks.
Because it's hard to understand what she's saying when she talks.
Well, I don't doubt your memories are impeccable. I mean, some of the exact times you have on here, to a certain extent. And yeah, it goes back to the trauma that you experienced. And you got to understand that bad news doesn't get better with time. Okay. And so.
And that's what I'm freaking out the most about. This most time. It's already dark. The weather's getting cold. I don't know where he is. I don't know if he's warm. I don't know if he's fed.
Oh my
I don't even
God.
know if he's okay in general. And that's what I want to know. I don't understand that y'all are doing y'all's job. I do. I 100% do. But there is nothing about last night that stood out, or that was out of the ordinary, or that didn't go as a normal night goes.
Wow.
Minus the fact of me whole as hell when I did the cocaine red and get orange out. That was it. Those are the only two things that did not go as normal.
But Lauren, accidents happen. Accidents happen. Things happen that in your mind that you want to suppress, that you just want to push as far away from reality as possible. And that happens. That happens in everybody's life. You know, but there's things here that just aren't adding up. And I want you to help us understand that. Okay? Your car, the Dodge Journey. You drive that. What's the white powder that's spilled in the back of that? What is that?
Baby cereal that busted in a cereal bag.
Oh, okay. Yeah, she knows exactly what that was.
Why is the Dodge Journey with your tag up in north and south on Geechee Road at 6 o'clock in the afternoon, 6 o'clock in the evening yesterday?
Because I was safe, he was probably going to go to beer.
So that was him driving.
That was most likely him trying to go to beer. I don't remember leaving at 6. I don't think I left at 6. No, I didn't leave nothing at all.
What kind of beer does he drink?
Natural Lights.
Where does he put the cans when he drinks?
We have a bag that we normally tie in the closet in our bedroom. We're going to put them in there. And I'm like, I'm off my 1 or 2 in the car. I need to toss me up and down. I need to drink in the car. But I've done 5 bottles of
She only cries when she sees they're not believing her.
Well, just help us out. Like we have a combination of a lot of things here. We have you know, you told us the mental health issues that you're going through. You have a wisdom tooth pulled. You're a heavy sleeper. We have Danny, who you told us is a drinker and combined, beer with Fireball. We have the door that we know with a pretty good degree of certainty. I mean, again, it's not what you believe, but the door didn't open between basically 11:54 last night.
How did Danny get out of the house, you guys?
And then your sophisticated security system.
Yeah, and that's crazy as well. Because you keep on saying that. But after I got back from getting the orange out, I walked out on the front porch and smoked a cigarette before I laid down.
You know what I do with my
So
metal wick
that
holder?
door has opened.
My wick holder, the metal thing that I used to have on the shelf.
There was a bunch of baggies that had the candle wicks with that on the bottom on the shelving in the kitchen.
I've seen a couple, but I had like
Already made.
No, not made. The little metal piece that I used to hold the wick straight.
Oh.
Would you clean up at any other times throughout the night?
I feel like you're in a box on that shelving unit somewhere. Wait, can you see this? See how it's all the way to the screen where the caption would come up right here? They're saying they can't see them on the video.
Because it's not showing it on the video. That's their video.
See, it is. See how low it is? It's getting cut off. So when I put, when I hover my mouse over it, they can see it because it comes up because I'm hovering over it. But I didn't want to mess anything up.
Away I want him to be found.
Okay.
I know.
Human guys, when they
I
see
know.
they're not
And I'm
believing what
giving
she's
you everything
saying.
that I
It's
could. I mean,
crazy.
just sat there when I was writing this out, over reading it, rereading it, writing and checking and making sure that I was writing down every little thing that I think that happened between then and now. And I don't know where my baby is. I don't know what happened to him. And all I know is that you're sitting here constantly trying to ask me to help you find him. And I'm doing the best that I can, but nothing that I'm going to tell you is going to change. He's been honest.
Yeah, you can't
Nothing
subtitle
is
that.
going to change what you come in here and ask me about. I've been honest with you from the back. If I have forgotten to mention it, and you mentioned it to me, I've been honest about it. So I don't know what happened to my child. And I don't know where my baby is. I don't know if there's an accident when I left and nobody said anything about it. I don't know. But all I know is I need my baby back home. That's all I know. Okay? I need him back home. I need my family together again.
I don't understand this. Why was the door, not the front door, but the living room door and the dining room door open
She starts crying instantly.
15 and 25 times throughout the night?
What door?
The living room door.
The living room door.
Living room and dining room door.
The dining room door.
Any other door than the front door.
I was going to say the dining room door, people are quite in and out frequently. Now,
All night?
Door, nobody's been in and out.
Last night specifically.
Last night? I know that at one point I went out the back door to the play side.
It's you trying to help.
I know.
Oh,
I went
Lord.
to the back door to the play side to try to collect all the cups and stuff that I always find everywhere. Because, 11 something, I had already went to red and came back. Okay, I had already went to red and came back. It was 11 something. I'm just trying to help. Just straighten up and clean up. That's all that was. And I opened that door, but that door only opened, that door on that side only opened twice. The other one would be in and out between Paul going in and out, Danny going in and out, letting the dogs out.
Okay.
You know, that's the only time the other door would be open and out.
Yeah.
Those had a bunch of them. Guys, if you make candles, you better invest in a ton of these. These are what hold your wick straight.
What? Did you want me to make you bigger so you can actually show them?
No, I was
okay.
looking for them. I didn't know where I put them. But a lot of people do it with like popsicle sticks.
Yeah.
But that's a nightmare. These things, because they actually hold the wick, they got a little circle that holds the wick right there.
Yeah.
But they hold the wick in place, so it holds it center in the candle.
Now, the white band has not worked since I've been in that room. Or since I've
Of
been
course
in
it
that
doesn't work.
That has not worked. Anytime you open that door, it does not chop. Does not make the noise at all.
So, do you think when you came home from red and you brushed Glenn's hair, was he alive at that point?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Absolutely, 100%. He was warm, his cheeks were pink, and I touched his hair, moved it. He moved it and curled over like this. Grabbed a blanket, curled over. So yes, my baby's alive. Don't sit here and make me think that he's dead. Please don't do that. He's not. Whoever he is, he's not. I can't live with that. I can't live with that.
Where did that even come from?
He was alive last time I seen my baby. He was alive and he was moving and he had color in his face and he was my happy baby.
Oh, she looks scary.
He was my happy baby.
He was my happy baby.
Was, not is.
Was.
Boss did it 22:08:01 to ask that question, resuming playback now.
I need him to come home. I need him to come home. I need him to find him and make sure he's okay. Just to come home.
That's all we want to do. We want to find him wherever he is. You know, if he needs attention right now, like that's all we want to do is find him, bring him back to his mother.
And I don't know.
If an accident
or somebody picking him up, or having a toy in there to step on. He could not get out of there. So I do not know where he happened to. I don't know where he is. I don't know if something happened when I was not home. I don't know. I don't know who to trust. I don't know who to talk to. I don't know if his family does the worst thing to you. So how am I supposed to know? I don't know. I don't know. But I tell you this, my kids will not be left alone with nobody again.
What, and your mom, I can hear you talk. You don't trust Danny 100%.
And that's man, because of what he's done to me. The cheating. That's why I don't trust him.
The cheating?
When it comes to my kids. I've never got him. My mother has. My mother's doubted him before. I have never doubted him. I have never come home and seen marks on my kids. I have never came.
Do you think he takes care of it when he's...
Yes, he does. He'll take care of him, that man.
What if I told you that if you're not home by the time that you said you're supposed to be home, and Danny is there with the kids by himself, that he just leaves? He just leaves the kids there unattended. Would that be a surprise to you?
Yes.
You know, we had a whole box. There's a whole box of jars for making candles on that shelf, so I got 30 more jars.
What?
Yeah, I didn't realize I just opened the box.
Oh, Lord.
So I had 26 jars. Now I got 50.
Oh, so I can add more candles to the thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I'm working on candles tonight.
Okay.
So and I just,
Danny's gonna testify. He just asked her. I have to tell you. He just asked her if he told her that Danny would just leave the kids and just go wherever and leave them there while she was gone, if that would surprise her, and she's acting like it would shock her.
My mental problems, what makes him turned off about me. And I did the same and told him about what turns me off about him. And so I'm not understanding. I don't think he would treat me, but then again, I didn't think he would leave my kids alone. I don't understand this, nothing. Now I have no leaves on my babies. No lead on them at all.
we were working nonstop. And we're not going to stop. I can promise you, when you leave here tonight, there's folks working throughout the night and tomorrow until we find them.
She's crying because she knows they're gonna figure it out. She's crying for herself.
Based off everything at this point, I think we'll both agree that something happened. Quinton was crying. Somebody got frustrated. Maybe something happened that
They already know right there.
and Quinton fell unconscious. And you're 23 years old. You don't know how to handle situations like that. Danny didn't know how to handle situations.
She knows.
You said you don't remember him falling, but you said multiple times throughout the interview, we're going back and forth. He was battling, and there were some times he was crying, and it can get frustrating. I've got 3 kids myself.
He's not like ever since he's been able to walk or crawl. He's always been the bad one with me, and it doesn't frustrate me. Not. I'm used to it. And that same.
He's always been the bad one.
Whatever. If there is something that happened, I don't know what it was. And I would not. I want y'all both to look me in my eyes. I would not pick somebody over my children. Never would I pick somebody over my children. I would not. I don't care how much I love them. Okay? I have never once seen him hurt my kids. I have never seen marks on my kids. And nothing out the way last night made me feel like he would have done something.
He's taking a break.
Was acting some way like he was trying to hide something. Nothing at all made me think like that. And I am an overthinker. Okay? I am a serious overthinker. So even one little thing that would put that thought in my mind, I would have been thinking about it. I would have been questioning. Nothing though. He was just being Danny, being normal. Everything was being normal.
Everything is okay.
Everything's good. So something is not fucking normal.
You don't say.
I went to bed thinking that I was gonna wake up just like any other day and make breakfast for all of my kids. I didn't think I was gonna be waking up calling the cops because I can't find my kid. Okay? I don't know where he is. I don't know if something happened to him. I don't know at all. Okay? I don't. I've written down everything I know. I've told the cops. I've told y'all. I've told everybody everything I know or could possibly think of. At all. My routine, what we did, what kids did, what I did, what Danny did. I just did everything that I could. I'm
She's trying to rub a tear out.
gonna do it. I know I'm evil. This is what I want. I don't want to stop being questioned like I'm sitting here trying to protect somebody for doing something to my baby because I'm not that person. I'm not.
Does it happen this day and age? It does, but very rare.
It's an act. You're right.
A 21-year-old young man, young kid, just at random.
I don't see how they can sit here and listen to her do that either.
That caused that to happen. There's, being involved in illegal activity and someone, taking your kid.
Yeah, see how she sucks it up as soon as she starts to listen to what he's trying to say to her? She can instantly turn it off.
I paid my drug debts. The whole reason I was out there at 10, past 10 o'clock at night, was to pay the drug debt to Red. I don't owe anything to Red. Danny, he drinks, he smokes some marijuana. He doesn't gamble. He's not involved in any sort of hardcore drug abuse. I just gotta put wigs on him.
Okay.
What she told us has any sort of ill will against Danny. So the motivation for somebody to come take your kid. Now that I'm Wiccan, does that mean I'm Wiccan?
Yep, you're working.
Isn't there? You don't have that. Like you're good people as far as that goes. So maybe go down to maybe that. We talked to him, and we know that he hasn't been in Chatham County in probably 3 weeks.
No, it wouldn't surprise me if she was a psychopath either.
The first thing that we think of and stuff like this is he's definitely a psychopath. Who throws a baby in the dumpster?
Yeah, but there's certain traits.
And that's somewhat of a paper trail that you guys have done so you can still be the mother that you want to be. Your mom, granted, you don't have the best relationship with her, but she was willing to put her neck out there for you to say, hey, I'm willing to put my name in the paper that I'm going to be the primary caregiver of these children. But she's in Chicago or wherever for 3-4 months at a time. So you've got all these pressures on you as a 23-year-old young mother.
He's trying to make her think that he's on her side.
I know. He's trying to get her to confess.
And he talks so soothing. It's like, okay.
Call what you want. Probably a heavy drinker. So you got the pressure of the world as a 20-year-old young lady with 3 kids in the house, an alcoholic, fiance, boyfriend.
An alcoholic fiance boyfriend. Wow.
So naturally,
He's telling her she's got a lot to deal with.
all the things that develop leads for law enforcement, there's not a lot of angles for us to pursue right now. And I want you to understand that
She starts crying whenever he tells her he don't believe something she says, or when he tells her there's no other angles to look at other than you, basically.
Quinton is dead right now. There's nothing that's going to bring closure to this other than us finding you. We don't know that. But at this point, you have to understand, based off what we just walked through and we explained, that there's not a lot of angles for us to go down. Other than something happened
Miss Ann wants everybody to push 1 for guilty and 2 for not guilty.
Oh, my kid's more than Danny.
Well, they ain't even said what she did yet.
I know.
I would do anything for my babies.
Guilty of lying.
Every single one.
Definitely guilty of lying.
I don't know if there was an accident that happened. I was gone for what?
She said, I don't know if there was an accident that happened. I was gone.
Max of all the times that I left. So I don't know. Everything was normal when I came back in. There was no sudden movements. There was no awkwardness or trying to avoid me being around. There was nothing like that at all. There was nothing that would make me sit there and look at somebody and say, what the hell did you do? Nothing at all. I don't get it.
Yeah, because you did it.
All that crying ain't gonna do you no good now.
Everything that I've done, everything that I've done that I could think of that I could clarify, I have done it, everything I could. I searched that place top and bottom multiple times before the cops even got there. Multiple times straight down into the woods in the back of my house. I don't know if something happened to him. I don't know.
Yeah, Danny's gonna tell it.
You never be asleep. I love it.
How long does someone say hi?
Yes, how else they do.
Nothing woke me up. Danny saying that he did kiss me behind everything didn't wake me up. So I don't know.
Yeah, Billy Jawbone should have some kind of punishment for this.
Especially child neglect because you got the kid there.
Yeah, for 3 months at a time.
I think when you take custody for a baby, you're responsible for it. Okay, 15 more jars wicked up.
I can't imagine what she's going to act like when Danny comes on stand.
Oh, she'll be crying then.
Oh, I bet.
Because that's all she cares about anyway, that day.
She's never seen him violent. She's never hit him, or I mean, she's never seen him hit any of the kids. She's never seen him violent.
I mean, what she told me, though.
Yeah, because you put that idea in her mind. And she's a liar.
I asked her that just to get her talking.
Yeah, you gave her an out.
Or climbing up on counters into the pantry. That was Zane. He climbed up on the counter one day, turned the sink on, had the sprayer thing in there, and it was like a water.
Pooh Bear, I think we may have gotten that package. I had a notice in the P.O. box to pick something up, and when I ran by there today, there was such a long line. I didn't have the time to stand in the line. I'll get it tomorrow.
Playing in the toilet.
She's talking about Zane was playing in the toilet and climbing on counters and sticking things into sockets. That's a good, nice, safe home.
The only people that are allowed to run under that immediate family. So Paul is uncle, he's allowed to get on. Daddy's allowed to get on too. And my mom and Tom,
Hey, Daddy,
everybody else has to get me or
Oh.
you know, maybe once, twice a week. And it's normally like for an hour or two. Like we can go pick up food or grocery shopping.
Yeah. Britton in the Star says she's crying because she's being questioned. I wonder how loud Quinton cried, but no one heard him. Suck it up, liar.
Can you just come downstairs?
Suck it up, liar.
Different way for him to get into y'all's area.
I know he has to come downstairs. There's that door just to the bathroom that leads out to the dining room and out back. And then front door.
Their security system has it to where it can tell you when every single door in your house got opened.
Their security system?
Mm-hmm.
Is Paul doing the same
And they're harping on the fact that that front door didn't get opened again from 11 o'clock at night to 9:20 that morning. So how did Danny get out the house?
Every door?
Every door. I mean, but that's the front door that they keep
She
harping
said
on.
they had cameras in the house too. I heard her say that earlier.
Yeah.
I want to go look at the cameras.
That's a good question. Oh, they're saying the pool door. That he went out the pool door? Okay.
All right. Those done.
No, I did feel it though, but it wasn't full. Like I could still pretty much squeeze it like this. You know,
I can tell she's lying.
I felt it.
She answers their question and then she sits there and intently looks at them to make sure they're believing her lie. And then she adds a little to it if she needs to.
Curled up to it just like that. And he had his little Mickey Mouse stuffed animal thing in there with him.
Where was that? Where was the Mickey Mouse and the blanket and the pillow when you got up that morning?
The Mickey Mouse wasn't in there.
He didn't have it at all.
It was like when I put it in bed last night, it was in there. When I got up this morning, it wasn't in there. I told one of the officers that too when he came in there asking if everything was there. And I was like, well, I can't touch anything, but I don't see his Mickey Mouse. There's a little Mickey
Where
Mouse.
was the Mickey Mouse stuffy in the picture? I know we saw him.
Little Mickey Mouse. I never let me. He sells it almost every night.
Does he usually take it around with him when he's not just sleeping?
Yeah, he'll carry it on him by the foot or by the nose.
Where was the blanket?
Blanket was in the corner.
No, I don't believe that either. I think she actually would pick a man over children.
I picked him up and the blanket fell.
No, I can't stand a liar either.
This 19-year-old that was around the house, she said knocked on the door random times, or about 3 times.
I haven't seen him since the last time.
Has anybody else other than you seen it?
Paul has. Paul can probably
She's just throwing out random people. This 19-year-old that she saw at one point in time.
The very first time I heard him knock. So he can give you another description. He's got curly hair, like brown hair, like blue eyes. If I weigh 160 pounds, I may weigh a little bit more.
She knows all his description, some random person.
No, not normally, but here recently there's been a lot of people walking up and down the roads. A lot of people. And my babysitter can confirm that as well, that she had somebody randomly pull up into her driveway and like attempt to go into her house and through her stuff until she had turned the light on and the person ran off.
And the floor in the garage. Oh no.
Paul works night shifts, so if he does hang out with somebody, he hangs out with them before he comes home.
We're gonna step out and let you eat.
Liar Lonnie.
I want you to think about a couple of things. One being tonight, I don't think you should go back to the house tonight.
No, I wanted to request if I could go to my grandmother's house and that we would keep her phone so I could give you her phone number as well.
We'll come back in and we'll get all that stuff.
Oh, no, we were like,
She wants to go to her grandmother's house?
I won't be able to go to sleep at night anyways. At least I can go on her babies. Right? I can go on anyways.
With the search having been done, it's not a good idea for you to go back to the house tonight. Maybe you can have
No. My
accommodate you with a hotel room if you make that.
that would probably be better, honestly. I don't have 30 minutes. But no, my grandma, I'm in every single day. Keep Sky over there if we needed her to. Like,
So does what we just watched there pretty much represent the end of that interview session?
Yes.
I think I'll reserve my follow-up questions for tomorrow.
Very well. And I think it'd be a good time to release the jurors for the evening.
Thank God.
Just a moment. I gotta tell you a thing or two. So
You're
I'm gonna
about to run out.
Obviously, the trial is not over. We have more to get to. So I want to once again reinforce my instructions. Please don't do any research. Don't talk to anybody about the case. Avoid anyone who tries to talk to you about the case. Avoid any news stories or any other media, social media, and otherwise about this case.
Is she sleeping?
And I wish you all a good night. Tomorrow we don't start the trial again until 10 o'clock. So your instructions are going to be a little different. I would imagine that you would gather at 9 o'clock rather than 8 o'clock. Okay. So now you are excused.
She does not look even a little phased. She's just cold, stoned. Not stoned. She's stone cold. No emotion. No, she's not out on bail. She's been in the slammer. Her bail got denied every time. I think twice. Did she just eat a candy? I wouldn't give her a damn candy.
All clear, Judge.
Okay, you step in.
Is that it? Really? They're going to completely cut the sound? I want to hear what they have to say. Not in an orange jumpsuit, yeah. She just drank that entire bottle of water. Yeah, that was hard, right? Listening to your lies.
Is there anything from the state that we need to take up at this time?
Your Honor, I wanted to bring it to the court's attention that the jurors do not appear to be wearing the correct numbers. And if we could remedy that for tomorrow, because, for example, if we have a situation like a juror sleeping again, we need to be able to refer to them by the correct number for the record. And I've noticed that some people that are alternates are wearing lower numbers, and some of the people wearing alternate numbers I know are not alternate jurors. So I just don't think they're numbered correctly.
Okay. Deputy Solomon, I'm going to ask you to follow up with the jurors, and you may want to follow up with
There's going to be an appeal.
Jury management about making sure that the jurors have on their correct numbers.
We got 16 jurors and should be all of them were 16. No one was alternate as of yet.
I know, but I don't think anybody, yeah, it's 1 through 16, but I think the problem is, I think even one of them wasn't wearing their jury number, and they may not have the right number. So if you could just follow up on that.
I got all the candles set up. I'll pull them when I get back.
Okay. And you're going to be able to close up in a second. They're just addressing issues like the juries aren't wearing the right assigned number. There's going to be reason to appeal it if all this keeps
But
going
one
bad
jury
with the
was
jury.
asleep, you know, the jurors being asleep and stuff like that.
About 9:50.
Yeah. I just missed it. She said something about 9:50.
Have a good evening,
Weight
everyone.
she put on. Good
Yeah.
Lord.
She's just been not doing nothing but just eating.
She
slow.
said they're doing tomorrow, what, 9:50?
I don't know what that 9:50 was about. I just was talking and you were talking and we were talking and I don't. That's crazy.
Is it over?
Yeah, it's over. I'm glad we're not looking at a fan. This is better.
So they released the jurors?
Yeah, they released the jurors and then they sat there and talked for a minute and basically said that the jurors aren't wearing the right numbers and somebody needs to address that with the jury management team.
Okay, that's it.
Court 10 a.m. tomorrow.
All right. Well, we need to go
Amen.
take care of everything. So, guys,
I didn't get to say nothing. I had so much to say. I cannot believe. And she's such a liar. Every single thing she says out her mouth is a lie. It's like she can't not lie. And she believes her own lies. She believes everything she says out her mouth. And it was so calculated. She's sitting there having the conversation, and then they kind of pause. Like, you can tell she's kind of looking at them, like, trying to determine whether they believe her or not. And then she, like, adjusts it a little bit. And so then they're like, oh, okay.
well, you know, they've been proving she's lied for the last 2 days. I mean, I get the fact that she's a liar, but they still
Well,
haven't.
they're starting to prove that she's got anger issues, especially when she's on substances. And I think that's important.
On our victims.
All right. So look, guys, thanks for joining us today. We're going to go get dinner, take care of some things. Do you want to come back and talk true crime later?
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll be back, tonight around regular times, 10-ish, 10:30-ish.
I got all my sleep yesterday.
Okay, so around 10:30 tonight, we're going to come back and talk a little bit of true crime. It won't be Leilani Simon. We're going to talk.
I don't want to do it then. I might, if it's Delphi. There's
We
stuff
may
in
do
Delphi.
Leilani. Well, we can do Leilani Simon a little bit. We'll do a few different cases tonight when we come back. So thank you guys for joining us today. Court, don't be late
I don't
tomorrow.
wanna make him on at all
If you're
today.
late tomorrow for court, I'm fining you.
And he's
okay?
going to be in the suit.
No, well, my suit won't get here till tomorrow evening.
It might.
If it comes tomorrow morning, I'll wear the judge suit. But if it don't, it'll be Thursday, okay? So Judge Dolly, full effect Thursday. By Thursday, that's when all the good people will take the stand anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll have my whole setup for Judge Dolly, the best judge on YouTube.
You literally had your recline on today.
I did.
I don't even think I've ever sat in this chair like that.
I know I wasn't sitting straight, but it was comfortable. I almost fell asleep, though. So I was like the jury they were talking about. You know, the jury, remember they said fell asleep? It was me. They heard me snoring, right? So look, you guys have been
He's
great
not wearing
today.
that for Halloween, not with me.
Thanks for coming by, hanging out with us. Well, me for most of the day, and PJ, of course. She carried the end of it while I'm working on all that stuff. So right now we're at $400 on our quick Christmas wish campaign. That don't even count what was sold today.
And there was a lot sold today.
So
I feel like we doubled it.
So I don't know.
I didn't.
So thank you guys for helping
You're
out.
amazing. I'm going to add more candles since you're able to make more now.
Well, yeah, I have 30 more jars. And I got plenty of wax because I just ordered more wax and it came in yesterday, 30 pounds of it.
That means you can make the scent I want.
I don't know about all that. That means I have to wash a whole new thing setup.
Fine.
And I just washed the setup. That's what I've been doing. And I got all the jars ready, wicked. I got the wick holders in the jars. All I got to do now is mix it up, pour the candles, let them dry. Okay. And then you still got to tie the little thing on it and put the little tag on it. So there's still a bunch of work to do to them. I may work on some other stuff tonight. It depends on how long we're gone. But look, check out buydollysoap.com. That's a good way to help us out, keep us alive, keep everything going. Support your small businesses. Okay.
I forgot to take my gum out. Everybody that's a hater is going to say how I had jaw issues because I was chewing.
Oh,
See?
okay. PJ Jawbone today. Okay?
I just realized I was doing it. I'm like, dagnabbit.
You were filling in for Billy Joe. Okay?
Whatever.
Filling in for Billy Joe. All right,
There's always
guys.
something.
We love you. See you soon. Peace.